271. As the causes of coldness and separations have been treated of, it follows in order that the causes of apparent love, friendship, and goodwill in marriages should also be treated of. For it is known that although at this day coldness separates the minds of married pairs, nevertheless they dwell together and procreate, which would not be if there were not also loves that are apparent, and at times similar to or emulative of the heat of genuine love. That these appearances are necessities and utilities, and that without them houses, and therefore societies, could not hold together, will be seen in what follows. Besides this, some conscientious person may labor under the idea that disagreements of minds between them and their consort, and the consequent internal alienations, are their own fault, and will be imputed to them, and they grieve at heart on that account. But as internal differences are not in their power to help, it is enough for them to quiet the troubles that arise from conscience, by apparent loves and goodwill, and thence also friendship may return, in which conjugal love on his part lies concealed, even if not on the part of the other. But this chapter, on account of the number of the varieties of this subject matter, shall be divided like the former in 2 sections. Its sections are these: 1. That in the natural world almost all can be conjoined as to external affections, but not as to internal if these disagree and appear. 2. That in the spiritual world all are conjoined according to internal affections, and not according to external unless these act as one with the internal. 3. That the affections according to which matrimony is commonly contracted in the world are external. 4. But that if there are not internal affections within, which conjoin the minds, matrimony is loosened in the house. 5. That nevertheless matrimony in the world is to endure to the end of the life of both. 6. That in cases of matrimony in which internal affections do not conjoin there are external affections which simulate internal, and consociate. 7. That from these come apparent love, or apparent friendship and goodwill between married partners. 8. That these appearances are conjugal simulations which are laudable, because useful and necessary. 9. That these conjugal simulations with a spiritual man conjoin to a natural savor of justice and judgment. 10. That these conjugal simulations with natural men savor of prudence for various causes. 11. That they are for the sake of amendment and for accommodation. 12. That they are for the sake of preserving order in domestic affairs, and for mutual help. 13. That they are for the sake of the unanimous care of infants and in respect to children. 14. That they are for the sake of peace in the house. 15. That they are for the sake of reputation out of the house. 16. That they are for the sake of various favors expected from the married partner, or from his or her kindred, and thus for fear of the loss of them. 17. That they are for the sake of having blemishes excused, and thus for avoidance of disrepute. 18. That they are for the sake of reconciliation. 19. That if on the part of the wife goodwill does not cease when faculty ceases with the man, there may spring up a friendship emulating conjugal friendship as they grow old. 20. That there are different kinds of apparent love and friendship between married partners, one of whom is subjugated, and is therefore subject to the other. 21. That there are infernal marriages in the world between married partners who inwardly are the bitterest enemies and outwardly like the most intimate friends. Now follows the explanation of these. 272. 1. That in the natural world almost all can be conjoined as to external affections, but not as to internal affections if these disagree and appear. The reason is that in the world man is endowed with a material body, and this is filled with cupidities, which are there as the dregs that precipitate themselves to the bottom when the must of wine is clarified. Of such things do the materials consist, of which the bodies of men in the world are composed. Hence it is that the internal affections, which are of the mind, do not appear, and with many scarcely a trace of them shows through. For either the body absorbs and involves them in its dregs, or from the simulation learned from infancy hides them deeply from the sight of others, and thereby one lets himself into the state of any affection that he observes in another, and attracts his affection to himself, and thus they conjoin themselves. The reason why they conjoin is that every affection has its delight, and the delights bind together the external minds. But it would be otherwise if internal affections like external appeared to the sight in face and gesture, and to the ear in the tone of the voice, or if their delights were perceived by the nostrils, or scented as they are in the spiritual world. Then, if they should differ so far as to be discordant, they would separate the minds one from the other, and they would draw apart to a distance according to the perception of antipathy. From these considerations it is clear that in the natural world nearly all can be conjoined as to external affections, but not as to internal affections if these disagree and appear. 273. 2. That in the spiritual world all are conjoined according to internal affections, and not according to external, unless these act as one with the internal. The reason is that the material body which, as has just been said above, was able to receive and manifest the forms of all affections has then been cast off, and, denuded of that body, man is in his own internal affections, which his body before concealed. Hence it is that these homogeneities and heterogeneities, or sympathies and antipathies, are there not only felt, but also appear in the face, in speech, and in gesture, wherefore similitudes are there conjoined and dissimilitudes are separated. This is the reason why the universal heaven is arranged by the Lord according to all the varieties of the affections of the love of good and of truth, and hell on the contrary according to all the varieties of the affections of the love of evil and of falsity. 2. Since angels and spirits, equally with men in the world, have internal and external affections, and as internal affections cannot there be concealed by the external, they show through and manifest themselves. Hence with them, both are brought into similitude and correspondence, after which their internal affections through the external are effigied in their faces, are perceived in the tones of their speech, and are also apparent in the gestures of their deportment. That angels and spirits have affections, internal and external, is from the fact that they have a mind and a body, and affections, and thence thoughts are of the mind, and sensations and thence pleasures are of the body. 3. It often occurs there after death that friends meet, and their friendship in the former world comes to mind, and then they believe they are to associate in a life of friendship as before. But when that consociation, which is only of the external affections, is perceived in heaven, there comes a separation according to the internals, and then from that meeting together some are sent away to the north, and some into the west, and each to such distance from the other that they never see or know each other more. For in their places of abode they are changed in face, which becomes the effigy of their internal affections. From this it is plain that in the spiritual world all are conjoined according to internal affections, and not according to external unless these act as one with the internal. 274. 3. That the affections according to which matrimony is commonly contracted in the world are external. This is because internal affections are rarely considered, and if considered their similitude is not seen in the woman, for by native gift she withdraws her internal affections into the interior recesses of her mind. The external affections which induce men to contract matrimony are many. The first affection of this age is for the enlargement of family estate by wealth, both that they may be enriched and that they may have abundance. Another is aspiration after honors, either to be held in high esteem, or to be in an enlarged state of fortune. Besides these, there are various allurements and lusts, neither do these give room for searching into the agreements of internal affections. From these few considerations it is clear that matrimony is commonly contracted in the world according to external affections. 275. 4. But that if there are not internal affections within, which conjoin the minds, matrimony is loosened in the house. It is said in the house, because it is between them privately. This comes to pass when the first fires, kindled at the time of betrothal and burning into a flame as the wedding approaches, afterwards, on account of discordance of internal affections, grow successively less ardent, and finally pass away into coldness. It is known that then the external affections, which led and lured them into matrimony, are sundered so that they no longer conjoin. That coldness arises from various causes, internal, external, and incidental, which all derive their streamlets from the dissimilitude of internal inclinations, has been confirmed in the preceding chapter. From this the truth is evident that if there are not internal affections within the external, which conjoin the minds, matrimony is loosened in the house. 276. 5. That nevertheless matrimony in the world is to endure to the end of life. This is stated that there may be presented more manifestly to the reason the necessity, the utility, and the truth, that where there is not genuine conjugal love it is yet to be feigned, or to have it appear as if there were. It would not be so if marriages entered into were not covenanted to the end of life, but were dissolvable at will, as they were with the Israelitish nation, which arrogated to itself the liberty to put away wives for whatever cause, as appears from these words in Matthew. The Pharisees came unto Jesus, saying, Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? And when Jesus answered, that it is not lawful to put away a wife and marry another except for marital unfaithfulness, they replied that yet Moses commanded to give her a bill of divorcement and put her away. And the disciples said, If the case of a man with a wife be so, it is not expedient to marry. Matt 19:3-10. 2. As the marriage covenant is therefore a covenant for life, it follows that appearances of love and friendship between married partners are necessities. That the matrimony contracted is to endure to the end of life in the world is from divine law, and because it is from this, it is also from rational law, and thence from civil law. It is from the divine law that a man may not put away his wife and marry another except for promiscuity, as above. It is from rational law, because this is founded upon the spiritual, for divine law and rational law are one law. From the latter and the former, or through the latter from the former, may be seen the great number of enormities, and the destructions of societies that would come from the dissolutions of marriages or the putting away of wives before death at the pleasure of the husband. Those enormities, and the destructions of societies, may be realized in some fullness from the discussion concerning the origin of conjugal love by those gathered together from the 9 kingdoms, in the relation at n. 103-115, to which there is no need to superadd further reasons. But these reasons do not prevent the permission of separations for their own causes, of which above at n. 252-254, and also of taking a mistress, of which in part 2, 277-6, that in cases of matrimony in which internal affections do not conjoin there are external affections which simulate internal and consociate. By internal affections are meant mutual inclinations in the minds of both which are from heaven, and by external affections are meant inclinations in the mind of both which are from the world. These affections or inclinations are indeed equally of the mind, but they occupy the lower region of it, but those the higher region. But both being allotted their seat in the mind, it may be believed that they are alike and agree, but though not alike they can yet appear as if alike, and with some they exist as conformities, but with others as soothing simulations. 2. There is implanted in each from the first covenant of marriage a certain community, which though they disagree in minds, yet remains initiated, as community of possessions, and with many a community of uses, and of the various necessities of the household, and thence community also of thoughts, and of certain secrets. There is community also of the bed, and community in the love of infants, besides others, which likewise are inscribed upon their minds because upon the conjugal covenant. From these especially come the external affections that resemble internal. Those, however, that only simulate them are partly from the same origin, and partly from another. But both are treated of in what follows. 278-7, that from these come apparent love, apparent friendship, and goodwill between married partners. Apparent loves, friendships, and goodwill between married partners follow from the conjugal covenant binding to the end of life, and from the conjugal community thereby inscribed upon the parties to the covenant, whence the external affections are born that resemble internal, referred to just above. And from other causes, which are the uses and the necessities, whence conjunctive or simulated external affections arise in part, whereby external love appears like internal, and external friendship like internal friendship. 279-8, that these appearances are conjugal simulations which are laudable, because useful and necessary. They are called simulations because they exist between those who disagree in mind, and from these disagreements are inwardly in coldness. When, nevertheless, they in externals live a consociated life, as is proper and becoming, the interaction in their dwelling together may be called simulations, but conjugal simulations, which being laudable because for the sake of uses, differ entirely from hypocritical simulations, for by them all those goods are provided for that are recounted in order below, in sections 11 to 20. That they are laudable from the fact that they are necessities is because without them those goods would be banished, and yet the cohabitation is enjoined, by the covenant and by law, and is therefore incumbent upon them both as a duty. 289. That these conjugal simulations, with a spiritual man conjoined to a natural, savour of justice and judgment. The cause of it is that what the spiritual man does, he does from justice and judgment, and therefore does not see the simulations as estranged from his internal affections but coupled with them, for he acts seriously and looks to amendment as an end, and if this does not follow he looks to accommodation for the sake of order in the house, for the sake of mutual help, for the sake of the care of infants, for the sake of peace and quietness. To this he is led from justice, and from judgment he carries it into effect. That a spiritual man cohabits thus with a natural is because even with the natural a spiritual man acts spiritually. 281. 10. That these conjugal simulations, with natural men, savour of prudence for various causes. Between two married partners of whom one is spiritual and the other natural, by spiritual is meant one who loves spiritual things and thus is wise from the Lord, and by natural is meant one who only loves natural things and so savours of self. When the two are consociated by marriage, conjugal love with the one that is spiritual is heat, and with the one that is natural is cold. It is plain that heat and cold cannot abide together, and that heat cannot enkindle him who is in coldness unless the coldness be first dispelled, nor can coldness flow into him who is in heat, unless the heat be first removed. Hence it is that there can be no inward love between married partners that are spiritual and natural, but that on the part of the spiritual married partner there can be love emulative of inward love, as was said in an article above. 2. But there can be no inward love between two natural married partners, because both are cold. If they are warm, it is from the unchaste. They can, nevertheless, even with separate minds, dwell together in the house, and also assume looks as of love and friendship towards each other, however mutually discordant their minds. With them external affections, which for the most part are of wealth and possessions, or honours and dignities, may be as it were ardent, and because this ardency induces fear for the loss of them, conjugal simulations are to them necessities, which are chiefly those mentioned in sections 15 to 17 below. Other causes enumerated with these may have something in common with the causes that concern the spiritual man, of which above at n. 280, but only in case prudence with the natural man savours of intelligence. 282. 11. That they are for the sake of amendment and for accommodation. That the conjugal simulations which are appearances of love and friendship between married partners disagreeing in mind are for the sake of amendment is because a spiritual man joined to a natural by the matrimonial covenant has no other intention than amendment of life, which is promoted on his or her part by wise and refined conversation, and by favour soothing to the peculiar disposition of the other. And if these fall upon the ears and manners in vain, then he or she strives for accommodations, for the preservation of order in domestic affairs, for mutual aid, and for the sake of infants and children, and such things. For the words and deeds that proceed from a spiritual man savour of justice and judgment, as has been shown above, n. 280. 2. But with married partners, of whom neither is spiritual but both are natural, the like may take place, but for other ends. If for the sake of amendment and accommodation, it is to the end that either may be brought into similarity of manners with him or herself, and be subordinated to his or her desires, or with a view to some services that they may be of advantage to his or her own, or for the sake of peace in the house, or of the good name out of the house, or for the sake of favours hoped for from the married partners, or from his or her relations, and for other ends. But with some they come from the prudence of their reason, with some from native civility, with some from the delights of desires familiar from birth, the loss of which is feared, besides many ends from which the favours received as if of conjugal love become more or less feigned. There are also attentions as if of conjugal love, shown out of the house and none within the house. But these look to the good name of each as an end, and if not to this they are just for show. 283. 12. That they are for the sake of preserving order in domestic affairs, and for mutual help. Every house where there are children with their instructors, and other domestics, is a society emulative of the large society. This in fact has its existence from such, as a whole from its parts, and just as the welfare of a great society depends upon order, so does the welfare of this small society depend upon order. Wherefore, just as it concerns the magistrates in a composite society to see and provide that order shall exist and be preserved, so does it concern married partners in their particular society. But this order cannot be if the husband and wife disagree in mind, for then mutual counsel and mutual aid are, like their minds, distraught and dissevered, and the form of the small society is thus rent asunder. Therefore, for the preservation of order, and thereby to provide at once for themselves and for their household, or for their household and at the same time for themselves, that they do not come to hurt and rush to destruction, necessity requires that the master and mistress of the house agree and make one, that if this cannot be, on account of mental difference, still, in order that it may be well it ought to be done, and it also is becoming that this should be done, by representative conjugal friendship. That thereby harmony is secured in houses, for the sake of necessities and thence of utilities, is known. 284:13, that they are for the sake of the unanimous care of infants, and in respect to children. That there are conjugal simulations between married partners which are appearances of love and friendship, resembling those truly conjugal, for the sake of infants and children, is very well known. Their common love for these disposes each married partner to regard the other with kindness and with goodwill. The love of infants and children with the mother and father conjoins themselves as the heart and the lungs in the breast. The love of them with the mother is as the heart there, and the love towards them with the father is as the lungs there. The reason for the comparison is that the heart corresponds to love, and the lungs to the understanding, and love from the will is with the mother, and love from the understanding is with the father. With spiritual men there is a conjugal conjunction through this love, from justice and judgment from justice, because the mother carried them in the womb, with suffering brought them forth, and afterwards with unwearying care suckles, feeds, cleanses, clothes, and brings them up. 285:14, that they are for the sake of peace in the house. Conjugal simulations or outward friendship for the sake of peace and tranquility in the house are chiefly on the part of men, by reason of their natural characteristic, that what they do from the understanding, and the understanding, because understanding is thinking, is occupied with various things that disquiet, distract, and disturb the mind. Therefore, if there were intranquility at home, it would come to pass that their vital spirits would flag, and their interior life sink as it were into death, and thus their health, both of body and mind, be destroyed. The minds of men are beset with fears of these perils, and of many others, in case there were no asylum at home, with their wives, to calm the disturbance of the understanding. 2. Moreover, peace and tranquility make the mind serene, and dispose them gratefully to receive the kindnesses offered by their wives, who employ every means to dispel clouds, which they are keen to see, from the minds of their husbands, and these things also make their presence grateful. It is therefore plain that the simulation of a love truly conjugal is a necessity, and also of use, for the peace and tranquility of the house. Add to this that with wives simulations are not as with men, and if they appear alike it is from real love, because they are born loves of the understanding of men, and therefore gratefully accept the favors of their husbands, if not with the mouth yet with the heart. 286:15, that they are for the sake of reputation out of the house. The fortunes of men for the most part depend upon their reputation, that they are just, sincere, and upright, and this reputation also depends upon the wife, who knows his private life. If therefore the discordance of their minds should break forth into open enmity, quarrels, and threatenings of hatred, and these were noised abroad by the wife and her friends, and by the servants, they would easily be turned into revilings which would besmirch his name and be of bad repute. To avert such evils no other means are available but either to pay simulated court to the wife, or that they be separated as to the house. 287:16, that they are for the sake of various favors, expected from the married partner or from his or her kindred, and thus for fear of the loss of them. This takes place, especially, in marriages of dissimilar station and condition, of which above at n. 250. As when a wealthy wife is taken, and she puts away her money in bags, or puts out her treasure on mortgage, and more yet, if she insists boldly that the husband is in duty bound to support the household out of his own property and income. That similitudes as if of conjugal love are thence resorted to by compulsion is commonly known. The like takes place when a wife is taken whose parents, kindred, and friends are high in office, in lucrative business, or in mercantile occupations, who are able to arrange for her a more prosperous condition, that for the sake of this also there are simulations as if of conjugal love is commonly known. That in both cases they are for the fear of the loss of them is obvious. 288:17, that they are for the sake of having blemishes excused, and thus for avoidance of disrepute. The blemishes on account of which married partners fear disrepute are numerous, some serious, and some not serious. There are blemishes of the mind and blemishes of the body less grievous than those enumerated in a former chapter, N. 252, 253, which are causes of separation. The blemishes meant here, therefore, are those that are borne in silence by the other married partner, to avoid disgrace. Besides, with some there are incidental offences which would be subject to penalties of the law if divulged, not to speak of defect of the ability in which men are wont to glory. That excusings of such blemishes, for the avoidance of disgrace, are causes of simulation of love and friendship with a married partner is manifest without further confirmation. 289:18, that they are for the sake of reconciliation. It is known in the world that between married partners who from various causes are of discordant minds there are alternate dissensions and confidences, alienations, and conjunctions, yea, quarrels and adjustments, and thus reconciliations, and that then apparent friendships are restored. There are also reconciliations which are effected after separations, which are not thus alternate and transitory. 290:19, that if on the part of the wife goodwill towards the man does not cease when faculty ceases with him, there may spring up a friendship emulating conjugal friendship as they grow old. The chief of the causes of the separation of minds between married partners is decreasing goodwill on the part of the wife as faculty wanes with the man, and thence decrease of love. For in like manner as states of heat communicate with each other, so also do states of coldness. That from failure of love with both of them friendship fails, and, if domestic ruin is not feared, goodwill also, is evident from reason and from experience. If then the man tacitly imputes to himself the cause, and the wife abides still in chaste goodwill towards him, there may result thence a friendship which, as it is between married partners, appears like a love emulating conjugal love. That there may be friendship as of that love between aged married partners is attested by experience as to the tranquility, security, amiability, and abundant comity of their close companionship, interaction, and consociation. 291:20, that there are different kinds of apparent love and friendship between married partners, one of whom is subjugated, and is therefore subject to the other. It is among the things known in the world at the present day that, after the first period of married life has passed, emulations spring up between married partners in respect to right and authority as respects right, in that according to the conditions of the covenant made there is equality, and each has dignity in the duties of his or her function, and as to authority, in that superiority is insisted on by men in all affairs of the house because they are men, and women are held to be inferior, because they are women. Such rivalries familiar at this day arise from no other source than that there is no consciousness of love truly conjugal and no sensible perception of the beatitudes of that love, from the absence of which, instead of that love there is lust, which counterfeits that love. From this lust, genuine love being absent, there issues a striving for power, which in some is from the delight of the love of ruling, with some has been implanted by artful women before the wedding, and to some is unknown. 2. Men, who are in this striving, and after the vicissitudes of emulation obtain the mastery, either reduce their wives to be their rightful possession or reduce them into obedience to their will, or into bondage, each man according the degree and the peculiar state of the striving inherent and latent in himself. But if wives are in this ambition, and after the turns of emulation obtain the mastery, they either bring their husbands into equality of right with themselves, or into obedience to their will, or into bondage. But as there remains with wives, after the fasces of authority have been won by them, the lust which counterfeits conjugal love being restrained by law, and by the fear of legitimate separation in case they extend their authority beyond what is allowable, to what is not allowable they lead therefore a consociate life with their husbands. 3. But what kind of love and friendship there is between a dominating wife and a servile husband, or between a dominating husband and a subservient wife cannot be described in a few words. Yea, if their differences were brought together in species, and these recounted, pages would not suffice. For they are various and diverse, according to the nature of the ambition with men, similarly various with the wives, and those of men are diverse from those that are with women. For such men are in no friendship of love but what is fatuous, and such wives are in the friendship of spurious love from lust. But it shall be told now in the following section by what art wives acquire power over men. 292:21, that there are infernal marriages in the world, between married partners who inwardly are the bitterest enemies and outwardly like most intimate friends. I am indeed forbidden by wives of such sort who are in the spiritual world to set these marriages in public light, for they fear lest at the same time their art of gaining power over men should be divulged, which yet they are exceedingly anxious should be concealed. But as by men in that world I am urged to disclose the causes of their intestine hatred, and of the fury as it were excited in their hearts against their wives on account of their clandestine arts, I will merely relate the following. Men have told me that, unconsciously, they contracted a terrible fear of their wives, on account of which they could not but be most slavishly obedient to their will, more obsequious to their nod than the vilest slaves, so that they became as if spiritless. And that not only did men not placed in dignity become so before their wives, but also men of exalted station, yea, valiant and renowned generals. And they said that after this terror was contracted they could not hazard to speak to their wives except in a friendly way, nor to do otherwise than according to their good pleasure, although in their hearts they cherished deadly hatred against them, and yet that their wives talked and acted courteously with them, and listened compliantly to some of their requests. 2. And now, as the men themselves greatly wondered whence there sprang up such antipathy in their internals and such apparent sympathy in externals, they have searched into the causes, from women to whom the secret art was known, and they said that they received it out of the mouths of these, that women conceal deeply with themselves the knowledge by which they understand how to subject men, if they will, to the yoke of their authority. And that with unmanly wives it is done by alternate scolding and favouring, with others of them by hard and unpleasant looks continually, and by other means with others. But by wives of refined manners it is done by obstinate pressing of their requests, never by turns intermitted, and by pertinacious opposition to their husbands if they suffer hard things from them, insisting upon their right of equality by law, from which they boldly render themselves stubborn, yea, that if cast out of the house they will return at their pleasure, and persist in the like demands. For they know that men from their nature can by no means withstand the obstinate persistency of their wives, and that after surrender to their will they submit themselves, and then the wives show themselves civil and bland to the husbands under their authority. The real cause of the domination of wives through this craft is that man acts from the understanding and woman from the will, and the will can be persistent but the understanding cannot. It was told me that the worst of this kind, who are inwardly corroded with the ambition to rule, can hold tenaciously to their obstinate determination even to a struggle for life. 3. I have also heard the excuses offered by those women why they entered into the practice of this art. They said they would not have entered into it if they had not foreseen supreme contempt and future rejection, and hence their ruin, if they were subjugated by their husbands, and so of necessity they took up these their arms. To this they added this warning to men, that they should leave to wives their rights, and that when alternately they are in coldness they should not count them viler than slaves. They also said that many of their sex are not in condition to employ this art, from innate timidity. But I added, from innate modesty. From these experiences it is now made known what is meant by infernal marriages in the world, between married partners who inwardly are the bitterest enemies and outwardly like the most intimate friends. 293. To this shall be adjoined two relations. The first is this, I was once looking through a window toward the east and saw 7 women sitting on a bank of roses by a certain fountain, drinking water. I looked intently to see what they were doing, and the intentness of my gaze affected them. Whereupon one of them by nod invited me, and I left the house and speedily went to them. When I arrived, I asked politely from whence they came. They said, "We are wives, and are having a conversation here about the delights of conjugal love, and from much confirmation we conclude that those delights are also the delights of wisdom." This answer so delighted my mind that I seemed to myself to be in the spirit, and thence to be in more interior and clearer perception than at any time before. Whereupon I said to them, "Permit an interchange of questions on these pleasantnesses." They nodded assent, and I asked, "How do you wives know that the delights of conjugal love are the same with the delights of wisdom?" 2. They replied, "We know it from the correspondence of the wisdom with our husbands to the delights of conjugal love in us. For the delights of this love with us are exalted and diminished, and are altogether qualified according to the wisdom with our husbands." On hearing this I asked them, saying, "I know that the caressing words of your husbands and the exhilaration of their minds affects you, and that your whole bosom delights therein, but I am surprised that you say their wisdom affects it. But tell me, what is wisdom? And what wisdom does this?" 3. To this the wives, indignant, responded, "You think we do not know what wisdom is, and what wisdom it is, and yet we are reflecting upon it as it is with our husbands continually, and learn it daily from their mouth. For we wives think about the state of our husbands from morning to evening. Scarce a little hour in the day intervenes in which our intuitive thought is entirely withdrawn or absent from them. On the other hand, our husbands think very little during the day about our state. Hence it is that we know what wisdom of theirs is delighted in us. Our husbands call this wisdom spiritual rational and spiritual moral wisdom. Spiritual rational wisdom, they say, is of the understanding and of cognitions, and spiritual moral wisdom, they say, is of the will and the life. And these two they conjoin and make one, and they conclude that the amenities of this wisdom are transcribed from their minds into delights in our bosoms, and from ours into their bosoms, and so return to wisdom their origin. For I then asked them, "Do you know anything more about the wisdom of your husbands causing delight in you?" They said, "We do." There is spiritual wisdom, and from this rational and moral wisdom. Spiritual wisdom is to acknowledge the Lord the Saviour as God of heaven and earth, and to acquire from him the truths of the Church, which is done through the word and preachings therefrom, whence results spiritual rationality, and from him to live according to them, whence results spiritual morality. Our husbands call these two the wisdom that in general brings about love truly conjugal. We have also heard from them the reason, that by this wisdom the interiors of their mind and thence of their body are opened, whereby there is free transit for the vein of love, from things first down to the last, upon the afflux, the sufficiency, and the strength of which conjugal love depends and lives. The wisdom of our husbands, spiritual, rational, and moral, in particular as to marriage, has for its end and scope to love the wife only and the putting off of every lust for others. And insofar as this end is attained, that love is exalted in degree and perfected in quality, and insofar also do we the more distinctly and exquisitely feel within us delights correspondent to the joys of the affections and the pleasantnesses of the thoughts of our husbands. 5. I asked afterwards whether they know how the communication is effected. They said, "In all conjunction by love there must be action, reception, and reaction." The delightful state of our love is acting, or action. The state of wisdom of husbands is receiving, or reception, and is also reacting or reaction according to perception, and this reaction is perceived by us with delights in the bosom, according as the state is expanded continually, and is prepared for receiving the things which in some wise are coherent with and hence go forth together with the virtue with husbands, and thus also with the extreme state of love with us. They said further, "Be careful that by the delights we have mentioned you do not understand the ultimate delights of that love. Of these we never speak, but of our bosom delights, the perpetual correspondence of which is with the state of the wisdom of our husbands." 6. After this there appeared from afar off as it were a dove with a leaf of a tree in its mouth, but as it came near, in place of a dove was seen a little boy with a paper in his hand. And coming up to us, he held it out to me, and said, "Read this to the virgins of the fountain." And I read these words: "Tell the inhabitants of the earth with whom you are that there is a love truly conjugal, the delights of which are myriads, scarcely any of which the world as yet knows, but it will know them when the church betroths herself to her Lord and marries." And then I asked, "Why did the boy call you a virgins of the fountain?" They replied, "We are called virgins when we are sitting at this fountain because we are affections of the truths of our husband's wisdom, and the affection of truth is called a virgin." A fountain also signifies the truth of wisdom, and the bank of roses whereon we are sitting signifies its delights. 7. Then one of those 7 twined a wreath of roses and sprinkled it with water of the fountain, and placed it on the boy's cap around his little head, and said, "Receive the delights of intelligence." Know that the cap signifies intelligence, and a wreath from this rose bed, the delights of it. And decorated with these the boy went away, and at a distance appeared again as a dove, flying, but with a chaplet upon its head. 294. The second relation. After some days I again saw the 7 wives in a rose garden, but not in the same that they were in before. It was a magnificent rose garden, no semblance of which had I ever before seen. It was round, and the roses there formed as it were a rainbow arch, its outermost circle, roses or flowers of a crimson hue, next within, others of a golden yellow, and within these others of a deep blue, and the innermost were of a leek green or bright green, and within this rainbow rose garden was a small lake of limpid water. Those 7 wives sitting there, before called the virgins of the fountain, seeing me at the window again invited me to them. And when I came they said, "Did you ever see anything more beautiful on earth?" I said, "Never." And they said, "Such a thing is created by the Lord in a moment, and it represents something new on the earth, for everything created by the Lord is representative. But divine, if you can, what it is." We divined that it is the delights of conjugal love. 2. Hearing this I said, "What?" The delights of conjugal love, about which, from wisdom and also with eloquence, you told so many things before. After I left you I told of your conversation to wives dwelling in our region, and said that now, being instructed, I know that you have bosom delights arising from your conjugal love which you can impart to your husbands according to their wisdom, and that therefore, with the eyes of your spirit you are regarding your husbands continually, from morning to evening, and study to incline and lead their minds to becoming wise, to the end that you may secure those delights. I related also what you mean by wisdom, that it is spiritual, rational and moral wisdom, and as to marriage, the wisdom of loving the wife alone and putting off all lust for others. But to these things the wives of our region responded with laughter, saying, "What is that? These words are trifles. We do not know what conjugal love is. If our husbands have any, still we have none. Whence its delights then with us? And as to the delights which you call ultimate, sometimes we violently refuse them, for they are disagreeable to us, scarcely otherwise than violations. Yea, if you observe us you will see no sign of such love in our faces. You trifle then, or jest, if you also say with those 7 wives that from morning to evening we are thinking about our husbands, and continually attentive to their good pleasure and caprice, in order that we may obtain from them such delights. These of their words I have retained, that I might repeat them to you, as they are opposed, indeed are plainly contrary to your discourse, which I heard from you at the fountain, and received with so much avidity, and also believed. 3. To this the wives sitting in the rose garden replied, "Friend, you do not know the wisdom and prudence of wives, because they entirely conceal it from men, and they conceal it to no other end than that they may be loved. For every man who is not spiritually but only naturally rational and moral is cold towards his wife. It is latent with them in their inmosts. This the wise and prudent wife exquisitely and keenly observes, and conceals in so much her conjugal love, and draws it into her bosom, and hides it there so deeply that not the least of it appears in her face, or voice, or gesture. The reason is, that in the degree that the love appears, the conjugal coldness of the man pours itself forth, from the inmosts of his mind where it resides, into its ultimates, and induces a total frigidity of the body, and a consequent effort towards separation from bed and chamber. 4. Then I asked, Whence comes such coldness which you call conjugal coldness? They answered, It is from their insanity in spiritual things, and every man who is insane in spiritual things is inmostly cold to his wife, and inmostly warm towards harlots. And as conjugal love and promiscuous love are opposite to each other, it follows that conjugal love becomes cold when promiscuous love is warm, and when coldness rules within him a man cannot bear from his wife any sensation of love, and thus no breathing of it. For this reason does the wife so wisely and prudently conceal it, and insofar as she conceals it, by denying and refusing, insofar the man is revived and restored by the inflowing wanton sphere. Hence it is that the wife of such a man has no bosom delights, such as we have, but only the pleasures, which on the part of the man are to be called pleasures of insanity, because they are the pleasures of promiscuous love. 5. Every chaste wife loves her husband, even the unchaste, but because only wisdom is recipient of that love, therefore the wife uses every effort to turn his insanity into wisdom, that is, that he may not lust after others besides herself, which she does in 1,000 ways, taking the greatest care that none of them shall be discovered by the man, for she knows well that love cannot be constrained but is instilled in freedom. Therefore it is given to women to know every state of mind of their husbands from sight, from hearing, and from touch, but it is not given to husbands, on the other hand, to know any state of mind of their wives. 6. A chaste wife can look at her husband with austere countenance, speak to him in a harsh voice, and even be angry and quarrel, and yet in heart cherish a gentle and tender love for him. But that these outbursts of anger, and these dissimulations, have wisdom for an end, and thence the reception of love with the husband, is plain from the fact that in a moment she can be reconciled. Moreover, wives have such means of concealing the love inherent in their heart and marrow, to the end that conjugal coldness may not break forth with the man, and extinguish the fire of his promiscuous heat also, and thus from green would make him a dry stick. 7. After the 7 wives had said these and many more things of the kind, their husbands came with clusters of grapes in their hands, some of which were of delicious flavor, and some of offensive taste, and the wives said, Why have you also brought bad or wild grapes? The husbands replied, Because we perceived in our souls, with which yours are united, that you were speaking with that man about love truly conjugal, that its delights are delights of wisdom, and also about promiscuous love, that its delights are the pleasures of insanity. The latter are the grapes of offensive taste, or wild grapes, but the former are the grapes of delicious flavor. And they confirmed what their wives had said, adding, The pleasures of insanity appear like the delights of wisdom in externals, but not in internals, altogether like the good and the bad grapes that we have brought. For the chaste and the unchaste have like wisdom in externals but altogether unlike in internals. 8. After this the little boy came again with a paper in his hand, and held it out to me, saying, Read. And I read this, Know ye, that the delights of conjugal love ascend to the highest heaven, and conjoin themselves on the way, and there, with the delights of all heavenly loves, and thus they enter into their felicity which endures to eternity. The reason is that the delights of that love are also the delights of wisdom. And know also that the pleasures of promiscuous love descend even to the lowest hell, and conjoin themselves on the way, and there, with the pleasures of all infernal loves, and thus enter into their infelicity, which consists in the deprivation of all the joys of heart. The reason is that the pleasures of that love are also the pleasures of insanity. After this the husbands departed with their wives, and accompanied the little boy even to the way of his ascent into heaven. And they knew the society from which he was sent, that it was a society of the new heaven with which the new church on the earth will be conjoined. 13. Concerning betrothals and weddings. 295. Betrothals and weddings, and the accompanying celebrations, are treated of here chiefly from the rational understanding. For the things written in this book have for their end that the reader may see its truths from his own reason and thus assent. For in this way his spirit is convinced, and the matters whereof the spirit is convinced take a place in the mind above those that enter from authority, and on the faith of authority, the reason not being consulted, for these enter no farther into the head than into the memory, and there are mixed with fallacies and falsities, thus they are below things rational which are of the understanding. Any man can talk from these things of the memory as if rationally, but preposterously, for then he thinks as a crab walks, the sight following the tail. Not so if he speaks from understanding. When he does this, the rational sight selects from the memory things suitable, wherewith it confirms the truth in itself. It is for this reason that in this chapter many things are adduced which are accepted customs, such as, that selection belongs to men, that parents are to be consulted, that pledges are to be given, that a conjugal covenant is to be entered into before the marriage, that this is to be consecrated by a priest, so also that there is to be a wedding celebration, and many other things, which are adduced to the end that man may from his own reason see that such things are inscribed on conjugal. Lovers are requisite to promote and complete it. The heads under which the subject is distinguished, in their order, are the following: 1. That selection belongs to the man and not to the woman. 2. That the man ought to court and solicit the woman respecting marriage with him, and not the reverse. 3. That the woman ought to consult her parents, or those who are in the place of parents, and then deliberate with herself before she consents. 4. That after declaration of consent pledges ought to be given. 5. That the consent ought to be established and confirmed by a solemn betrothal. 6. That by the betrothal each is prepared for conjugal love. 7. That by betrothal the mind of the one is conjoined to the mind of the other, in order that the marriage of the spirit may be effected before that of the body takes place. 8. That it is so with those who think chastely concerning marriages, but otherwise with those who think unchastely about them. 9. That during the time of betrothal it is not permissible to be bodily conjoined. 10. That when the time of betrothal is completed the wedding ought to take place. 11. That before the celebration of the wedding, a conjugal covenant ought to be entered into in the presence of witnesses. 12. That the marriage ought to be consecrated by a priest. 13. That the wedding ought to be celebrated with festivity. 14. That after the wedding the marriage of the spirit becomes also of the body, and thus full. 15. That such is the order of conjugal love, with its modes, from its first heat to its first torch. 16. That conjugal love precipitated, without order and its modes, burns out the marrows and comes to an end. 17. That the states of mind of each, proceeding in successive order, flow into the state of marriage, and yet in one manner with the spiritual and in another with the natural. 18. Because there is a successive order and a simultaneous order, and the latter is from the former and according to it. Now follows the exposition of these. 296. 1. That selection belongs to the man, and not to the woman. This is because the man is born that he may be understanding, but the woman that she may be love, and because, commonly, love of the sex is with men, but with women love of one of the sex, also for the reason that it is not unbecoming for men to speak of love, and to make it known, while for women it is unbecoming. Still, women have the freedom of choice of one of their suitors. As regards the first reason, that selection belongs to the men because they are born for understanding, it is on the ground that the understanding can see clearly what is suitable and what unsuitable, and discriminate between them, and from judgment select the suitable. It is otherwise with women, because they are born for love they have not the clear discernment of that light, and hence would have no determination towards marriage except from the inclinations of their love. If they have the knowledge for distinguishing men from men, yet their love is carried to the appearances. 2. As to the second reason why selection is with men and not with women, that, commonly, the love of the sex is with men, and with women the love of one of the sex, with those who have the love of the sex there is free circumspection and also determination. It is otherwise with women, who have inherent the love for one of the sex. To confirm this, if you like, ask of the men you meet concerning monogamic and polygamic marriage, and you will rarely come upon one who will not respond in favor of polygamic, and this is also the love of the sex, but ask women respecting these marriages, and nearly all, except prostitutes, will reject polygamic marriages, from which it is clear that with women there is the love of one of the sex, thus conjugal love. 3. As respects the third reason, that for men it is not unbecoming to speak of love and to make it known, and that with women it is unbecoming, this is self-evident, and it also follows from this that declaration too belongs to the men, and if declaration, selection also. That women have the freedom of choice from among their suitors is known, but this kind of choice is restricted and limited, while that of the men is unrestricted and unlimited. 297. 2. That the man ought to court and solicit the woman respecting marriage with him, and not the reverse. This is consequent upon the election being with him. Besides, to court and solicit women with reference to marriage is in itself honorable and decorous for men, but not for women. If women were to court and solicit, they would not merely be reproached, but also after their solicitations, would be reputed vile, or after marriage as wantons with whom there is no fellowship except cold and disdainful. Wherefore marriages would thus be turned into tragic scenes. Wives even turn it to their praise that they gave themselves up as conquered, at the earnest solicitations of the men. Who does not foresee that if women courted men they would rarely be accepted? Either they would be indignantly spurned, or enticed to wantonness, and would also prostitute their modesty. Besides, with men there is no innate love of the sex, as has been shown above, and without that love there is no interior charm of life, for which reason, to exalt their life by that love it devolves upon men to be complaisant to women, courteously, kindly, and deferentially wooing and soliciting them for this sweet addition by them to their life. The beauty of face, of body, and of manners, of that sex, beyond that of the male, also adds itself like the obligation of a vow. 298. 3. That the woman ought to consult her parents, or those who are in the place of parents, and then deliberate with herself before she consents. The parents should be consulted because they deliberate and counsel from judgment, knowledge, and love, from judgment, because they are advanced in age, and age improves the judgment, and it sees clearly things suitable and things unsuitable, from knowledge, of the suitor as well as of their daughter. Respecting the suitor they procure information, and respecting their daughter they know, they therefore conclude, at once with joint discernment, respecting both, from love, because to consult the good of their daughter, and to be careful for her home, is also to do the same for their own good and for themselves. 299. It would be quite another case if the daughter were of herself to consent to her client suitor, without consultation with her parents, or with those who are in the place of parents, for she could not from judgment, knowledge, and love weigh in the balance this matter on which her future welfare depends, not from judgment, because this in her is yet in ignorance in respect to conjugal life, and is not in a state to compare reasons with each other, nor to see clearly into the morals of men. From their mode of living, not from knowledge or information, because she is acquainted with but few things beyond the domestic concerns of her parents, and of some companions, and is unfitted to search into such matters as are private and personal to her woe, and not from love, because the love of daughters in this first marriageable age, and also in the next, waits upon desires from the senses, and not as yet upon longings from a chastened mind. 2. The reason why a daughter ought nevertheless to deliberate with herself upon the matter before she consents is lest she be influenced to unite with a man whom she does not love, for in that case she does not on her part add consent, and yet this constitutes marriage and initiates her spirit into that love, while unwilling or extorted consent does not initiate the spirit, but may the body, and thus convert chastity, which resides in the spirit, into lust, whereby conjugal love is corrupted. In its first heat, 304, that after declaration of consent pledges ought to be given. By pledges are meant gifts, which are confirmations, testimonials, first favors, and gladnesses after the consent. These gifts are confirmations because they are the tokens of consent, wherefore, when two covenant to anything it is said, give me a token, and of two who are espoused in marriage and have confirmed their promises by gifts, it is said that they are plighted, that is, confirmed. 2. They are testimonials, because these pledges are like abiding visible witnesses of mutual love, and thence are also memorials of it, especially, if they are rings, scent bottles, and lockets, which are suspended in sight, there is in them a certain representative image of the minds of the bridegroom and bride. These pledges are first favors, because conjugal love promises to itself everlasting favor, of which the first fruits are those gifts. That they are the gladnesses of love is known, for the mind is exhilarated at the sight of them, and because the love is in them these favors are dearer and more precious than any other gifts whatever. It is as if their hearts were in them. Because these pledges are supports of conjugal love, gifts after consent were also an established custom among the ancients, and after acceptance of them the two were declared to be bridegroom and bride. But it should be known that it is of their free choice whether to present the gifts before the act of betrothal or after it. If before, they are confirmations and testimonials of consent to the betrothment, if after it to the wedding also. 301.5. That the consent ought to be established and confirmed by a solemn betrothal. The reasons for betrothal are these: a. So that after this the two souls may mutually incline to each other. b. So that the universal love for the sex may be determined in each to one of the sex. c. So that the interior affections may be mutually cognized, and by applications in the inward cheerfulness of love may be conjoined. d. That the spirits of the two may enter into marriage, and be consociated more and more. e. That conjugal love may thus rightly progress from its first heat even to its wedding flame. f. That conjugal love may consequently proceed and grow up in just order from its spiritual origin. The state of betrothal may be likened to the state of spring before the summer, and its inward pleasantness to the blossoming of trees before fructification. Since the initiations and progressions of conjugal love proceed in order, for the sake of their inflowing into the effective love which begins from the wedding, therefore there are betrothals also in the heavens. 302.6. That by the betrothal each is prepared for conjugal love. It is evident from the considerations presented in the preceding section that the mind or spirit of the one is prepared by betrothal for union with the mind or spirit of the other, or what is the same, the love of the one with the love of the other. Besides this, it ought to be mentioned that upon love truly conjugal this order is inscribed, that it ascends and descends, it ascends progressively upwards from its first heat towards the souls, with an effort to conjunction there, and this by openings of the minds, continually more interior, and there is no love that more intensely labors for these openings, or which more powerfully and easily opens the interiors of minds than conjugal love, for the soul of each intends it. But at the same moment when that love is ascending towards the soul it is descending also towards the body, and is thereby clothing itself, too. But it should be known that conjugal love is of such quality in its descent as it is in the altitude to which it ascends. If it is in the height it descends chaste, and if not in the height, it descends unchaste. The reason is that the lower parts of the mind are unchaste, but its higher parts chaste, for the lower parts of the mind cleave to the body, but its higher separate themselves from them. But more may be seen on these subjects below at N 305. From these few considerations it may be seen how that, by betrothal, the mind of each is prepared for conjugal love, though each in a different way according to the affections. 303.7. That by betrothal the mind of the one is conjoined to the mind of the other, in order that a marriage of the spirit may be effected before that of the body takes place. As this is a conclusion from what has been said above at N 301 to 302, it is passed by without adducing further confirmations from reason. 304.8. That it is so with those who think chastely concerning marriages, but otherwise with those who think unchastely about them. With the chaste, who are those that think from religion about marriages, the marriage of the spirit precedes and that of the body follows, and these are they with whom the love ascends towards the soul, and descends from its height there, of which see above at N 302. The souls of these separate themselves from the unlimited love of the sex and devote themselves to the one, with whom they look to an everlasting and eternal union, and its increasing beatitudes as nourishers of the hope that is continually invigorating their minds. 2. But it is altogether otherwise with the unchaste, who are those that do not think of marriages and of their holiness from religion. With them there is a marriage of the body and none of the spirit. If anything of a marriage of the spirit appears during the state of betrothal, still this, if it ascends by the elevation of the thoughts respecting it, nevertheless falls back to the lusts which are of the flesh in the will, and so, out of the unchaste things there, plunges itself down headlong into the body, and pollutes the ultimates of its love with alluring odor, with the result that as it burned in the beginning, so suddenly it goes out and passes away into winter cold, whereby defection is hastened. The state of betrothal in their case does scarcely more than incite them to fill their lusts with things impure and to contaminate the conjugal relationship of love therewith. 305.9. That during the time of betrothal it is not permissible to be bodily conjoined. For thus the order which is inscribed upon conjugal love perishes. For in human minds there are 3 regions, the highest of which is called celestial, the middle region spiritual, and the lowest natural. Into this lowest man is born, but into its higher, which is called spiritual, he ascends by a life according to the truths of religion, and into the highest by the marriage of love and wisdom. In the lowest region, called natural, reside all the lusts of evil and lasciviousness, but in the higher regions, called spiritual, there are no lusts of evil and lasciviousness, for into this man is led by the Lord when he is born again, and in the highest region, called celestial, is conjugal chastity in its love, into this man is raised by the love of uses, and, as the most excellent uses are from marriages, by love truly conjugal. 2. From these truths it may be seen in brief that conjugal love, from the first beginnings of its heat, ought to be raised out of the lowest region into the higher region, that it may become chaste, and that thus out of the chaste it may be let down, through the middle region, and the lowest, into the body. When this is done, this lowest region is purified of its unchastities by the descending chaste, and so the ultimate of that love also becomes chaste. Now, if the successive order of this love is precipitated by conjunctions of the body before their time, it follows that man acts from the lowest region, which by nativity is unchaste. That thence begins and rises coldness towards marriage, and neglect with disdain towards the married partner is known. But yet there are various differences of results from too early conjunctions, as also from excessive protraction, and likewise from excessive hastening of the time of betrothal. But these, on account of their number and varieties, cannot easily be adduced. 306:10, that when the time of betrothal is completed the wedding ought to take place. There are solemn ceremonies which are only formal, and there are solemnities which are at the same time also essential. Among these are weddings. That they are among the essential things which ought to be solemnly published, and formally celebrated, the following reasons confirm: A. That the wedding make an end of the state before inaugurated by the betrothal, which was chiefly a state of the spirit, and the beginning of the following state to be inaugurated by marriage, which is at the same time of the spirit and of the body, for then the spirit enters into the body and acts there. Wherefore on that day they put off the state, and also the name of bridegroom and bride, and put on the state and name of married partners and consorts of the bed. B. That the wedding is an introduction and entrance into a new state, which is that the maiden becomes a wife and the youth a husband, and the two one flesh, which is brought into effect when love unites them by ultimates. That marriage does actually change the maiden into a wife, and the youth into a husband has been shown in former pages, as also that marriage unites the two into one human form, so that they are no more twain but one flesh. C. That the wedding is the entering into complete separation of the love of the sex from conjugal love, which comes into effect when through full opportunity for conjunction there takes place the close devotion of the love of the one to the love of the other. D. It appears as if the wedding only marks the interval between those two states, and thus that they are mere formalities which might be omitted, but there is nevertheless this essential also in them, that the new state, before mentioned, is then to be entered into according to the covenant, and that the consent is to be declared in the presence of witnesses, and to be consecrated also by a priest, besides other things which establish it, because weddings are essential, and because not until after them does lawful marriage take place, therefore weddings are celebrated in the heavens also. See above at N21, and after at N27 to 41. 307:11. That before the celebration of the wedding, a conjugal covenant ought to be entered into in the presence of witnesses. It is proper that a conjugal covenant be entered into before the wedding is celebrated, in order that the statutes and laws of love truly conjugal may be known, and may be kept in mind after the wedding, also that it may be a bond, holding their minds together to rightful marriage. For after some beginnings of married life, at times the state before betrothal returns, in which remembrance vanishes, and there steals in a forgetfulness of the covenant entered into. Yea, from enticements by things unchaste to things unchaste, there comes about an effacement of it, and if then it is recalled to mind, it is reviled. But, to avert these transgressions, society has taken upon itself the guardianship of this covenant, and has enacted penalties against those who break it. In a word, the premarital covenant makes public the sacred obligations of love truly conjugal, establishes them, and binds libertines to obedience to them. Add to this, that by this covenant, the right to propagate children, and the right of children to inherit the goods of their parents, is made legal. 308:12, that marriage ought to be consecrated by a priest. The reason of this is that, viewed in themselves, marriages are spiritual, and therefore holy. For they descend from the heavenly marriage of good and truth, and things conjugal correspond to the divine marriage of the Lord and the Church, and hence are from the Lord himself, and are according to the state of the Church with those who enter into the contract. Now, because the ecclesiastical order administer on earth the things which are of the priesthood with the Lord, that is, which are of his love, and thus those that pertain to blessing, it is fitting that marriages should be consecrated by his ministers, and because at the same time they are also the chief of the witnesses, it is proper that the consent to the covenant too should be heard, accepted, confirmed, and thus established by them. 309:13, that the wedding ought to be celebrated with festivity. The reasons are that the premarital love, which was that of bridegroom and bride, then descends into their hearts, and by its diffusion thence universally into the body the delights of marriage are felt, whence their minds have festive thoughts, and so far as they may and as it is becoming, let themselves out in festivities, to favour which it is proper that the festivities of their minds should go forth in communion with others, and they themselves be thus introduced into the joys of conjugal love. 310:14, that after the wedding the marriage of the spirit becomes also of the body, and thus full. All things that are done by man in the body flow in from his spirit. For it is known that the mouth does not speak of itself, but the thought of the mind by the mouth, and that the hands do not act, nor the feet walk, of themselves, but the will of the mind by them, consequently, that the mind speaks by its organ, and the mind acts by its organs in the body. It is therefore evident that, as the mind is, such are the words of the mouth, and such the deeds of the body. From this it follows, as a conclusion, that the mind by continual influx disposes the body to activities in conformity and synchronous with itself. The bodies of men, therefore, inwardly regarded, are nothing else than forms of their minds, organized outwardly to effect the behests of the soul. These things are premised that it may be perceived why it is that the minds or spirits should first be united with each other, as in marriage, before they are united also as far as the body, namely, in order that when marriages become of the body they may be of the spirit, so that, consequently, the married partners shall mutually love each other from the spirit and thence in the body. 2. Let us now look at marriage from this point of view. When conjugal love conjoins the minds of two and forms them into marriage, it then also conjoins and forms their bodies for it, for, as was said, the form of the mind is also interiorly the form of the body, with the only difference that this is outwardly organized for effecting that to which the interior form of the body is determined by the mind. But the mind, formed from conjugal love, not only is inwardly in all the body, round about, everywhere, but especially is inwardly within the organs devoted to generation, which are situated in their own region below the other parts of the body. In these the forms of the mind are terminated with those who are united in conjugal love, consequently the affections and thoughts of their minds are determined thither. In this the activities of their minds from other loves differ, they do not reach thither. The conclusion formed from this is, that, as conjugal love is, in the minds or spirits of two, such is it inwardly in these their organs. But that after the wedding the marriage of the spirit becomes also of the body, and thus full, is self-evident, consequently that if the marriage in the spirit is chaste, and partakes of its holiness, it is similar when in its fullness in the body, and the contrary if the marriage in the spirit is unchaste. 3:11:15, that this is the order of conjugal love, with its modes, from its first heat to its first torch. It is said, from its first heat to its first torch, because vital heat is love, and conjugal heat or love successively increases and at length is as it were in flame, or a torch. It is said, its first torch, because the first state after the wedding is meant, when that love is ardent. But what it becomes after this torch, in the marriage itself, has been described in preceding chapters, but in this part of the treatise its order is explained, from the starting point to this its first goal. 2. That all order proceeds from firsts to lasts, and that the lasts become the firsts of any succeeding order, and that all things of intermediate order are the last of a prior and the first of a posterior, and that in this wise ends go forth continually through causes into effects, might be sufficiently confirmed and illustrated to reason from things known and seen in the world. But, as here only the order is treated of in which love goes forth from its first starting point to its goal, these things are passed by, and on this subject only this is said, that as is the order of this love from its first heat to its first torch, such is it, and such it is continued, for the most part, in its progress afterwards. For in this progress it unfolds itself of such quality as its first heat was in itself, which, if chaste, its chasteness is strengthened in its progressions, but if unchaste, its unchasteness increases in progressing, even until it is deprived of all the chasteness in which it was outwardly and not inwardly from the time of betrothal. 3:12-16 That conjugal love precipitated, without order and its modes, burns out the marrows and comes to an end. So it is said by some in heaven, and by the marrows they mean the interiors of the mind and of the body. The reason why these are burned out, that is, come to an end, by precipitate conjugal love is that the love in such case begins with a flame, which eats up and consumes those immense sanctuaries wherein as in its beginnings, conjugal love should dwell, and from which it should begin. This comes to pass if the man and the woman precipitate marriage, without order, not looking to the Lord, nor consulting reason, throwing aside betrothal, and yielding only to the flesh, from the burning heat of which if that love begins, it becomes external and not internal, and thus not conjugal love, and it may be said to be of the shell and not the kernel, or of the flesh, lean and dry, because exhausted of its genuine essence. More on this subject may be seen in N 305, 313, 17, that the states of mind of each, proceeding in successive order, flow into the state of marriage, and yet in one manner with the spiritual and in another with the natural. That the ultimate state is such as is the successive order from which it is formed and exists, is a canon which in the learned world should be acknowledged, because of its truth, for thus it is discovered what influx is, and what its effects. By influx is meant all that precedes and composes what follows, and through the things following in order, the ultimate, as all that proceeds with man and constitutes his wisdom, or all that proceeds with a politician and constitutes his prudence, or all that proceeds with a theologian and constitutes his learning, in like manner all that proceeds from infancy and makes the man, so also what proceeds from the seed and the shrub and makes the tree, and afterwards from the blossom and makes the fruit. Just so all that proceeds with a bridegroom and bride and makes their marriage. This is meant by influx. 2. That all things which proceed in minds form series, and that the series bind themselves together, one beside the other and one after another, and that these together compose the ultimate. This has hitherto been unknown in the world, but it is here adduced because it is a truth from heaven. For by this it is discovered what the influx effects, and what is the quality of the ultimate, wherein the series just spoken of successively formed coexist. From this it may be seen that the states of mind of each, proceeding in successive order, flow into the state of marriage. But married partners after marriage are entirely ignorant about the successive things which are in their minds, instilled from things antecedent, and yet these are what give form to conjugal love, and make the state of their minds from which they act the one with the other. 2. A different state, from a different order, is formed with the spiritual from that with the natural, because the spiritual proceed in right order, and the natural in a wrong order, for the spiritual look to the Lord, and the Lord provides and leads the order, but the natural look to themselves and thence proceed in inverted order. The state of their marriage is for that reason inwardly full of unchastities, and as many as are the unchastities, so many are the states of coldness, and as many as are these, so many are the obstructions to immense life by which its vein is clogged and its fountain dried up. 3:14-18 Because there is successive order and simultaneous order, and the latter is from the former and according to it. This is adduced as a cause confirmative of the preceding. That there is what is successive, and that there is what is simultaneous, is known, but that simultaneous order is from the successive and according to it is not known. And yet how things successive insert themselves into the simultaneous, and the kind of order they form there, is extremely difficult to present to the perception, since there is not yet with the learned any idea that will serve for the elucidation of it, and as a first notion of this arcanum cannot be given in few words, and to present it here at length would draw minds away from a clearer view of conjugal love. It may serve sufficiently for illustration to quote what is briefly said. Respecting these two orders, the successive and the simultaneous, and of the influx of the former into the latter, in doctrine of the sacred Scripture, where are these words? 2. There is, in heaven and in the world, successive order and simultaneous order. In successive order one thing follows after another, from the highest even to the lowest. In simultaneous order, however, one thing is beside the other, from the inmost to the outermost. Successive order is as a column with steps from the highest to the lowest. Simultaneous order is as a work cohering from the center to the circumference. Successive order becomes simultaneous in the ultimate. In this manner, the highest things of successive order become the inmost of simultaneous order, and the lowest things of successive order become the outermost of simultaneous order. It is comparatively as if a column of steps by subsiding becomes a cohering body in a plane. Thus what is simultaneous is formed from things successive, and this is so in all things and in everything of the spiritual world, and in all and everything of the natural world. Cn. 38, 65, in that work, and very much more on the subject in Angelic Wisdom concerning Divine Love and Divine Wisdom, n. 205 to 229. 3. It is similar with the successive order to marriage, and the simultaneous order in marriage, that is to say, the latter is from the former and according to it. He who knows the influx of successive into simultaneous order can comprehend how the angels can see in a man's hand all the thoughts and intentions of his mind, and also how wives from their husbands' hands upon their breasts sensate their affections, which fact has been several times mentioned in the Relations. The reason is that the hands are the ultimates of man, into which the deliberations and conclusions of his mind are determined, and there make what is simultaneous. And therefore it is said in the word that it is written upon the hands. 3:15. To this are added two relations. First, I once saw not far from me an aerial phenomenon. I beheld a cloud divided into little clouds, some of which were of heavenly blue and some dark, and they appeared to me as if in collision with one another. Streaky rays flashed across them, which appeared now sharp like the points of swords, now blunt like broken swords, and the streaks now darted forwards, now withdrew into themselves, altogether like pugilists. Thus these small different-colored clouds appeared as if fighting with one another, but they were at play. And as the appearance seemed not far away from me, I lifted up my eyes and looked intently, and saw boys, young men, and old men entering a house, which was built of marble with a substructure of porphyry. The phenomenon was above this house. Then, addressing one of those who were entering, I asked, "What is here?" He answered, "A school, where young men are initiated into various matters that pertain to wisdom." 2. Hearing this I went in with them. I was in the spirit, that is, in a similar state to that in which men are in the spiritual world, who are called spirits and angels. And lo, in the school there appeared in front, a chair, in the middle, benches, at the sides, seats round about, and over the entrance, an orchestra. The chair was for the young men who made answer to the problem to be proposed at that time, the benches were for the auditors, the seats at the sides were for those who had answered wisely before, and the orchestra was for the elders, who were to be arbiters and judges. In the middle of the orchestra was a tribunal where sat a wise man whom they called chief teacher, who proposed the problems to which the young men were to make answer from the chair. After they were assembled, the man arose from the tribunal and said, "Answer now, I pray, to this problem, and solve it if you can. What is the soul, and what is the nature of it?" 3. At hearing this problem they were all surprised, and murmured, and some of the assemblage upon the benches exclaimed, "Who among men, from the Saturnian age to this our own, has been able to see and apprehend, with any rational thought, what the soul is, and still less what the nature of it is? Is it not above the sphere of the understanding of all?" But to this they replied from the orchestra, "It is not above the understanding, but within it, and before it, only answer." Then the young men chosen for that day to go up to the chair and answer to the problem arose. They were 5, who had been examined by the elders and found to excel in sagacity. They were then sitting on cushioned seats at the sides of the chair, and afterwards they went up in the order in which they Saturday. Each one when he ascended put on a tunic of silk of the color of opal, over this a toga of soft wool in which flowers were interwoven, and on his head a cap, upon the crown of which was a chaplet of roses encircled with small sapphires. And I saw the first thus clothed ascend, who said, What the soul is, and what is the nature of the soul, has not been revealed to anyone since the day of creation. It is a secret among the treasures of God alone. But this has been discovered, that the soul dwells within man as a queen. But where her court is, the learned seers have but conjectured, some, that it is in a small tubercle between the cerebrum and the cerebellum, called the pineal gland. They make the seat of the soul in this, because the whole man is governed from those 2 brains, and this tubercle disposes them, and, therefore, what disposes the brains it will regulate also the whole man, from head to heel. And he added, Hence this has appeared to many in the world as the truth, or as a probability, but after a time it was rejected as a figment. 5. When he had said this he put off the toga, the tunic, and cap, which the second of the chosen put on, and ascended to the chair. His statement respecting the soul was, In all heaven and in all the world it is unknown what the soul is, and what the nature of it is. It is known that it is, and that it is within man, but where is only conjectured. This is certain, that it is in the head, since there the understanding thinks, and there the will intends, and in the front of the head, in the face, are man's 5 organs of sense. Nothing gives life to all these but the soul which resides in the head. But where its court therein is, I do not venture to say, but have agreed with those who assign its seat in the 3 ventricles of the brain, now with those who assign it to the striated bodies there, now with those who assign it to the medullary substance of each brain, now with those who locate it in the cortical substance, now with those who place it in the dura mater. 6. For there have not been wanting white stones, as it were, for the confirmation of each seat, stones for the 3 ventricles in the brain, because they are receptacles of the animal spirits, and of all the lymphs of the brain, stones for the striated bodies, because these form the medulla through which go forth the nerves, and through which each brain is continued into the spine, and from this and from that go forth the fibers out of which the whole body is woven together. Stones for the medullary substance of each brain, because this is a collection and assemblage of all the fibers which are the rudiments of the whole man. Stones for the cortical substance, because there are the first and the ultimate ends, and thence the beginnings of all the fibers, and thus of the senses and motions. Stones for the dura mater, because this is the common covering of each brain, and extends thence by a kind of continuation over the heart, and over the viscera of the body. As for me, I am not more in favor of one of these conjectures than of another. I beg you to judge, and to choose which you prefer. 7. Having said this he descended, and passed the tunic, the toga, and the cap to the 3rd, who ascending to the chair said, What have I, a young man, to do with so lofty a theme? I appeal to the learned men sitting here on either side, I appeal to you wise men in the orchestra, yea, I appeal to the angels of the highest heaven, whether anyone, of his own rational light, can attain to any idea of the soul. But respecting its seat in man, I can like others conjecture, and I opine that it is in the heart, and thence in the blood, and the reason of my opinion is, that the heart by its blood governs both the body and the head. For it sends forth the great vessel called the aorta into all the body, and sends the vessels called carotids into all the head, whence there is the universal agreement, that the soul from the heart by means of the blood sustains, nourishes, and vivifies the whole organic system of the body and of the head. In support of this opinion may be added the expression heart and soul, used so many times in the sacred scriptures as, Thou shalt love God with all the heart and with all the soul, and that God creates in man a new soul and a new heart, Deuteronomy 6 verse 5, 10 verse 12, 11 verse 13, 26 verse 16, for Jeremiah 32 verse 41, Matt 22:37, Mark 12 verses 30 and 33, Luke 10 verse 27, and other places. And plainly, that The blood is the soul of the flesh. Leviticus 17 verses 11 and 14. On hearing this, some raised their voices and exclaimed, "Well spoken! Well spoken!" They were of the canons. 8. Then the fourth, having put on the vestments of this one, ascended to the chair, and said, "I also surmise that no one is of a genius so subtle and refined that he can discover what the soul is, and the nature of it. I am therefore of the opinion that, by him who would pry into this subject, subtlety is wasted upon vain efforts. And yet from boyhood I have remained confidently of the opinion in which the ancients were, that the soul of man is in the whole of him and in every part, and thus that it is in the head and in the least parts of it, and in the body and in the least parts of it, and that it was a groundless notion invented by the moderns to designate its seat somewhere, and not everywhere. The soul, moreover, is a spiritual substance, whereof extension is not predicated, nor place, but habitation and impletion. And who, when he speaks of the soul, does not mean the life? Is not the life in the whole and in every part? Many in the audience were favorable to this opinion. 9. After him the fifth arose, and adorned with the same insignia said this from the chair, "I do not stop to say where the soul is, whether in some part, or in the whole, everywhere. But from my stock and store I open my mind on the question, what is the soul? And of what nature is it? The soul is not thought of by anyone but as a pure something, which may be likened to ether, or air, or wind, wherein the vital from rationality is, which man has more than beasts. I have based this opinion upon the fact that when a man expires he is said to breathe out or give up the soul or spirit. And hence also the soul living after death is believed to be such a breath, wherein is the cogitative life called the soul. What else can the soul be? But as I heard you say from the orchestra that the problem concerning the soul, what it is, and the nature of it, is not above the understanding but in and before it, I beg and pray that you yourselves will unveil this eternal arcanum. 10. Then the elders in the armchairs looked to the chief teacher who had proposed the question, who understood from their beckoning that they wished him to descend and instruct. And he immediately descended from the tribunal, passed through the auditorium, and ascended to the chair, and then extending his hand he said, "Listen, I pray, who does not believe the soul to be the inmost and the subtlest essence of the man? And what is an essence without a form but a creature of the reason? The soul then is a form. But it shall be told what form. It is the form of all things of love and all things of wisdom. All things of love are called affections, and all things of wisdom are called perceptions. The latter are from the former, and thus with them make one form, wherein things innumerable are in such order, series, and coherency, that they can be called one. And they can be called one because nothing can be taken away from it and nothing added to it, so that it shall be such. What is the human soul but such a form? Are not all things of love and all things of wisdom essentials of that form? And these with man are in the soul, and from the soul in the head, and in the body. 11. You are called spirits and angels, and you believed in the world that spirits and angels are as winds or ethers, and thus minds and breaths. But you now see clearly that in fact you are really and actually men, who in the world lived and thought in a material body, and you know that the material body does not live and think, but the spiritual substance in that body, and this you called the soul, whose form you did not know. But now you have seen and see it. You all are souls, about the immortality of which you have heard, thought, said, and written so much, and you cannot die to eternity, because you are forms of love and wisdom from God. The soul then is the human form, from which nothing can be taken away, and to which nothing can be added, and it is the inmost form of all forms of the entire body. And as the forms that are without take both essence and form from the inmost, therefore you, just as you appear to yourselves and to us, are souls. In a word, the soul is the man himself, because it is the inmost man, for which reason its form is the human form, fully and perfectly, and yet it is not life, but the nearest receptacle of life from God, and thus it is a dwelling place of God. 12. Many applauded these words, but some said, "We will reflect upon them." I then went home, and lo, over that school, in place of the former phenomenon, a bright white cloud appeared, without streaks or rays contending with one another, which cloud, penetrating the roof, entered and illuminated the walls. And I heard that they saw writings, and among others this: Jehovah God breathed into man's nostrils the soul of lives, and man was made a living soul. Genesis 2 verse 7. 3:16. The second relation. Walking once, in tranquility of spirit and delightful peace of mind, I saw in the distance a grove, in the middle of which was an avenue extending to a small palace, and I saw maidens and young men, and husbands and wives entering. In the spirit I also went thither. And I asked a certain keeper standing at the entrance whether I too might go in. He looked at me, and I asked him, "Why do you look at me?" He answered, "I look at you to see whether the delight of peace which is in your face takes anything from the delight of conjugal love." Beyond this avenue is a small garden, and in the midst of it a house where are two newly wedded married partners, to whom friends of both sexes are coming today to wish them happiness. Those whom I permit to enter I do not know, but have been told that I shall know them by their faces. If I see in them the delight of conjugal love, I am to admit them and not others. All angels can perceive the delights of the heart of others from their faces, and the delight of that love which he saw in my face was because I was meditating on conjugal love. This meditation shone forth from my eyes, and thence entered the interiors of my face. He therefore told me that I might go in. 2. The avenue by which I entered was of fruit trees mutually conjoined by their branches, which formed a continued wall of trees on either side. I passed through the avenue into the small garden, which breathed a pleasant fragrance from its shrubs and flowers. The shrubs and the flowers were pairs and pairs, and I heard that such small gardens appear around houses where there are or have been weddings, and that they are therefore called wedding gardens. Afterwards I went into the house and saw there the two married partners, holding each other by the hand and conversing together from love truly conjugal. And it was given me then to see from their faces the very likeness of conjugal love, and from their conversation the vital of it. When, among the many, I had offered my congratulations and wished them happiness, I went out into the little wedding garden, and there saw on the right side of it a gathering of young men, towards which all who came out of the house were hastening. The reason why all were running to the place was that the discourse there was about conjugal love, and discourse on that subject by a certain secret power attracts the minds of all to itself. Then I listened to a wise man who was speaking on the subject, and what I heard was in brief this: 3. The divine providence of the Lord respecting marriages and in marriages, in the heavens, is in the most single things, and thence in things the most universal, because all the felicities of heaven spring from the delights of conjugal love, as sweet waters from the sweet current of a fountain. And for the same reason it is provided by the Lord that conjugal pairs are born, and that they are continually educated for marriage, the boy and the girl being ignorant of it, and that after the completed time, the then marriageable virgin and the then marriageable youth meet and see each other, somewhere, as if by fate, and then instantly, as by some instinct, they know that they are mates, and from a kind of internal dictate they think within them: the young man, she is mine, and the maiden, he is mine. And after this has been for some time in the minds of both, they deliberately address each other and are betrothed. It is said, as if by fate, and as if by instinct, but the meaning isn't by the divine providence, because this, when unknown, appears so, that conjugal pairs are born and are educated for marriage, unconsciously to both, he confirmed by the conjugal similarity visible in the faces of both, also by the inmost and eternal union of dispositions and minds, which could not be as it is in heaven unless foreseen and provided by the Lord. For, after the wise man had thus spoken, and the company applauded, he said further, the conjugal is in the very minutest particulars with man, both in the male and in the female, but still the conjugal is one thing in the male and another in the female, and in the masculine conjugal there is something conjunctive with the feminine conjugal, and vice versa, even in the most minute particulars. This he confirmed by the marriage of the will and the understanding in everyone, which two act together in the very smallest particulars of the mind and in the very smallest particulars of the body, from which it may be seen that the conjugal is in every substantial thing, even the least, and this is made evident by the composite substances that are composed of simple substances. For example, there are 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 cheeks, 2 lips, 2 arms with hands, 2 loins, 2 feet, and within man, 2 hemispheres of the brain, 2 ventricles of the heart, 2 lobes of the lungs, 2 kidneys, 2 testicles. And where there are not 2 they are yet divided in twain. The reason why there are 2 is because the one is of the will, and the other of the understanding, which act into each other marvelously that they may present a one, so that the 2 eyes make one sight, the 2 ears one hearing, the 2 nostrils one smell, the 2 lips one speech, the 2 hands one labor, the 2 feet one walking, the 2 hemispheres of the brain one habitation of the mind, the 2 chambers of the heart one life of the body by means of the blood, the 2 lobes of the lungs one respiration, and so on. And the masculine and the feminine united by love truly conjugal make one fully human life. 5. When he had said this, lightning, which was red, appeared on the right, and on the left, lightning which was white, both were mild, and entered through the eyes into the minds and also enlightened them. And after the lightning it thundered also, which was a gentle murmur flowing down from the angelic heaven and growing louder. Hearing and seeing this, the wise man said, These are a signal and monition to me that I should add this to what I have said, that the right of those pairs signifies the good of them, and the left signifies the truth of them, and that this is from the marriage of good and truth, which is inscribed upon a man as a whole and upon his every least part, and the good relates to the will and the truth to the understanding, and both together to a one. Hence it is that in heaven the right eye is the good of vision, and the left is the truth of it, the right ear is the good of hearing, and the left is the truth of it, and that the right hand is the good of man's power, and the left is the truth of it, and similarly with the other pairs. It was because the right and left have these significations that the Lord said, If thy right eye cause thee to stumble, pluck it out. And if thy right hand cause thee to stumble, cut it off. Matt 5:29-30, by which is meant that if good becomes evil it is to be cast out. So also that he told his disciples to cast the net on the right side of the ship, and that when they did this they took an immense multitude of fishes, John 21:6-7, by which he meant that they should teach the good of charity and thus would gather men. 6. After these words, 2 flashes of lightning appeared again, milder than before, and at the same time it was seen that the lightning on the left derived its brilliant whiteness from the ruddy fire of the lightning on the right, seeing which he said, This is a sign from heaven confirmative of what I have said. For in heaven the fiery is good, and shining white is truth, and that the lightning on the left was seen to take its shining white from the red fire of the lightning on the right is a sign showing that the brilliant whiteness of light, or light, is nothing else than the splendor of fire. On hearing this all went home, enkindled by those lightnings and by the discourse concerning them, with the good and truth of gladness. 14. Remarriage. 3:17. It may come into discussion whether conjugal love, which is of one man with one wife, can after the death of a married partner be separated, or transferred, or superinduced, so also whether remarriages have anything in common with polygamy, and may thus be called successive polygamy, besides many other questions which with reasoners are wont to add themselves as scruples to scruples. Therefore, in order that masters of casuistry, who reason in the shade about these marriages, may see some light, I have thought it would be worthwhile to present to the judgment the following propositions concerning them, viz. 1. That whether to contract matrimony again after the death of a married partner depends upon the preceding conjugal love. 2. That it depends also upon the state of marriage in which they had lived. 3. That with those who had not loved truly conjugal nothing stands in the way, or hinders their contracting matrimony again. For, that those who have lived together in love truly conjugal do not wish to marry again, unless for reasons apart from conjugal love. 5. That the state of marriage of a young man with a virgin is of one kind, and that of a young man with a widow of another. 6. Also that the state of marriage of a widower with a virgin is of one kind, and that of a widower with a widow of another. 7. That the varieties and diversities of these marriages, as to love and its attributes, exceed all number. 8. That the state of a widow is more grievous than the state of a widower. Now follows the explanation of these. 3:18. 1. That whether to contract matrimony again after the death of a married partner depends upon the preceding conjugal love. Love truly conjugal is as a balance in which inclinations to marry again are weighed. In the degree that the preceding conjugal love approximates to that love, the inclination to marry again recedes, and in the degree that the preceding love departs from that love, the inclination to marry again is wont to draw near. The reason is obvious, because conjugal love is in a like degree a conjunction of minds, which continues in the bodily life of one after the decease of the other, and this holds the inclination, like the tongue in the balance, and makes the preponderance according to the appropriation of true love. But as an approach to this love is rarely made at this day, unless for a few steps, the scale of preponderance of inclination commonly raises itself to the point of equilibrium, and from this point tends and inclines to the other side, that is, to marriage. 2. The contrary is the case with those whose preceding love in the former marriage drew away from love truly conjugal. The reason is, that recession from that love is in a like degree a disjunction of minds, which also continues in the life of the body of the one after the death of the other, and enters the will, disconnected from the will of the other, and causes an inclination to a new conjunction, in favor of which the thought, introduced by the inclination of the will, brings in the hope of a more united and thus more delightful cohabitation. 3. That the inclinations to remarriages take their rise from the state of the preceding love is known. And reason sees it also, for inherent in love truly conjugal is the fear of loss, and grief after loss, and this grief and that fear are in the very inmosts of the mind. Hence it is that just so far as that love is in them, so far the soul inclines, both in will and thought, that is in intention, to be in the subject with which and in which it was. It follows from this that the mind is held in poise as to another marriage, according to the degree of love in which it was in the former. Hence it is that the same are reunited after death and mutually love each other in like manner as in the world. But, as was said above, at this day that love is rare, and they are few who touch it with the finger, and those that do not touch it, and more yet, those that wander far away from it, as they longed for separation during the past life with the consort, which was cold, so after the death they desire conjunction with another. But more will be said of both of these in what follows. 319. 2. That whether to contract matrimony again after the death of a married partner depends also upon the state of marriage in which they had lived. By the state of marriage is not here meant the state of love, of which in the preceding section, because this causes an internal inclination for or against marriage, but the state of the marriage is meant which causes an external inclination for or against it, and this state with its inclinations is manifold. For example, A. If there are small children in the house and a new mother needs to be provided for them. B. If still more children are desired. C. If the house is large and equipped with servants of both sexes. D. If continual out-of-door occupations withdraw the mind from the affairs of the household at home, so that without a new mistress there is fear of trouble and misfortune. E. If mutual aid and mutual services are required, as in various kinds of business and occupation. F. Moreover, it depends on the peculiar qualities of the separated married partner, whether after the first marriage the one can or cannot live alone, or without a consort. G. The preceding marriage also either causes a fear of conjugal life, or favor towards it. H. I have heard that polygamous love, and the love of sex, also the lust of defloration, and the lust of variety, have led the minds of some into a desire for remarriages, and that the minds of some have been led by fear of the law, and for their reputation, in case they indulge in whoredom. Besides many other incentives which produce external inclinations to marriages. 323. That with those who had not loved truly conjugal nothing stands in the way, or hinders their contracting matrimony again. There is no spiritual or internal bond in the case of those who had not conjugal love, but only a natural or external bond, and if an internal bond does not hold the external together in its order and tenor, it does not endure, any more than a bandage with the fastening removed, which spreads out as it is cast down or disturbed by the wind. The reason is that the natural takes its origin from the spiritual, and in its existence is nothing else than a collection brought together by virtue of things spiritual. If then the natural be separated from its spiritual by which it was produced and as it were begotten, it is no longer held together from within, but only outwardly, by the spiritual that surrounds and binds it in general, but does not collect it nor hold it collected in particular. Hence it is that the natural separated from the spiritual with two married partners affects no conjunction of minds, and so not of their wills, but only a conjunction of some external affections which cohere with the senses of the body. 2. That with such there is no obstacle or hindrance to their marrying again is because they had not the essentials of marriage, and hence there are none with them after separation by death. Therefore they are then in entire freedom to bind their sensual affections, if a widower with whatever woman and if a widow with whatever man is agreeable and lawful. They themselves do not think of marriage otherwise than naturally, and of advantage for various external needs and utilities, which after the death of one can be restored again by another person in place of the former. And perhaps if their inward thoughts were seen through, as in the spiritual world, there might not be found in them any distinction between conjugal conjunctions and copulations outside of the conjugal. It is permissible for these to marry again and again for the reason given above. For conjunctions that are only natural are of themselves dissolved and flow apart after death, because external affections at death follow the body and are entombed with it, those remaining which are coherent with things internal. But it should be known that marriages inwardly conjunctive can only with difficulty be entered into on earth, because the choice of internal similitudes cannot here be provided by the Lord as in the heavens, because they are limited in many ways, as to equals in station and condition, or within the country, the city, and the village of their abode, and here for the most part external things serve to knit them together, and thus not internal, which do not come forth, unless some time after marriage, and only when these put themselves forth into externals do they become known. 321. For, that those who have lived together in love truly conjugal do not wish to marry again, unless for reasons apart from conjugal love. Why those who have lived in love truly conjugal do not desire to marry again after the death of their married partner is for these reasons. A. Because they are united as to souls, and thence as to minds, and this unition being spiritual is an actual adjunction of the soul and mind of the one to those of the other, which can by no means be dissolved. That such is the nature of spiritual conjunction has been shown here and there before. 2. B. That as to the body also they are united, through the reception by the wife of the propagations of the soul of the husband, and thus by the insertion of his life into hers, whereby the virgin becomes a wife, and on the other hand through the reception of the conjugal love of the wife by the husband, which arranges the interiors of his mind, and at the same time the interiors and exteriors of his body, into a state receptive of love and perceptive of wisdom, which state makes him from a young man into a husband, about which see above at N 198. 3. C. That a sphere of love from the wife and a sphere of understanding from the man flows forth continually, and that this perfects the conjunctions, and that this with its pleasant aroma surrounds them, and unites them, may be seen above at N 223. For D. That married partners thus united in marriage think and breathe what is eternal, and upon this idea their eternal happiness is founded, may be seen at N 216. 5. E. It is by virtue of all these realities that they are no more twain but one man, that is, one flesh. 6. F. That such a one cannot be torn asunder by the death of either is very manifest to the ocular vision of the spirit. 7. G. To these reasons may be added this, which is new, that the two are still not separated, after the death of the one, since the spirit of the deceased dwells continually with the spirit of the one not yet deceased, and this even until the death of the other, when they meet again, and reunite themselves, and love each other more tenderly than before, because in a spiritual world. From all this comes the irrefragable consequence, that they who have lived in love truly conjugal do not wish to marry again, and if they contract anything like marriage afterwards, it is done for reasons apart from conjugal love. And these reasons are all external, such as, if there are small children in the house, and the care of them must be provided for, if the house is large and equipped with servants of both sexes, if out-of-door occupations withdraw the mind from family affairs at home, if there are necessities for mutual aid and services, and other like reasons. 322. 5. That the state of marriage of a young man with a virgin is of one kind and that of a young man with a widow of another. By the states of marriage are meant the states of the life of both of the husband and of the wife, after the wedding, thus, as to the quality of their cohabitation during the marriage, whether it is internal, of souls and minds, which is cohabitation in the principal idea, or whether it is only external, of the lower mind of the senses, and of the body. The state of marriage of a young man with a virgin is itself initiatory to genuine marriage, for conjugal love between them can proceed in its just order, which is from the first heat to the first torch, and after that, from the first seed with the youth husband and from the flower with the virgin wife, and so can germinate, grow, and fructify, and thus introduce itself into those states mutually. If otherwise, then the young man was not a young man, or the virgin not a virgin, except in external form. Between a young man and a widow there is not a like initiation from the beginnings up to marriage, nor a like progression in marriage, since a widow is more at her own will and disposal than a virgin, and therefore a young man bestows his attentions upon a widow wife with another look than upon a virgin wife. But in these matters there are many varieties and diversities, for which reason only this general statement is made. 323, 6. Also, that the state of marriage of a widower with a virgin is of one kind, and that of a widower with a widow of another. For the widower has already been initiated into marriage life, and the virgin is to be initiated, yet conjugal love perceives and feels its pleasantness and delight in mutual initiation. A youth husband and a virgin wife are all the time perceiving and feeling what is new in the things that come to pass, whereby they are in a kind of perpetual initiation and thence in a lovely progression. It is otherwise in the state of the marriage of a widower with a virgin. The virgin wife has an internal inclination, but with the man that has passed away. But in these respects there is much variety and diversity, in like manner in the marriage between a widower and a widow, and therefore beyond this general notion it is not allowed to add anything specific. 324, 7. That the varieties and diversities of these marriages, as to love and its attributes, exceed all number. There is an infinite variety of all things, and their diversity also is infinite. By varieties here are meant differences between things of one kind or of one species, and also between genera and between species, and by diversities here are meant differences between things that are in the opposite. Our idea of the distinction between varieties and diversities may be illustrated by this fact: the angelic heaven, which coheres as one, is in infinite variety, not one there is absolutely like another, not as to souls and minds, nor as to affections, perceptions, and thence thoughts, nor as to inclinations, and thence intentions, nor as to the tones of voice, as to the face, body, walk, and many other things. And yet, though they are myriads of myriads, they have been and are arranged by the Lord into one form, in which there is full unanimity and concord, which could not be if all, so various, were not led by one, universally and singly. These are what we mean here by varieties. 2. But by diversities we mean the opposites of these varieties, which are in hell. For there each one and all are diametrically opposite to those that are in heaven, and the hell composed of them is kept together as one by the varieties among them, the very opposites to the varieties in heaven, thus by perpetual diversities. From these illustrations what is meant by infinite variety, and what by infinite diversity is evident. It is similar with marriages, in that there are infinite varieties among those who are in conjugal love, and infinite varieties among those who are in promiscuous love, and hence that there are infinite diversities between the latter and the former. From which this conclusion follows, that the varieties and diversities in marriages, of whatever kind and species, whether of a young man with a virgin, or of a young man with a widow, or of a widower with a widow, exceed all number. Who can divide infinity into numbers? 325, 8. That the state of a widow is more grievous than that of a widower. The causes are external and internal. The external everyone can see, as a. That a widow cannot provide the necessaries of life for herself and her household, nor dispose of what is acquired, like a man, and as was done before by the man and with the man. b. Nor can she protect herself and her house as is needful, for while she was a wife the man was her defense, and as it were her arm, and when she herself was so she yet relied upon her husband. c. That of herself she is lacking in counsel in such matters as are of interior wisdom and thence of prudence. d. that a widow is without the reception of the love in which she is as a woman, and so is in a state alien from that innate within her and into which she was inducted by marriage. 2. These external causes, which are natural, also take their origin from internal causes, which are spiritual, as do all other things in the world and in the body, about which see above at end 220. The external, natural causes are perceived from the internal, spiritual causes, which come from the marriage of good and truth, and chiefly from these facts of that marriage. That good cannot provide nor dispose anything except by truth, that good cannot protect itself except by truth, and therefore that truth is the defense and as it were the arm of good, that good without truth is destitute of counsel, because it has counsel, wisdom, and prudence by truth. 3. Now, as from creation man is truth, and by creation the wife is its good, or what is the same, as from creation the man is understanding, and from creation the wife is the love of that, it is clear that the external or natural causes which aggravate the widowhood of a woman take their rise from internal or spiritual causes. These spiritual causes, conjoined with the natural, are what are meant by the things said concerning widows in many places in the Word, as may be seen in Apocalypse Revealed, N 764, 326. To these things I shall add two relations. First, when the problem concerning the soul had been discussed and solved in the gymnasium, I saw them passing out in order, the chief teacher before them, and after him the elders, in the midst of whom were the 5 young men who made answer, and following them, the rest. And as they passed out they withdrew to the sides round about the house, where there were walks surrounded by shrubbery, and assembled there, they divided themselves into small groups, which were so many gatherings of young men conversing on matters pertaining to wisdom, in each of which groups was one of the wise men from the orchestra. Seeing them from my lodging I came into the Spirit, and in the Spirit went out to them, and I approached the chief teacher, who lately had proposed the question concerning the soul. When he saw me he said, "Who are you?" I wondered, when I saw you approaching in the way, that now you came into my sight and the next moment passed out of sight, or that at one moment you were visible to me and suddenly became invisible. You certainly are not in our state of life. To this I answered, smiling, I am not a player of tricks, nor of autumnness, but am an alternate, now in your light, now in your shade, and thus foreign and also native. 2. At this the chief teacher looked at me and said, You say strange and amazing things. Tell me who you are. I said, I am in the world in which you were, and from which you departed, which is called the natural world, and I also am in the world to which you came and in which you are, which is called the spiritual world. I am therefore in a natural state, and at the same time in a spiritual state, in the natural state with men on earth, and in the spiritual state with you, and when I am in the natural state I am not visible to you, but when in the spiritual state I am visible. That I am so has been given by the Lord. To you, O enlightened man, it is known that the man of the natural world does not see the man of the spiritual world, nor the reverse. Therefore when I let my spirit down into the body, I was not visible to you, and when I raised it out of the body I became visible. You also taught in your instruction in the gymnasium that you are souls, and that souls see souls, because they are human forms, and you know that you did not see yourselves, or your souls within your bodies, when you were in the natural world, and this comes from the difference that there is between the spiritual and the natural. 3. When he heard of a difference between the spiritual and the natural he said, What is the difference? Is it not as between the purer and the less pure? What then is the spiritual but a purer natural? I replied, the difference is not of that kind, but is as between prior and posterior, between which there is no finite ratio, for the prior is within the posterior as the cause is within its effect, and the posterior is from the prior as the effect from its cause. Hence it is that the one does not appear to the other. For, to this the chief teacher responded, I have thought and pondered upon this distinction, but hitherto in vain. Would that I could perceive it. I said, you shall not only perceive, but shall also see the difference between the spiritual and the natural. And then I added, you are in the spiritual state when with your own, but in the natural state when with me. For with them you converse in spiritual language, which is common to all spirits and angels, but with me you talk in my vernacular tongue. For every angel and spirit talking with a man speaks his language, thus French with the French, English with the English, Greek with the Greek, Arabic with an Arabian, and so on. That you may know, then, the difference between the spiritual and the natural as to language, do this: go among your own and say something there, and keep the words in mind, and with them in memory return and utter them before me. He did so and returned to me with the words to them in his mouth, and spoke them, and he did not understand one. The words were entirely strange and foreign, such as are not in any language of the natural world. By this experience, several times repeated, it was made clearly evident that all in the spiritual world have a spiritual language, which has nothing in common with any language of the natural world, and that every man comes into that language after death of himself. He then also found by experience, at the same time, that the sound itself of spiritual language differs so much from the sound of natural language that spiritual sound, though loud, could not in the least be heard by the natural man, nor natural sound by the spiritual man. 5. Afterwards I requested the chief teacher and those standing about to go in among their own and write some sentence upon paper, and to come out with the paper to me and to read it. They did so and returned with the paper in the hand, but when they read it they could not understand anything, since the writing consisted merely of certain alphabetic letters with flexions above, each one of which signified some sense of the subject. From the fact that there some sense is signified by each letter in the alphabet, it is evident whence it is that the Lord is said to be the Alpha and the Omega. When again and again they had gone in, had written, and returned, they came to know that their writing involved and comprehended things without number which no natural writing can ever express, and it was said that this is because the spiritual man thinks thoughts that are incomprehensible and ineffable to the natural man, and that these cannot flow into and be conveyed in any other writing and other language. 6. Then, as the bystanders were unwilling to comprehend that spiritual thought so greatly excels natural thought as to be relatively ineffable, I said to them, make the trial. Go into your spiritual society and think something, and retain it, and return and utter it before me. And they went in, thought, kept it in mind, came out, but when they would utter the thing they thought they could not, for they found no idea of natural thought adequate to any idea of spiritual thought, and thus no word to express it, for the ideas of thought become the words of speech. 7. And they went in again and returned, and convinced themselves that spiritual ideas are supernatural, inexpressible, ineffable, and incomprehensible to the natural man. And because they are so preeminent, they said that spiritual ideas or thoughts relatively to natural are the ideas of ideas, and the thoughts of thoughts, and that therefore qualities of qualities and affections of affections are expressed by them, consequently that spiritual thoughts are the beginnings and origins of natural thoughts. And from this it is plain that spiritual wisdom is the wisdom of wisdom, and thus is imperceptible to any wise man in the natural world. It was then told them, from the third heaven, that there is wisdom still more interior or higher, called celestial, the relation of which to spiritual wisdom is like the relation of this to natural, and that these flow in order, according to the heavens, from the Lord's divine wisdom which is infinite. 3:27. These things having been finished, I said to the bystanders, from these 3 proofs of experience you have seen what the difference is between the spiritual and the natural, and also the reason why the natural man does not appear to the spiritual, nor the spiritual man to the natural, although as to affections and thoughts and thence as to presence they are consociated. Hence it is, chief teacher, that on the way I was at one moment seen by you, and then again not seen. After this a voice was heard from the higher heaven saying to the chief teacher, come up hither. And he ascended and returned, and said that the angels like himself had not before known the differences between the spiritual and the natural, for the reason that there had not before been any opportunity for comparison with any man who was at the same in both worlds, and without comparison these differences are not known. 3:28. We then drew aside and talked further on this subject. I said, these differences arise only from the fact that you, who are in the spiritual world and therefore are spiritual, are in things substantial, and not in things material, and things substantial are the beginnings of things material. You are in principles, and thus in things single, while we are in things derived from principles, and composite, you are in particulars, we in generals, and as generals cannot enter into particulars, so neither can things natural, which are material, enter into things spiritual, which are substantial, just as a ship's cable cannot enter or be drawn through the eye of a sewing needle, or a nerve enter or be drawn into one of the fibers of which it consists, nor a fiber into one of the fibrils which compose it. This is also known in the world, wherefore it is agreed to by the learned, that there is no influx of the natural into the spiritual but of the spiritual into the natural. Now this is the reason why the natural man cannot think the thoughts which the spiritual man thinks, nor therefore speak them, and why Paul says that the things which he heard out of the third heaven were unutterable. 2. Add to this, that to think spiritually is to think without time and space, and that to think naturally is to think with time and space, for to every idea of natural thought something of time and space adheres, but not to any spiritual idea. The reason is that the spiritual world is not in space and time like the natural world, but is in the appearance of these two. In this respect the thoughts and perceptions also differ. Therefore you can think of the essence and the omnipresence of God from eternity, that is, of God before the creation of the world, because you think of the essence of God from eternity without time, and of his omnipresence without space, and so comprehend such things as transcend the idea of the natural man. 3. And then I related that once I was thinking about the essence and omnipresence of God from eternity, that is, about God before the creation of the world, and that because I could not yet remove spaces and times from the ideas of my thought I became troubled, for the idea of nature entered in place of God. But I was told, remove the ideas of space and time, and you will see, and it was given me to remove them, and I saw. And from that time I could think of God from eternity, and not at all of nature from eternity, because God in all time is without time, and in all space is without space, but nature in all time is in time, and in all space is in space, and nature with its time and space could not but begin and arise, but not God who is without time and space. Wherefore nature is from God, not from eternity but in time, that is, together with its time and at the same time with its space. 329. After the chief teacher and the rest had left me, some of the boys who also were at the exercises in the gymnasium followed me home and stood by me there for a time while I was writing. And lo, they saw a moth running over my paper, and asked in surprise, "What is this swift little animalcule?" I said, "It is called a mite. And I will tell you wonderful things about it. In so small a living thing there are as many members and viscera as in a camel. There are brains, heart, pulmonary organs, organs of sense, of motion, and of generation, a stomach, intestines, and many other things, and each one of these is woven together of fibers, nerves, blood vessels, muscles, tendons, and membranes, and each of these is woven together of still purer things that lie deeply hidden beyond the reach of every eye. 2. Then they said, "Yet the little living thing appears to us only as a simple substance." And I said, "Nevertheless, there are innumerable things within it. I tell you this that you may know that it is similar with every object that appears before you as one simple and least thing, as well in your actions as in your affections and thoughts. I can assure you that every single grain of thought, and every drop of your affection is divisible, even ad infinitum, and that insofar as your ideas are divisible you are wise. Know that everything divided is more and more manifold, and not more and more simple, because being divided and divided it approaches nearer and nearer to the infinite, in which all things are infinitely. This is a new thing that I relate to you, before unheard of. 3. Having listened to these things the boys went from me to the chief teacher and requested of him that he would sometime propose in the gymnasium something new and unheard of as a problem. He asked, "What?" They said, "Everything divided is more and more manifold, and not more and more simple, because it approaches nearer and nearer to the infinite, in which all things are infinitely." He promised to propose it, and said, "I see this, because I have perceived that one natural idea is the containant of innumerable spiritual ideas, yea, that one spiritual idea is the containant of innumerable celestial ideas. Hence the difference between celestial wisdom, in which the angels of the third heaven are, and spiritual wisdom in which the angels of the second heaven are, and also between natural wisdom in which the angels of the ultimate heaven and also men are. 330. The second relation. I once heard a pleasant discussion among men which was about the female sex, whether any woman can love her husband who constantly loves her own beauty, that is, who loves herself on account of her form. They agreed among themselves first, that women have a twofold beauty, one natural which is of the face and body, and another spiritual which is of love and manners. They also agreed that the two kinds of beauty are quite often divided in the natural world and that they are always united in the spiritual world, for in the spiritual world beauty is the form of love and manners, and therefore after death it very often occurs that deformed women become beauties and beautiful women become deformed. 2. While the men were discussing the subject, certain wives came and said, "Permit us to be present, because knowledge teaches you the matter you are discussing, while experience teaches it to us. And you also know so little about the love of wives that it is scarcely anything. Do you know that it is the prudence of the wisdom of wives to conceal their love for their husbands in the inmost of their breast, or in the middle of their heart?" The discussion began, and the first conclusion by the men was, every woman wishes to appear beautiful in face and beautiful in manners because she is born an affection of love, and beauty is the form of this affection. A woman therefore who does not desire to be beautiful is not a woman who wishes to love and be loved, and thence is not truly a woman. To this the wives said, the beauty of woman dwells in soft tenderness, and therefore in exquisite sensation. Thence is the love of woman for man, and the love of man for woman. Perhaps you do not understand this. 3. The second conclusion of the men was, a woman before marriage wishes to be beautiful for men, but after marriage, if she be chaste, only for a man and not for men. To this the wives said, after a husband has tasted the natural beauty of the wife he no longer sees it, but sees her spiritual beauty and from this loves anew, and yet he recalls the natural but under a different aspect. For the third conclusion from their discussion was, if after marriage a woman desires to appear beautiful in like manner as before it, she loves men and not the man, for a woman loving herself for her own beauty is continually in the wish that her beauty be tasted, and as this no longer appears to the man, as you have said, she wishes it may be tasted by the men before whom it does appear. It is clear that she has the love of the sex, and not the love of one of the sex. At this the wives were silent, but murmured these words, what woman is so free from vanity as not to wish to appear beautiful to men also, at the same time as to her only one? Several wives from heaven, who were beautiful because they were heavenly affections, heard these things, and confirmed the three conclusions of the men, but added, let them love their own beauty and adornments only for the sake of their husbands, and from them. 331. The three wives, indignant that the three conclusions of the men had been confirmed by the wives from heaven, said to the men, you have asked whether a woman who loves herself for her own beauty loves her husband. We now on the other hand will consider whether a man who loves himself for his own intelligence can love his wife. Be present and hear. And they drew this first conclusion, no wife loves her husband for his face, but for the intelligence in his employment and in his manners. Know therefore that the wife unites herself with the intelligence of the man, and thus with the man. If then a man loves himself for his own intelligence, he withdraws his love from his wife to himself, whence comes disunion and not union. Moreover, to love his own intelligence is to be wise of himself, and this is to be insane, and is therefore to love his own insanity. To this the men responded, perhaps the wife unites herself with the ability of the man. The wives laughed at this, saying, ability is not wanting so long as the man loves the wife from intelligence, but it is wanting if he loves from insanity. Intelligence is to love the wife only, and to this lovability is not wanting, but it is insanity to love, not the wife, but the sex. You comprehend this. 2. The second conclusion was, we women are born into the love of the intelligence of men. If then men love their own proper intelligence, the intelligence cannot be united with its genuine love, which is with the wife. And if the intelligence of the man is not united with its own genuine love, which is with the wife, his intelligence becomes insanity from pride, and conjugal love becomes cold. What woman then can unite her love with cold? And what man can unite the insanity of his pride with the love of intelligence? But, said the men, whence has a man honor from his wife, if he does not magnify his own intelligence? The wives answered, from love, for love honors. Honor cannot be separated from love, but love can be from honor. 3. Afterwards they came to this third conclusion: you seem as if you love your wives, and do not see that you are loved by your wives, and thus that you love in return, and that your intelligence is the receptacle. If then you love your own intelligence within you, that becomes the receptacle of your love, and the love of one's own, because it does not tolerate an equal, never becomes conjugal love, but so long as it prevails, it remains promiscuous. At this the men were silent, but murmured, what is conjugal love? Certain husbands in heaven heard these things and thence confirmed the three conclusions of the wives. 15. Polygamy. 332. If the reason be sought why polygamic marriages have been utterly condemned by the Christian world, no one, endowed with whatever gift of acutely penetrating a subject by his genius, can clearly see the cause unless he is first instructed that there is love truly conjugal, that this cannot exist otherwise than between two, nor between two except from the Lord alone, and that on this love heaven is inscribed with all its felicities. Unless these knowledges proceed, and lay as it were the first stone, to no effect does the mind busy itself to draw out from the understanding any reasons, in which it may rest, and on which it may stand, as a house upon its stone or foundation, why polygamy is condemned by the Christian world. It is known that the institution of monogamic marriage is founded on the Lord's word that, whosoever shall put away his wife except for adultery, and shall marry another, committeth adultery, and that from the beginning, or from the first institution of marriages, it was ordained that two should become one flesh, and that man should not put asunder what God hath joined together. Matt. 19:3-11. 2. But although the Lord dictated these words out of the divine law inscribed on marriage, yet if the understanding cannot support it with some reason of its own, it may even, by turns to which it is wont and by sinister interpretations, get around that divine law and bring it into obscure ambiguity, and finally into an affirmative and negative, affirmative because it is according to the civil law also, and negative because it is not according to people's rational sight. Into this state will the human mind fall if it be not first instructed respecting the knowledges mentioned above, which shall serve the understanding as an introduction to its reasonings, which knowledges are, that there is a love truly conjugal, that it can exist only between two, that it cannot exist between two except from the Lord alone, and that upon that love heaven is inscribed with all its felicities. But these and many other things that relate to the condemnation of polygamy by the Christian world are to be shown in order according to the following articles. 1. That there cannot be any love truly conjugal except with one wife, consequently there cannot be true conjugal friendship, confidence, and potency, nor such a conjunction of minds that the two may be one flesh. 2. That thus it is only with one wife that there can be the celestial beatitudes, the spiritual satisfactions, and the natural delights which, from the beginning, have been provided for those who are in love truly conjugal. 3. That all these cannot be given except by the Lord only, and that they are not given to others than those who come to him alone, and at the same time, live according to his commandments. For, consequently, that there cannot be love truly conjugal with its felicities, except with those who are of the Christian Church. 5. That this is the reason why it is not permitted a Christian to marry more than one wife. 6. That if a Christian marries more than one wife he commits not only natural adultery but also spiritual adultery. 7. That the Israelitish nation were permitted to marry more wives than one, because with them there was not a Christian church and therefore they could not have love truly conjugal. 8. That the Mohammedans at this day are permitted to marry more wives than one, because they do not acknowledge the Lord Jesus Christ to be one with Jehovah the Father, and thus as the God of heaven and earth, and therefore cannot receive love truly conjugal. 9. That the Mohammedan heaven is outside the Christian heaven, and that it is divided into two heavens, a lower and a higher, and that none are elevated into their higher heaven but those who renounce mistresses and live with one wife, and acknowledge our Lord as equal to God the Father, to whom dominion is given over heaven and earth. 10. That polygamy is licentious. 11. That with polygamists there cannot be conjugal chastity, purity, and holiness. 12. That polygamists, so long as they remain polygamists, cannot become spiritual. 13. That polygamy is not a sin with those with whom it is a matter of religion. 14. That polygamy is not sin with those who are in ignorance concerning the Lord. 15. That of these, they are saved although polygamists who acknowledge a God and from religion live according to the civil laws of justice. 16. But that none from either of these heavens can be consociated with the angels in the Christian heavens. 333. Now follows the exposition of these. 1. That there cannot be love truly conjugal except with one wife, consequently there cannot be true conjugal friendship, confidence, potency, and such a conjunction of minds that the two may be one flesh. That at this day love truly conjugal is so rare as to be generally unknown has been stated several times above. That nevertheless it does actually exist has also been shown in its own chapter, and after that here and there in those that followed. But, apart from this, who does not know that there is such a love, which in excellence and delightfulness so transcends all other loves that they all seem relatively of small account? That it surpasses the love of self, the love of the world, yea, the love of life, experiences testify. Have there not been, and are there not, those who for the woman desired and solicited as a bride prostrate themselves on their knees, adore her as a goddess, and submit as the vilest slaves to her good pleasure? A proof that this love exceeds the love of self. Have there not been, and are there not, those who for the woman chosen and solicited as a bride count wealth, yea, treasures if they possess them as nothing, and who lavish them also? A proof that this love exceeds the love of the world. Have there not been, and are there not, those who for the woman chosen and solicited for a bride esteem their very life of no account, and crave death if she does not yield to their petition? And to this the many encounters of rivals even unto death testify. A proof that this love is greater than the love of life. Have there not been, and are there not, those who for the woman chosen and solicited for a bride have been made insane by refusal? 2. May one not rationally conclude from this beginning of that love with many that from its essence this love dominates over every other love as supreme, and that at the time the soul of the man is in it, and promises to itself eternal beatitudes with her who is his choice and solicitation? Who, wheresoever he may search, can discover any other cause for this than that he has given up his soul and his heart to the one? For if a lover while in that state were given the option to elect the most worthy, the most wealthy, and the most beautiful of all the sex from the universe, would he not spurn the option and hold to his chosen one? For his heart is hers alone. These things are said that you may acknowledge that there is a conjugal love of such supereminence, and that it exists while one only of the sex is loved. What understanding that looks with a keen sight at reasonings, in just connection, cannot deduce from this that, if from his soul, or from inmosts, the lover abides constantly in his love to her, he would realize those eternal beatitudes which he had promised to himself before consent and which he promises in consent. It has been shown above that he also does attain them, if he comes to the Lord and from him lives true religion. Who else than he enters into the life of man from above, imparts internal, heavenly joys, and carries them into their sequences? And this the more when at the same time he also gives constant potency. That there is no such love and cannot be because it is not with oneself, or this person or that, is not a valid conclusion. 334. Since love truly conjugal conjoins the souls and hearts of two, therefore it is united also with friendship, and through this with confidence, and makes them both conjugal, which are so eminent above other friendships and confidences that, just as this love is the love of loves, so also is this friendship the friendship of friendships, and the confidence likewise. There are many reasons why in truth it is so with its potency too, some of which are revealed in the second relation after this chapter, from which potency follows the continued perpetuity of that love. That by love truly conjugal two consorts become one flesh has been shown above in its proper chapter, n. 156 to 183. 335. 2. That thus it is only with one wife that there can be the celestial beatitudes, the spiritual satisfactions, and the natural delights which, from the beginning, have been provided for those who are in love truly conjugal. They are called celestial beatitudes, spiritual satisfactions, and natural delights because the human mind is distinguished into three regions, the highest of which is called celestial, the second spiritual, and the third natural, and with those who are in love truly conjugal. These three regions stand open, and influx follows in order according to the openings. And as the amenities of this love in the highest region are most eminent, they are perceived as beatitudes, and as in the middle region they are less eminent, they are perceived as satisfactions, and finally, in the lowest region, as delights. That these amenities are real, are perceived and felt, is established from the relations in which they are described. 2. All these felicities were provided from the beginning for those who are in love truly conjugal, because in the Lord there is an infinity of all beatitudes, and He Himself is divine love, and the essence of love is that it wills to communicate all its own goods to another whom it loves, and therefore together with man He created this love, and inscribed upon it the faculty of receiving and perceiving these felicities. Who is so dull and unreasoning in mind that he cannot see that there is some love on which are bestowed by the Lord all the blessings, satisfactions, and delights that can ever be bestowed? 336. 3. That all these cannot be given except by the Lord only, and that they are not given to others than those who come to Him alone, and live according to His commandments. This has been shown before in many places, to which it must be added, that because all these beatitudes, satisfactions, and delights can be granted only by the Lord, for that reason no other should be approached. Who else can be, since by Him all things were made that have been made? John 1 verse 3. He is the God of heaven and earth. Matt 28:18. No one hath ever seen the form of God the Father, nor heard His voice, except through Him. John 1 verse 18, 5 verse 37, 14:6-11. From these and very many other passages in the Word it is evident that the marriage of love and wisdom, or of good and truth, from which only marriages derive their origin, proceeds from Him alone. From this it follows that love with its felicities is given to no others but those who come to Him, and that it is given to those who live according to His commandments is because with them He is conjoined by love. John 14 verses 21-24. 337. For consequently, that there cannot be love truly conjugal except with those who are of the Christian Church. The reason why conjugal love, such as is described in its own chapter, N 57-73, and in those following it, that is, such as it is in its essence, is not with any but those that are of the Christian Church, since that love is from the Lord only, and the Lord is not elsewhere so known that He can be approached as God, also, because the love is according to the state of the Church with everyone, N 130, and a genuine state of the Church is from no other source than the Lord, and thus is with no others but those who receive it from Him. That these two are the first beginnings, introductions, and establishings of that love, has already been confirmed by such abundance of clear and conclusive reasons that it would be entirely superfluous to add anything more. That love truly conjugal is nevertheless rare in the Christian world, N 58-59, is because so few there approach the Lord, and among these are some who, although they believe the Church, do not live it, besides the many facts that are disclosed in Apocalypse revealed, where the state of the Christian Church at this day is fully described. But the truth nevertheless holds good that there cannot be love truly conjugal except with those who are of the Christian Church, and for that reason polygamy has also been absolutely condemned. That this also is of the Lord's divine providence is very clear to those who think justly respecting providence. 338, 5. That this is the reason why it is not permitted a Christian to marry more than one wife. This follows as confirmed from the things established in the preceding sections, to which it should be added that the genuine conjugal is inscribed on the minds of Christians more profoundly than on the minds of the Gentiles who have embraced polygamy, and hence that the minds of Christians are more susceptible to that love than the minds of polygamists. For this conjugal is inscribed on the interiors of the mind of Christians, because they acknowledge the Lord and His divine, and is inscribed upon the exteriors of their minds by the civil laws. 339, 6. That if a Christian marries more than one wife he commits not only natural adultery but also spiritual adultery. That a Christian who marries more than one wife commits natural adultery is according to the Lord's words that, it is not lawful to put away a wife, because from the beginning they were created to be one flesh, and whosoever shall put away his wife without just cause, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. Matt 19:3-11. Still more he that does not put away but retains his wife, and marries another in addition. This law, proclaimed by the Lord concerning marriages, derives its internal cause from spiritual marriage, for whatever the Lord spoke was in itself spiritual, which is meant by the saying, "The words that I speak unto you are spirit and are life," John 6 verse 63. The spiritual which is within these words is this, that by polygamic marriage in the Christian world the marriage of the Lord and the Church is profaned, likewise the marriage of good and truth, and moreover the Word, and with the Word the Church, and the profanation of these is spiritual adultery, that the profanation of the good and truth of the Church out of the Word corresponds to adultery, and that it therefore is spiritual adultery, and that the falsification of good and truth is so likewise, but in a less degree, may be seen confirmed in Apocalypse revealed, N 134. The reason why the marriage of the Lord and the Church would be profaned by polygamic marriages with Christians is that there is a correspondence between the divine marriage and the marriages of Christians, concerning which see above, N 83 to 102, which correspondence is altogether destroyed if wife is added to wife, and when that is destroyed the man consort is no longer a Christian. 2. The reason why the marriage of good and truth would be profaned by polygamic marriages with Christians is that marriages on earth are derived from that spiritual marriage, and the marriages of Christians differ from the marriages of other nations in this, that as good loves truth and truth good, and they are one, so is it with the wife and husband. If therefore a Christian should add wife to wife, he would disrupt the spiritual marriage within him, and thus profane the origin of his marriage and so commit spiritual adultery. That marriages on earth are derived from the marriage of good and truth may be seen above at N 116 to 131. That a Christian would profane the Word and the Church by polygamic marriage is because the Word viewed in itself is the marriage of good and truth, and likewise the Church in the degree that this is from the Word, see above at N 128 to 131. 3. Now since a Christian, because he knows the Lord, has the Word, and since the Lord places the Church in him through its means, it is obvious that he is more able than the non-Christian to be regenerated and of so becoming spiritual, and also of attaining love truly conjugal, for they go together. Since those from among Christians who marry more wives than one not only commit natural adultery, but at the same time also spiritual adultery, it follows that the damnation of Christian polygamists after death is more severe than the damnation of those who only commit natural adultery. To a question concerning their state after death I heard the answer, that heaven is altogether closed to them, and that in hell they appear as if lying in hot water in a bath-house in a bathtub, and that from a distance they thus appear, although they stand and walk upon their feet, and that it is so with them from inward frenzy, and that some such are cast into the gulfs that are at the borders of the worlds. 347. That the Israelitish nation were permitted to marry more wives than one, because with them there was not a Christian church, and therefore they could not have love truly conjugal. There are at this day those who think doubtfully respecting the institution of monogamic marriages, or the marriage of one man with one wife, and debate with themselves in their reason about it, thinking that because polygamic marriages were openly permitted to the Israelitish people and their kings, as to David and Solomon, they should in themselves be permissible also to Christians. But they have no distinct knowledge of the Israelitish and of Christian nations, nor respecting the externals and the internals of the Church, neither concerning the change of the Church by the Lord from external to internal. Consequently they know nothing from interior judgment respecting marriages. It must be kept in mind, in general, that man is born natural that he may become spiritual, and so long as he remains natural he is in night, and as in sleep, respecting spiritual things, and that then he does not even know the distinction between the external natural and the internal spiritual man. 2. That there was not a Christian church with the Israelitish nation is known from the Word. For they were looking, as they are still looking, for a Messiah who would exalt them above all nations and peoples in the world. Wherefore, if it had been said and were now said to them that the Messiah's kingdom is over the heavens, and from thence over all nations, they would have set it down among trifles. Hence it was that when the Christ, or the Messiah, our Lord, came into the world, they not only did not acknowledge him, but even atrociously put him away out of the world. From these facts it is evident that there was not a Christian church with that nation as there is not at this day, and they with whom the Christian Church is not are external and internal natural, and with them polygamy is not prejudicial, for it is inscribed upon the natural man, and he in fact perceives no other love in marriages than such as is of lust. This is meant in the saying of the Lord, Moses for the hardness of their heart permitted them to put away their wives, but from the beginning it was not so. Matt 19:8. It is said that Moses permitted in order that it may be known that it was not the Lord. 3. And it is known from his precepts, and from his abrogation of the rituals which served only for the use of the natural man, that the Lord teaches the internal spiritual man, from his precepts concerning washing, that it is the purification of the internal man. Matt 15:1, 17-20, 23:25-26, Mark 7 verses 14-23. Concerning adultery, that it is the lust of the will. Matt 5:28. Concerning the putting away of wives, that it is unlawful, and concerning polygamy, that it is not agreeable to the divine law. Matt 19:3-9. These, and many other things the Lord taught, which are of the internal and spiritual man, because he alone opens the internals of human minds and makes them spiritual, and he puts these within things natural in order that they also may derive a spiritual essence, as in fact they do if he is approached, and if the life is according to his precepts, which are in brief, that one should believe in him and shun evils because they are of the devil and from the devil, and do goods because they are of the Lord and from the Lord, and do both as if of oneself, and at the same time believe that they are done by the Lord through him. For the very reason why the Lord alone opens the internal spiritual man, and brings this into the external natural man, is that every man thinks naturally and acts naturally, and for that reason could not perceive anything spiritual and receive it into his natural if God had not put on the natural human, and made also that divine. From these considerations the truth is now evident that the Israelitish nation were permitted to take more than one wife because there was not a Christian church with them. 341:8, that the Mohammedans at this day are permitted to marry more wives than one because they do not acknowledge the Lord Jesus Christ to be one with Jehovah the Father, and thus as the God of heaven and earth, and therefore cannot receive love truly conjugal. Mohammedans, from the religion handed down by Mohammed, acknowledge Jesus Christ as the Son of God, and as a very great prophet, and that he was sent into the world by God the Father to teach men, but not that God the Father and he are one, and that his divine and human are one person, united as soul and body, according to the belief of all Christians from the Athanasian Creed. Therefore the followers of Mohammed could not acknowledge our Lord as any God from eternity, but only as a perfect natural man, and because Mohammed was of this opinion, and thence his disciple followers are of this opinion, and because they know that God is one, and that God is he who created the universe, they could not but pass him by in their worship, and this the more because they also declare Mohammed to be a very great prophet, neither do they know what the Lord taught. It is for this reason that the interiors of their mind, which in themselves are spiritual, could not be opened, since they can be opened only by the Lord, as may be seen just above at N 340. 2. The real reason why they are opened by the Lord when he is acknowledged and is approached as God of heaven and earth, and with those who live according to his precepts, is that otherwise there is no conjunction, and without conjunction there is no reception. There is the presence of the Lord with man, and there is conjunction with him. To go to him brings presence, and to live according to his precepts effects conjunction. And his presence only is without reception, but presence and at the same time conjunction is with reception. 3. Concerning these matters I will relate this that is new from the spiritual world. There, everyone is made present by thought about him, but no one is conjoined to another except from the affection of love, and the affection of love is instilled by doing his words and his pleasure. This fact, familiar in the spiritual world, takes its origin from the Lord, in that he is thus present and is thus conjoined. These things are said that it may be known why it is permitted Mohammedans to take more wives than one, that it is because with them there cannot be any love truly conjugal, which is only between one man and one wife, for the reason that they have not, from religion, acknowledged the Lord as equal to God the Father, and thus as the God of heaven and earth. That conjugal love is according to the state of the Church with everyone, see above at N 130, and in several other places in the foregoing pages. 342:9, that the Mohammedan heaven is outside the Christian heaven, and that it is divided into two heavens, a lower and a higher, and that none are elevated into their higher heaven but those who renounce mistresses and live with one wife, and acknowledge our Lord as equal to God the Father, to whom dominion is given over heaven and earth. Before anything is said in particular respecting these heavens, it is important that some things should first be said about the Lord's divine providence in relation to the rise of the Mohammedan religion. That this religion was received by more kingdoms than the Christian religion may be a stumbling block to those who think of divine providence, and at the same time believe that no one can be saved but he who is born a Christian. But the Mohammedan religion is not a stumbling block to those who believe that all things are of divine providence. They inquire and also discover wherein it is of divine providence. It is in this that the Mohammedan religion acknowledges our Lord as the Son of God, as the wisest of men, and as a very great prophet, who came into the world that he might teach men. But as the Mohammedans make the Quran only the book of their religion, and consequently Mohammed who wrote it is seated in their thoughts, and they follow him with a kind of worship, they therefore think little about our Lord. That it may be fully known that that religion was raised up by the Lord's divine providence, for the destruction of the idolatries of many nations, it shall be explained in some order. 2. First, then, respecting the origin of idolatries, before that religion there was the worship of idols in every country on earth. The cause of it was that previous to the coming of the Lord the churches were all representative. Such also was the Israelitish church, the tabernacle there, the garments of Aaron, the sacrifices, all things of the temple at Jerusalem, and the statutes also, were representative. And with the ancients the knowledge of correspondences, which is also the knowledge of representations, was the very knowledge of the wise, cultivated especially by the Egyptians. Hence their hieroglyphics. From this knowledge they knew what animals of every kind signified, as also trees of every kind, and what mountains, hills, rivers, and fountains, and what the sun, the moon, and the stars signified. By that knowledge they also had cognition of things spiritual, because the things that were represented, which were such as are matters of spiritual wisdom with the angels, were their origins. 3. Now as all their worship was representative, consisting only of correspondences, therefore they held their worship upon mountains and hills, and also in groves and gardens, and for that reason they consecrated fountains, and in adorations turned their faces to the rising sun, and besides made sculptured horses, oxen, calves, lambs, yea, birds, fishes, serpents, and set them up at home and elsewhere in order, according to the spiritual things of the church to which they corresponded, or which they represented. Similar objects they also placed in their temples, that they might call to remembrance the holy things of worship which they signified. In the course of time, when the knowledge of correspondences was obliterated, their posterity began to worship the sculptured images themselves, as in themselves holy, not knowing that the ancients, their forefathers, saw nothing holy in them, but only that they represented and therefore signified holy things, according to correspondences. Hence arose the idolatries which filled all countries of the world, the Asiatic with the surrounding islands, the African, and the European. For, that all these idolatries might be extirpated, it was brought to pass of the Lord's divine providence that a new religion should begin, accommodated to the genius of the Orientals, in which there should be something from each testament of the Word, and which should teach that the Lord came into the world, and that he was the greatest prophet, the wisest of all, and the Son of God. This was done through Mohammed, from whom that religion has its name. From this it is plain that this religion was raised up by the Lord's divine providence, and accommodated, as was said, to the genius of the Orientals, to the end that it might destroy the idolatries of so many nations, and give them some knowledge of the Lord before they should come into the spiritual world, which takes place after death with everyone, which religion would not have been received by so many kingdoms, and could not have extirpated their idolatries, if it had not been accommodated to their ideas, especially if polygamy had not been permitted. This was permitted also for the reason that without that permission the Orientals would have been inflamed with filthy adulteries more than Europeans, and would have perished. 343. The reason why the Mohammedans also have a heaven is that all throughout the whole world are saved who acknowledge God, and from religion shun evils as sins against Him. That the Mohammedan heaven is distinguished into two, a lower and a higher, I have heard from themselves, and that in the lower heaven they live with several wives and mistresses, as in the world, but that those who renounce mistresses and live with one wife are elevated into their higher heaven. I have also heard that it is impossible for them to think that our Lord is one with the Father, but that it is possible for them to think Him equal, as also that dominion is given to Him over heaven and earth, because He is His Son. This therefore is the faith of those to whom ascent is given by the Lord into their higher heaven. 344. It was once given me to perceive the quality of the heat of the conjugal love of polygamists. I spoke with one who occupied the place of Mohammed. Mohammed himself is never present, but a substitute deputed in his place, to the end that those recently from the world may, as it were, see him. This substitute, after some conversation with him from a distance, sent me an ivory spoon, and other things which were indications that it was from him. And at the same time communication was opened for the heat of the conjugal love of those who are there, and it was perceived by me as the fetid heat of a bathhouse, perceiving which I turned away and the channel of communication was closed. 345. 10. That polygamy is licentious is because its love is divided among several, and is the love of the sex, and is a love of the external or natural man, and so is not conjugal love, which alone is chaste. That polygamic love is divided among several is known, and divided love is not conjugal love, which cannot be severed from the one of the sex. That love is therefore licentious, and polygamy is licentious. That polygamic love is the love of the sex is because it only differs from it in being limited to the number that the polygamist can take to himself, and in being held to certain laws established for the public good, also in that it permits the addition of mistresses. And being thus the love of the sex, it is the love of licentiousness. Polygamic love is a love of the external or natural man because it is inscribed on that man, and whatever the natural man does from himself is evil, out of which he cannot be led except by elevation into the internal spiritual man, which is done by the Lord alone. And the evil respecting the sex which in the natural man is promiscuous, and because this is destructive of society, in place of promiscuity a similitude of it was introduced which is called polygamy. All the evil into which a man is born from his parents is implanted in his natural man, but none in the spiritual man, because into this he is born from the Lord. From the reasons that have been adduced, and from many others also, it may be seen clearly that polygamy is licentious. 346. 11. That with polygamists there cannot be conjugal chastity, purity, and holiness. This follows from the things established just above, and manifestly from what was shown in the chapter on the chaste and the non-chaste, especially from these things in that chapter, that chaste, pure, and holy are only predicable of monogamic marriages, or those of one man with one wife. N. 141. Also that love truly conjugal is chastity itself, and that thence all the delights of that love, even the ultimate, are chaste. N. 143 to 144. And moreover from the things which were adduced in the chapter on love truly conjugal, as from these things in that chapter, that love truly conjugal, which is of one man with one wife, by virtue of its origin and of its correspondence, is celestial, spiritual, holy, and pure, beyond every love. N. 64, and following numbers. Now, as chastity, purity, and holiness are only in love truly conjugal, it follows that they are not and cannot be in polygamous love. 347. 12. That a polygamist, so long as he remains a polygamist, cannot become spiritual. To become spiritual is to be elevated out of the natural, that is, out of the light and heat of the world into the light and heat of heaven. No one knows of this elevation but one who is elevated, and the natural man not elevated does not perceive but that he is elevated. The reason is that although natural he, equally with the spiritual man, can elevate his understanding into the light of heaven, and can think and talk spiritually. But if the will does not at the same time follow the understanding into that elevation he is not elevated, for he does not abide in that elevation, but after some moments lets himself down to his will and fixes his station there. It is said the will, but the love also is meant, because the will is the receptacle of love, for what a man loves he wills. From these few considerations it is evident that a polygamist, so long as he remains a polygamist, or what is the same, a natural man so long as he remains natural, cannot become spiritual. 348. 13. That polygamy is not a sin with those with whom it is from religion. Everything that is contrary to religion is believed to be a sin because against God, and on the other hand, everything that is with religion is believed not to be a sin because with God. And as with the sons of Israel polygamy was from religion, and is so likewise with the Mohammedans of today, it could not and cannot be imputed to them as a sin. Moreover, that it may not be a sin to them, they remain natural and do not become spiritual, and the natural man cannot see that there is any sin in such things as are of the received religion, this only the spiritual man sees. It is for this reason that, although from the Quran they acknowledge our Lord as the Son of God, yet they do not approach him but Mohammed, and so long as they do this they remain natural, and therefore do not know that there is any evil, nor indeed that there is any licentious, in polygamy. The Lord moreover says, "If ye were blind ye would not have sin, but now that ye say ye see, your sin remaineth." John 9 verse 41. Since polygamy cannot convict them of sin, they therefore after death have a heaven of their own, N 342, where they have joys according to their life. 349. 14. That polygamy is not sin with those who are in ignorance concerning the Lord. The reason is that love truly conjugal is from the Lord alone, and cannot be given by the Lord to others than those who know him, acknowledge him, believe in him, and live the life which is from him, and they to whom that love cannot be given do not know but that the love of sex and conjugal love are the same, consequently polygamy also. Add to this that polygamists who know nothing of the Lord remain natural, for man becomes spiritual from the Lord only, and to the natural man that is not imputed as a sin which is according to the laws of his religion and at the same time of society. He also acts according to his reason, and the reason of the natural man is in utter thick darkness respecting love truly conjugal, and this love in its excellency is spiritual. And yet their reason is taught, by experience, that it is for the public and private peace that promiscuous lust, in general, should be restricted, and relegated to everyone within his own house. Hence is polygamy. 350. It is known that man is born viler than a beast. All beasts are born into the knowledges corresponding to the love of their life. As soon as they fall from the womb, or are excluded from the egg, they see, hear, walk, know their food, their mother, their friends and enemies, and not long after know the sex, and know how to love, and also how to rear their offspring. Man alone when he is born has no such knowledge, for no knowledge is carnate with him. He has only a faculty and inclination for receiving the things which are of knowledge and of love, and if he does not receive them from others he remains viler than a beast. Man is born such, to the end that he may attribute nothing to himself but to others, and finally everything of wisdom and of the love of it to God alone, and that thereby he may become an image of God, as may be seen in the relation at N 132 to 136. 2. From these considerations it follows that the man who does not know from others that the Lord came into the world, and that he is God, and who has only imbibed some notions of the religion and laws of his country, is not to blame if he does not think more of conjugal love than of the love of the sex, and that he believes polygamic love to be the only conjugal love. The Lord leads them in their ignorance, and under divine auspices providently conducts those away from the imputation of guilt who from religion shun evils as sins, to the end that they may be saved. For every man is born for heaven and none for hell, and everyone comes into heaven of the Lord and goes to hell of himself. 351. 15. That of these, they are saved although polygamists who acknowledge a God and from religion live according to the civil laws of justice. All, throughout the whole world, who acknowledge a God and live according to the civil laws of justice, from religion, are saved. By the civil laws of justice are meant precepts such as are in the Decalogue, which are, that a man must not kill, must not commit adultery, must not steal, must not bear false witness. These precepts are civil laws of justice in all kingdoms on earth, for without them no kingdom could endure. 2. But they are lived by some for fear of the penalties of the law, by some from civil obedience, and by some from religion also, and they by whom they are lived also from religion are saved. The reason is that then God is in them, and the man in whom God is saved. Who does not see that with the sons of Israel, from the time they went forth out of Egypt, it was among their laws that one must not kill, must not commit adultery, must not steal, must not bear false witness, since without these laws their community or society could not have subsisted. And yet the same laws were promulgated by Jehovah God upon Mount Sinai with a stupendous miracle. But the reason of their promulgation was that the same laws might also be made laws of religion, and so, that they should do them not only for the good of society but also for the sake of God, and that through doing them from religion for the sake of God they might be saved. 3. From these considerations it is evident that pagans who acknowledge a God and live according to the civil laws of justice are saved. For it is not their fault that they know nothing about the Lord, and consequently nothing about the chastity of marriage with one wife. For it is contrary to divine justice that they who acknowledge a God and from religion live the laws of justice, which are, to shun evils because they are sins against God, and to do goods because they are with God, should be condemned. 3:52-16. But none from either of these heavens can be consociated with the angels in the Christian heavens. The reason is that in the Christian heavens there is heavenly light, which is divine truth, and heavenly heat, which is divine love, and these two discover of what kind goods and truths are, as well as of what kind are evils and falsities. It is on this account that all communication between the Christian heavens and the Mohammedan heavens is taken away, likewise between them and the heavens of the Gentiles. If there were communication, none could have been saved but they who were in heavenly light, and at the same time in heavenly heat, from the Lord. Nay, nor could these have been saved if there were conjunction of the heavens, for all the heavens would be so shaken by the conjunction that the angels could not subsist. For from the Mohammedans the unchaste and licentious would flow into the Christian heaven, which could not be endured there, and from the Christian heaven the chaste and pure would flow into the Mohammedan heaven, which would be insufferable there. And then, by the communication and thence conjunction, Christian angels would become natural and thus adulterers, or if they remained spiritual they would feel what is licentious around them continually, which would take away all the blessedness of their life. Something like this would be the effect in the Mohammedan heaven, for the spiritual influences of the Christian heaven would continually surround and torment them, and deprive them of every enjoyment of their life, and moreover would instill that polygamy is sin, and they would thus be perpetually reproved. This is the reason why all the heavens are altogether distinct, so that there is no conjunction between them, except through the influx of light and heat from the Lord out of the sun, in the midst of which he is, and this influx enlightens and vivifies everyone according to reception, and the reception is according to the religion. There is this communication, but not of the heavens between themselves. 3:53. To this I will add two relations. First, I was once in the midst of angels, and heard their discourse. The discourse was on the subject of intelligence and wisdom. A man does not perceive but that both are in himself, and thus that whatever he thinks from the understanding or intends from the will is from himself, when yet not the least of it is from the man, except the faculty of receiving from God the things that are of the understanding and of the will. And because every man from birth is inclined to love himself, lest from love of himself and conceit of his own intelligence man should perish, it was provided from creation that this love of man should be transcribed into the wife, and that it be implanted from birth in her, that she shall love the intelligence and wisdom of her man, and thus the man, by which means the wife continually attracts the man's pride in his own intelligence to herself, and extinguishes it with him and vivifies it with herself, and so turns it into conjugal love, and fills it with amenities beyond measure. This is provided by the Lord in order that conceit of his own intelligence may not infatuate the man to such a degree that he would believe that he is intelligent and wise of himself, and not from the Lord, and thus eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and thence believe himself like God, and even a god, as the serpent, which is the love of one's own intelligence, said and persuaded, for which the man after eating was cast out of paradise. and the way to the tree of life was guarded by a cherub. A paradise, spiritually, is intelligence. To eat of the tree of life, spiritually, is to understand and have wisdom from the Lord, and to eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, spiritually, is to understand and be wise of oneself. 354. The conversation being ended, the angels went away, and 2 priests came, having with them a man who in the world had been an ambassador of a kingdom, and I related to them what I had heard from the angels. Hearing which, they began to dispute among themselves on the subject of intelligence and wisdom, and of prudence therefrom, whether they are from God or from man. There was a warm discussion. In heart the 3 alike believed that they are from man, because in man, and that the very perception and sensation that they are so confirms it. But the priests, who were then in theological zeal, said that nothing of intelligence and wisdom, and consequently nothing of prudence, is from man. And when the ambassador retorted, if so there is not anything of thought, they said, not anything. But as it was perceived in heaven that the 3 were in similar belief, it was said to the ambassador, put on the garments of a priest and believe yourself to be a priest, and then speak. And he put them on and believed, and then said in a loud voice that nothing of intelligence and wisdom, and thence nothing of prudence, can ever be except from God, and he maintained it with accustomed eloquence, full of rational arguments. It is peculiar in the spiritual world that a spirit thinks himself to be such as the garment upon him is. The reason is that there the understanding clothes everyone. 2. Afterwards it was said from heaven to the 2 priests also, put off your garments and put on the garments of ministers of state, and believe that you are such. And they did so, and then at once thought from their interior selves, and they spoke from reasonings which they had inwardly cherished in favor of man's own intelligence. At that moment there appeared a tree by the way, and it was told them, this is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Have a care that you do not eat of it. But nevertheless the 3, infatuated with their own intelligence, were inflamed with a desire to eat of it, and said among themselves, why not? Is the fruit not good? And they went to it and ate. Then immediately the 3, because they were in similar faith, became cordial friends, and went together in the way of their own intelligence, which tends towards hell, but yet I saw them coming back, for they were not yet prepared. 355. The second relation. Once when I was looking abroad in the world of spirits I saw, in a certain meadow, men clothed in garments like those of men in the world, from which I knew that they were lately come from the world. I approached them and stood at their side, that I might listen to what they were saying among themselves. They were speaking about heaven, and one among them, who had some knowledge of heaven, said, wonderful things are there, such as can never be believed by anyone unless he has seen them. There are paradisal gardens, magnificent palaces, architecturally constructed because by the very art itself, resplendent as if from gold, in front of which are columns of silver upon which there are heavenly forms of precious stones, and also houses of jasper and of sapphire, in front of which are majestic porticos through which the angels enter, and within the houses are decorations which no art nor language can describe. 2. As to the angels themselves, they are of both sexes, young men and husbands, and maidens and wives, maidens so beautiful that there is no likeness of such beauty in the world. Yet the wives are still more beautiful and appear as very effigies of heavenly love. And their husbands appear as effigies of heavenly wisdom, and all these are in the bloom of early manhood. And what is more, it is not known there that there is any love of the sex other than conjugal love, and, what you will wonder at, the husbands have a perpetual faculty of enjoyment. The newly arrived spirits smiled at each other when they heard that there is no love of the sex there other than conjugal love, and that they have a perpetual faculty of enjoyment, and said, you tell things that are past belief. There is no such faculty. You are perhaps relating fables. 3. But a certain angel from heaven then unexpectedly stood in their midst, and said, hear me, I pray you. I am an angel of heaven, and have lived with my wife now 1,000 years, and through all those years have been in the flower of age like as you see me here. This comes to me from conjugal love with my wife, and I can assure you that the faculty with me has been and is perpetual. But as I perceive that you believe this is not possible, I will speak to you of the matter from reason, according to the light of your understanding. You know nothing of the primal state of mankind, which is called by you the state of integrity. In that state all the interiors of the mind were open even to the Lord, and thence they were in the marriage of love and wisdom, or of good and truth. And as the good of love and the truth of wisdom love each other perpetually, they perpetually will to be united, and the interiors of the mind being open, that spiritual conjugal love with its perpetual effort flows freely down and presents that faculty. For the soul itself of man, being in the marriage of good and truth, is not only in the perpetual effort to that unition, but is also in the perpetual effort to fruitfulness and to the production of its own likeness. And as the interiors of man are opened by that marriage even from the soul, and the interiors continually look to the effect in the ultimates as an end, that they may come forth into existence, hence that perpetual effort to fructify and produce the likeness of itself, which is of the soul, becomes an effort of the body, and as the ultimate of the soul's operation in the body, with two married partners, is in the ultimates of love there, and is dependent on the state of the soul, it is plain from whence this perpetual is in them. 5. There is also perpetual fruitfulness, because the universal sphere of generating and propagating the celestial things which are of love and the spiritual things which are of wisdom, and thence the natural things which are of their offspring, proceeds from the Lord and fills the universal heaven and the universal world, and that heavenly sphere fills the souls of all men, and descends through their minds into the body, even to its ultimates, and gives the power of generating. But this cannot be given to others than those with whom the passage is open from the soul, through the higher and lower things of the mind into the body, down to its ultimates, which is the case with those who suffer themselves to be led back by the Lord to the primal state of creation. I can affirm that with me now, for 1,000 years, neither the faculty, nor strength, nor ability has ever failed, and that I have known nothing at all of any diminution of powers, for they are continually renewed by the continually inflowing universal sphere that I have spoken of, and then they gladden and do not sadden the spirit, as with those who suffer the loss of them. 6. Moreover, love truly conjugal is just like the warmth of spring, from the inflowing of which all things aspire to germination and fruitfulness, and there is no other heat in our heaven, so that with married partners there it is spring in its perpetual effort, and it is this perpetual effort from which the ability comes. But with us in the heavens fruitfulness is different from that on earth. With us it is spiritual fruitfulness, which is of love and of wisdom, or of good and of truth. The wife, from the wisdom of her husband, receives in herself the love of it, and the husband, from the love of it in his wife, receives in himself the wisdom. Yea, the wife is actually formed into the love of the wisdom of her husband, which is effected by receptions of the propagations of his soul, with the delight arising from the fact that she wills to be the love of her husband's wisdom. Thus does she from a virgin become a wife and a likeness. And from this, love with its inmost friendship with the wife and wisdom with its felicity with the husband perennially increase, and this to eternity. This is the state of the angels of heaven. 7. When the angel had thus spoken, he looked upon those who were newly come from the world, and said to them, You know that when you have been in the vigor of love, you loved your married partners, and that after the delight you have turned away, but you do not know that in heaven we do not love our married partners from that vigor, but that we have the vigor from love, and that because we love our married partners perpetually it is perpetual in us. If then you can invert your state you can comprehend this. Who that loves his married partner perpetually does not love her with his whole mind and with his whole body? For love turns all things of the mind and all things of the body towards that which it loves, and the fact that it is so reciprocally, conjoins them so that they become as it were one. 8. And he said further, I shall not speak to you of the conjugal love inherent from creation in the male and in the female, and of their inclination to legitimate conjunction, nor of the faculty of prolification in the male which makes one with the faculty of multiplying wisdom from love of truth, and that insofar as a man loves wisdom from love of it, or loves truth from good, insofar he is in love truly conjugal and in the accompanying vigor of it. 356. Saying this the angel ceased, and the newcomers comprehended from the spirit of his speech that there can be a perpetual faculty of enjoyment, and as this gladdened their minds, they exclaimed, Oh, how happy the state of the angels! We perceive that you in heaven remain to eternity in the state of youth, and hence in the vigor of that age. But tell us, how may we also attain that vigor? And the angel responded, Shun adulteries as infernal and come to the Lord, and you will have it. And they replied, We will thus shun them and come to the Lord. But the angel answered, You cannot shun adulteries as infernal evils unless you shun all other evils likewise, for adulteries are the complex of them all, unless you shun them you cannot come to the Lord. Others than such the Lord does not receive. After this the angel departed, and the new spirits went away sorrowful. 16. Jealousy. 357. Jealousy is here treated of because it also pertains to conjugal love. But there is a just and an unjust jealousy. Just jealousy is with married partners who mutually love each other. There is with them a just and prudent zeal lest their conjugal love be violated, and therefore just grief if it be violated. But unjust jealousy is with those who by nature are suspicious, and of sickly mind, from viscous and bilious blood. Moreover, all jealousy is by some considered a fault. Especially is it so by whoremongers, who cast blame upon just jealousy. The word zealotypia, jealousy, is from zelus typos, and there is a type or form of zeal which is just, and a zeal which is unjust, and the differences shall now, in what follows, be unfolded. It shall be done in this order: 1. That, regarded in itself, zeal is as the fire of love burning. 2. That the burning or flame of that love, which is zeal, is a spiritual burning or flame, arising from an infestation and assault of the love. 3. That the zeal of a man is of such kind as his love, thus of one kind with him whose love is good, and of another kind with him whose love is evil. 4. That the zeal of good love and the zeal of evil love are alike in externals, but in internals they are altogether unlike. 5. That the zeal of a good love in its internals conceals love and friendship, but that the zeal of an evil love in its internals conceals hatred and vindictiveness. 6. That the zeal of conjugal love is called jealousy. 7. That jealousy is as a flaming fire against those who infest the love with a married partner, and that it is as a horrible fear for the loss of that love. 8. That there is spiritual jealousy with monogamists, and natural with polygamists. 9. That jealousy with married partners who tenderly love each other is a just grief, from sound reason, lest conjugal love be divided and so perish. 10. That with married partners who do not love each other jealousy is from several causes, with some from a variety of infirmities of mind. 11. That with some there is no jealousy, also from various causes. 12. That there is also jealousy for mistresses, but not of such kind as for wives. 13. That there is jealousy also among beasts, and among birds. 14. That jealousy with men and husbands is of another kind than with women and wives. Now follows the explanation of these propositions. 358. 1. That, regarded in itself, zeal is as the fire of love burning. The nature of jealousy cannot be known unless there is a cognition of what zeal is, for jealousy is the zeal of conjugal love. Zeal is as the fire of love burning because zeal is of love, and love is spiritual heat, and this in its origin is as fire. As regards the first statement, it is known that zeal is of love, nothing else is meant by being zealous, and by acting from zeal, than acting with the force of love. But as when it is manifested it does not appear as love, but as an antagonist and foe, enraged and fighting against him who does injury to love, it may be called also the defender and protector of love. For all love is of such a nature that it breaks forth into indignation and anger, yea, into fury, when cast out from its delights. Therefore if love be touched, especially the ruling love, it becomes an emotion of the mind, and if the touch hurts it becomes a flaming passion. Whence it may be seen that zeal is not the highest degree of love, but is love burning. The love of one and the corresponding love of another are as two confederates, but when the love of the one rises up against the love of the other they become as enemies. The reason is that love is the being of man's life, and therefore he who assaults the love assaults the life itself, and then a state of wrath arises against the assailant, as the state of any man whom another attempts to kill. Such passion pertains to every love, even the most peaceful, as is plainly seen from hens, geese, and birds of every kind, in that they, without fear, rise up against, and fly at those who molest their young or take away their food. Some beasts it is well known are angry, and wild beasts are furious if their whelps are threatened, or their prey is taken from them. Love is said to flame like fire, because love is nothing else than spiritual heat, arising from the fire of the angelic Son, which is pure love. That love is heat, as if from fire, is very manifest from the heat of living bodies, which is from no other source than their love, and from the fact that men grow warm, and are inflamed, according to the exaltations of love. From which it is plain that zeal is as the fire of love burning. 359. 2. That the burning or flame of that love, which is zeal, is a spiritual burning or flame, arising from an infestation and assault of the love. That zeal is a spiritual burning, or flame, is clear from what has been said above. Since love in the spiritual world is heat, arising from the Son there, it therefore also appears from a distance there as flame. Thus heavenly love appears with the angels of heaven, and thus does infernal love appear with the spirits of hell. But it should be known that the flame does not consume like flame in the natural world. 2. Zeal arises from an assault of love, because love is the heat of the life of everyone, and therefore when the life's love is assailed, the heat of life sets itself aflame, resists, and breaks forth against the assailant, and of its own force and power acts as an enemy, just as the flame bursts forth from a fire against him who agitates it. That zeal is as a fire appears from the eyes, in that they flash, from the face, that it is inflamed, and from the tone of voice and the gestures. Love does this because it is the heat of life, lest it be extinguished, and with it all alacrity, vivacity, and perceptibility of enjoyment from its love. 360. How love is kindled and inflamed into zeal by an assault upon it, as fire into a blaze, shall be explained. Love resides in man's will, but it is not enkindled in the will itself but in the understanding. For in the will it is as fire, and in the understanding as a flame. Love in the will knows nothing about itself, because it feels nothing of itself there, and does nothing of itself there, but this takes place in the understanding and its thought. When therefore love is attacked, it exasperates itself in the understanding. This is done by various reasonings. These reasonings are as sticks of wood which the fire sets aflame, and which thence burn. They are thus as so much kindling, or so much combustible material, from which that spiritual flame arises which is of much variety. 361. The very reason shall be unfolded why man is set on fire by an attack upon his love. The human form, from creation, is in its inmosts a form of love and wisdom. In man all affections of love and thence all perceptions of wisdom are arranged in most perfect order, so that they together form a unanimity, and thus are one. These are substances, for substances are the subjects of them. Since then the human form is composed of these, it is plain that if the love be attacked, the universal form with all and the single things therein is in the instant, or at the same time, also attacked, and as from creation it is given to all living things to will to remain in their own form, the general complex wills this from its particulars, and the particulars from the general. 2. Hence, when the love is attacked, it defends itself by its understanding, and the understanding by things of reason and of imagination, whereby it brings the event before itself, especially by those things that are as one with the love which is attacked. If this were not so, the whole form would be made to totter, by privation of love. Hence now it is that, in order that it may resist attacks, love hardens the substances of its form and erects them as it were into crests so many bristles, that is, it stiffens itself. Such is the exasperation of love which is called zeal. If therefore there is not the power to withstand, anxiety arises, and grief, because it foresees the extinction of the interior life with its delights. But on the other hand, if love is favored, and caressed, that form relaxes itself, softens itself, dilates itself, and the substances of the form become soft, bland, gentle, and alluring. 362. 3. That the zeal of a man is of such kind as his love, thus of one kind with him whose love is good, and of another kind with him whose love is evil. Since zeal is of love, it follows that it is of such kind as the love is, and as in general there are two loves, the love of good and thence of truth, and the love of evil and thence of what is false. Therefore, there is in general a zeal for good and thence for truth, and a zeal for evil and thence for the false. But it should be known that each love is of infinite variety. This is very manifest from the angels of heaven and from the spirits of hell. They both, in the spiritual world, are forms of their love. And yet there is not one angel of heaven absolutely like another, as to face, speech, walk, gesture, and manners, neither is any spirit of hell like to another, nay, nor can be to eternity, howsoever multiplied into myriads of myriads. It is plain, therefore, since their forms are so, that loves are of infinite variety. It is similar with zeal, because it is of love, that is to say, there cannot be the zeal of one absolutely like to or the same as the zeal of another. In general there is the zeal of good love, and the zeal of evil love. 363, for, that the zeal of good love and the zeal of evil love are alike in externals, but in internals they are altogether unlike. With everyone zeal appears in externals as anger and wrath, for it is love on fire, and inflamed for the protection of itself against a violator, and for his removal. The reason why the zeal of a good love and the zeal of an evil love appear alike in externals is that, with both, while the love is in zeal it burns, but with a good man only in externals, but with the evil both in externals and in internals, and when the internals are not seen, in the externals the zeals appear alike. But it will be seen, in the section next following, that they are entirely unlike in internals. That in externals zeal appears like anger and wrath can be seen and heard from all who speak and act from zeal. As for example, from a priest when from zeal he exhorts, in that the sound of his voice is loud, vehement, sharp, and harsh, in that his face grows warm and perspires, in that he raises himself up, beats the pulpit, and evokes the fire of hell against evil doers. In like manner many others, 364, to get a distinct idea of zeal with the good, and of zeal with the evil, and of their unlikeness, it is necessary to form some notion respecting the internals and externals with men. That this may be formed, let the similitude of them be a common one, because it is also for the common people. It may be presented by a nut or almond, and their kernels. With the good the internals are as kernels within, which are sound and good, enclosed in their usual and native shell. But with the evil it is altogether different, their internals are as kernels either inedible for their bitterness, or putrid, or worm-eaten, and their externals are as the shells or coverings of them either like the native shell, or red like testations, or many hued like iris stones. Such do their externals appear, within which are concealed the internals described above. It is similar with their zeal. 365, 5, that the zeal of good love, in its internals, conceals love and friendship, but that the zeal of evil love in its internals conceals hatred and vindictiveness. It was said that in externals zeal appears as anger and wrath, both with those who are in good love and with those who are in evil love. But as internals differ, their anger and wrath also are different, and are as follows. A. The zeal of good love is as a heavenly flame which never breaks forth upon another, but only defends itself, and it defends itself against evil, as when one rushes into the fire and is burned up, but the zeal of an evil love is as an infernal flame which bursts forth out of itself and attacks, and would consume the other. B. The zeal of good love instantly burns away and grows gentle, when the other withdraws from the attack, but the zeal of an evil love persists, and is not extinguished. C. The reason is that the internal of him who is in the love of good in itself is mild, gentle, friendly, and benevolent, and therefore, while the external for the purpose of defending itself becomes rough, harsh, erect, and so acts with severity, yet it is tempered from the good in which its internal is. With the evil it is otherwise. With them the internal is hostile, fierce, hard, breathing hatred and vindictiveness, and nurtures itself from their delights. And though reconciled these still lie hidden, like fire in wood beneath the ashes. And these fires break forth, if not in this world, yet after death. 366, since in external zeal with the good and with the evil appears alike, and as the ultimate sense of the word consists of correspondences and appearances, it is often said there of Jehovah, that he is angry, in wrath, that he avenges and punishes, casts into hell, and many other things which are the appearances of zeal in externals, and hence he is called jealous, when yet there is not the least of anger, wrath, and vengeance in him. For he is mercy, grace, and clemency itself, thus good itself, in whom nothing of such kind is possible. But of these matters see the many things in heaven and hell, n. 545-550, and in Apocalypse revealed, n. 494, 498, 525, 714, 806, 367, 6, that the zeal of conjugal love is called jealousy. The zeal for love truly conjugal is the zeal of zeals, because this love is the love of loves, and its delights, for which also it is zealous, are the delights of delights, for this love, as has been shown above, is the head of all loves. The reason is, that this love induces upon the wife the form of love, and upon the husband the form of wisdom, and from these forms united in one nothing else can proceed but what savours of wisdom, and at the same time of love. As the zeal of conjugal love is the zeal of zeals, therefore it is called by a new name, zealotypia, that is, the very type of zeal. 368, 7, that jealousy is as a flaming fire against those who infest the love with a married partner, and that it is as a horrible fear for the loss of that love. The jealousy here treated of is of those who are in spiritual love with a married partner. The following section will treat of the jealousy of those who are in natural love, and after that, of the jealousy of those who are in love truly conjugal. With those who are in spiritual love, jealousy is various, because their love is various, for there is never a love, spiritual or natural, that is precisely alike with two, still less with many. 2. The reason that spiritual jealousy, or jealousy with the spiritual, is as a fire flaming forth against those that infest their conjugal love is that the beginning of love with them is in the internals of each, and from its beginning their love follows the derivations down to their ultimates, from which, and at the same time from the first beginnings, the intermediates which are of the mind and of the body are held in lovely connection. Being spiritual, in their marriage they look to union as an end, and in that to spiritual rest and its amenities. Now, as they have cast disunion out of their minds, the zeal is therefore as a fire stirred up and darting out against those who infest. 3. It is also a horrid fear, because their spiritual love purposes that they shall be one. If then a mischance occurs, or there arises an appearance of separation, it begets a fear which is horrible, as when two united parts are to be torn asunder. This description of jealousy was given me from heaven, by those who are in spiritual conjugal love. For there is natural conjugal love, spiritual conjugal love, and celestial conjugal love. The natural and the celestial, and their jealousy, shall be spoken of in the two sections that are to follow. 369, 8, that there is spiritual jealousy with monogamists, and natural with polygamists. There is spiritual jealousy with monogamists because they can only receive spiritual conjugal love, as has been abundantly shown above. It is said there is, but the meaning is that with them there can be, that it is not, except with a very few, but yet that it can be in the Christian world where marriages are monogamic is also confirmed above. That with polygamists conjugal love is natural may be seen in the chapter on polygamy, n. 345-347. Then their jealousy likewise is natural, because this follows the love. 2. Of what kind the jealousy of polygamists is learned from the relations about them of some eyewitnesses among Orientals, which are, that wives and mistresses are guarded like captives in workhouses, and are kept and secluded from all communication with men, that into the women's apartments, or their guarded rooms, no man is permitted to enter unless accompanied by a eunuch, and that there is close observation whether any one of them glances with a licentious eye or look at a passer-by. And that if this is observed the woman is punished with stripes, and if one practices lewdness with any man introduced by cunning into the entrance hall or without, she is punished with death. 370. These facts illustrate truly of what kind the fire of jealousy is into which polygamic conjugal love breaks out, that it breaks forth into anger and vindictiveness, into anger with those that are gentle, and into vindictiveness with the ungentle, and that this is so because their love is natural, and does not partake of the spiritual. This follows from things shown in the chapter on polygamy. From this in that chapter, that polygamy is licentious, n. 345, and that a polygamist so long as he remains a polygamist is natural and cannot become spiritual, n. 347. But with the monogamous natural the fire of jealousy is different. Their love is enkindled not so much against the women, but against the violators. Against them it becomes anger, and against the women, cold. It is otherwise with the polygamous, the fire of whose jealousy flames also with the frenzy of revenge. And this is also among the reasons why the mistresses and wives of polygamists, for the most part, are set free after death and are assigned to women's apartments not guarded, for the skillful production of various things which pertain to women's work. 371.9. That jealousy with those married partners who tenderly love each other is a just grief, from sound reason, lest conjugal love be divided and so perish. Fear and grief are inherent in all love, fear lest it perish, and grief if it perish. The same are inherent in conjugal love, but its fear and grief are called zeal, or jealousy. That zeal with married partners who tenderly love each other is just, and of sound reason, is because it is at the same time fear for the loss of eternal happiness, not its own only, but that of the married partner also, and because it is likewise protection against adultery. As regards the first, that it is a just fear for the loss of eternal happiness, its own and that of the married partner, it follows from all that has hitherto been advanced respecting love truly conjugal, and from these considerations, that from that love comes the blessedness of their souls, the satisfaction of their minds, the delight of their bosoms, and the pleasure of their bodies, and as these abide with them to eternity, the fear is for the eternal happiness of both. That the zeal is a just protection against adultery is plain. Hence it is as a fire flaming against violation, and defending against it. From these considerations it is evident that whoever tenderly loves his married partner is also jealous, but just and sane, according to the wisdom of the man. 372. It was said that inherent in conjugal love there is fear lest it be divided, and grief lest it perish, and that its zeal against violation is like fire. Meditating once upon this, I asked zealous angels respecting the seat of jealousy. They said it was in the understanding of the man who receives the love of his married partner and loves in return, and that its quality in the understanding is according to his wisdom. They also said that jealousy has something in common with honor, which also in conjugal love, for he who loves his married partner also honors her. 2. The reason why zeal with the man resides in his understanding, they said, is this, that conjugal love protects itself by the understanding, as good does by truth. Thus the wife protects the things that are in common with the man through her husband, and for that reason zeal is implanted in the men, and by men and for the sake of men in women. To the question, in what region of the mind does it reside with men, they answered, in their soul, because it is also the protection against adulteries, and because these principally destroy conjugal love, in perils of violation the understanding of the man hardens, and becomes as a horn smiting the adulterer. 373.10. That with married partners who do not love each other jealousy is from several causes, but with some, from a variety of infirmities of mind. The reasons why married partners who do not mutually love each other are also jealous are principally the honor of potency, the fear of dishonor to their name and also to that of their wives, and the dread lest their domestic affairs fall into ruin. That men have honor from potency, that is, that they desire to be magnified by it is known, for so long as they have this honor they are as of lofty mind and not of dejected visage among men and women. The name of bravery also attaches itself to that honor, and therefore it is in military officers more than in others. That there is fear of dishonor to their name, and to that of the wife, coheres with the former reason, add to which that cohabitation with a harlot and lewdness in the house are infamous. The reason why with some jealousy is for fear that domestic affairs should come to ruin, is that the husband is by so much disgraced, and mutual offices and mutual aid are distraught. But with some this jealousy in time ceases and becomes none, and with some it is turned into the mere simulation of love. 374. That with some jealousy is from a variety of infirmities of the mind is no secret in the world, for there are jealous men who are continually thinking of their wives that they are unfaithful, and believe them to be harlots if only they hear or see that they talk in a friendly way with men, or about men. There are various vitiated states of mind which induce this infirmity, first among which is a suspicious fantasy, which if long cherished brings the mind into societies of similar spirits, from which it is difficult to be brought out. It even settles itself in the body, by that the serum and thence the blood becomes viscous, tenacious, thick, sluggish, and acrid. Deficiency of strength also increases it, for it effects that the mind cannot be raised above its suspicions. For the presence of strength elevates, and its absence depresses, because it brings to pass that the mind droops, collapses, and becomes relaxed, and then immerses itself into that fantasy more and more until it is delirious, and this results in the delight of reproaches, and as far as may be, of railing abuse. 375. There are also families of countries that beyond others are afflicted with the infirmity of jealousy. By them wives are imprisoned, imperiously debarred from converse with men, kept from their sight by windows with lattices extended down them, and terrified by threatenings of death in case a cherished suspicion should find a cause, besides other severities which wives there endure from their jealous husbands. But of this jealousy there are two causes. One is the captivity and stifling of thoughts upon the spiritual things of the church, the other is an internal lust for revenge. 2. As to the first cause, the captivity and stifling of thought upon the spiritual matters of the church, what this affects may be concluded from things shown above. That conjugal love with everyone is according to the state of the church with him, and that, as the church is from the Lord, this love is from the Lord alone. N. 131. When, therefore, in place of the Lord, men, living and dead, are approached and invoked, it follows that there is no state of the church with which conjugal love can act as one, and the less when their minds are affrighted into that worship by threats of horrible imprisonment. Thence it comes to pass that the thoughts, together with the speech, are violently made captive, and suffocated, which being suffocated such things flow in as are contrary to the church, or things imaginary that favour the church, from all which there cannot but come forth a surging heat for harlots, an icy cold for the married partner, from which two together, in one subject, such an ungovernable fire of jealousy issues. 3. As regards the second cause, which is an internal lust for revenge, this entirely inhibits the influx of conjugal love, absorbs it and overwhelms it, and its delight, which is heavenly, is turned into the delight of revenge, which is infernal, and the nearest determination of this is towards the wife. It is also according to appearance that the malignity of the atmosphere in those countries, which is impregnated with the virulent exhalations of the surrounding region, is a secondary cause. 376. 11. That with some there is no jealousy, also from various causes. There are many causes of no jealousy, and of the cessation of jealousy. They especially have no jealousy who make no more of conjugal love than of promiscuous love, and who are at once of no honor, setting no value upon a good name. They are not unlike married pimps. They also have no jealousy who have put it away, from an established notion that it infests the mind, and that a wife is watched in vain, and if watched is incited, and therefore that it is better to shut one's eyes, and not even let them look through the keyhole in the door lest something be detected by sight. Some have put it away on account of the stigma attached to the name jealousy, thinking that a man who is a man fears nothing. Some have been driven to put it away lest their domestic affairs be ruined, so also lest they incur public disparagement if the wife should be convicted of the lewdness whereof she is guilty. Besides, jealousy passes away to nothing with those who grant free license to their wives, on account of impotence, for the procreation of children, for the sake of inheritance, and with some for gain, and so on. There are also promiscuous marriages, in which by mutual consent license in sexual activity is given to each, and yet they meet each other with civil countenance. 377. 12. That there is also jealousy for mistresses, but not of such kind as for wives. Jealousy for wives flows down from the inmosts with man, but jealousy for mistresses flows from the externals, and therefore they are of different kind. Jealousy for wives flows from the inmosts, because their conjugal love resides, and it resides there because marriage, by the promised eternity of it established by the covenant, and also by equality of right, in that what is one's is the other's, unites the souls and binds the minds together above. This tie and that union once effected remain unsevered, whatever be the love, hot or cold, that afterwards intervenes. 2. Hence it is that invitation to love by a wife chills the whole man, from inmosts to outermosts, while invitation to love by a mistress does not thus chill a paramour. To jealousy for a wife is added ambition of a good name for the sake of honor, and there is not this accessory to jealousy for a mistress. But yet both these jealousies are various according to the seat of the love received from the wife, and from the mistress, and at the same time according to the state of judgment of the man receiving it. 378. 13. That there is jealousy also among beasts and among birds. That it exists among wild beasts such as lions, tigers, bears, and many others while they have young is known, and also among bulls, although there are no calves. It is most conspicuous with cocks, which fight with rivals for their hens even to the death. The reason why there is such jealousy among them is that they are vainglorious lovers, and the glory of that kind of love does not endure an equal. That they are vainglorious lovers beyond all other kinds and species of birds is apparent in their carriage, their nod, their strut, and the sound of their voice. That the glory of honor among men, whether lovers or not lovers, excites, exalts, and aggravates jealousy has been confirmed above. 379. 14. That jealousy with men and husbands is of another kind than with women and wives. But the differences cannot be distinctly defined, because jealousy is of one kind with married partners who love each other spiritually, of another kind with partners who only love naturally, of one kind with partners who are of discordant mind, and of another with married partners of whom one has brought the other partner under the yoke of obedience to themselves. The jealousies of men and of women are different, viewed in themselves, because of different origin. The origin of virile jealousies is in the understanding, but of womanly jealousies, in the will applied to the understanding of her husband. And therefore virile jealousy is as a flame of wrath and anger, and womanly, as a fire restrained by a varying fear, a varying aspect towards her husband, a varying regard to her own love, and a varying prudence not to discover this love to her husband by jealousy. They are distinguished by the fact that wives are loves, and men are recipients, and to be prodigal of their love is prejudicial to wives with men, but is not likewise prejudicial to the recipients with wives. 2. But it is otherwise with the spiritual. With them the jealousy of the man is transferred to the wife, just as the wife's love is transferred to the man, and therefore they appear each to the other alike opposed to the endeavor of a violator. But the jealousy of a wife against the endeavor of a harlot violator is breathed into the man, which is as grief weeping, and moving the conscience. 380. I will add two relations. First, this: once I was in amazement at the vast multitude of men who attribute creation, and thence all things under the sun and beyond the sun, to nature, saying from an acknowledgment of the heart, when they see anything, is not this of nature? And when asked why they say it is of nature and why not of God, since yet they sometimes say with the generality that God created nature, and can therefore as easily say that the things they see are of God as that they are of nature, they replied, with an internal, almost inaudible tone, what is God but nature? They all from persuasion respecting the creation of the universe from nature, and from this insanity as if from wisdom, appear vainglorious, so much so that they look upon all those who acknowledge the creation of the universe from God as if they were ants that creep along the ground, and tread the beaten way, and some as if they were butterflies that fly in the air, calling their doctrines dreams, because they see what they do not see, saying, who has seen God? And who has not seen nature? 2. While I was in amazement at the multitude of such, an angel stood by my side and said to me, what are you meditating upon? I replied, upon the multitude of such as believe that nature created the universe. And the angel said to me, all hell is of such, and they are called Satans and devils. Satans those who have confirmed themselves in favor of nature, and thence have denied God, and devils, those who have lived viciously and so have rejected from the heart all acknowledgement of God. But I will lead you to gymnasia, which are in the southwestern quarter, where such abide who are not yet in hell. And he took me by the hand and led me. And I saw small houses in which there were gymnasia, and in the midst of them one that appeared to be the official residence of the others. It was built of stone, black as pitch, overlaid with thin plates, as of glass, sparkling as if from gold and silver, like what are called glacis Marie, mica, and interspersed here and there with shells, likewise glittering. 2. We approached this building and knocked, and presently one opened the door and said, welcome. And he ran to a table and brought 4 books, and said, These books are wisdom which a multitude in the kingdoms of the present day applaud. This book or wisdom many in France applaud, this, many in Germany, this, some in Batavia, and this, some in England. He said further, If you would like to see it, I will make these 4 books shine before your eyes. And then the glory of his reputation shot forth and poured around, and thereupon the books flashed as with light, but this light to our eyes vanished instantly. And then we asked, What are you now writing? He replied that what he was now drawing forth from his treasures and expounding were matters of inmost wisdom, which in brief are these: 1. Whether nature is of life, or life is of nature. 2. Whether the centre is of the expanse, or the expanse is of the centre. 3. Concerning the centre and the expanse of nature and of life. For this said, he seated himself again at the table, but we walked about in his gymnasium, which was spacious. He had a candle on the table, because the diurnal light of the sun was not there, but the nocturnal light of the moon, and what surprised me, the candle appeared to be carried and to give light all about the room, but as it had not been snuffed it gave but little light. And while he was writing we saw images of various forms flitting from the table to the walls, which in that nocturnal, lunar light appeared like beautiful Indian birds, but when we opened the door, lo, in the diurnal light of the sun they appeared like birds of evening whose wings are webbed. For they were semblances of truth, which by confirmations become fallacies and which were ingeniously connected by him into a series. 5. After we had seen these things we went to the table, and asked him what he was writing now. He said, On the first problem, whether nature is of life, or life is of nature. And respecting this he said that he could confirm either and make it true, but as something lay hidden within which he feared, he ventured to confirm but this, that nature is of life, that is from life, and not that life is of nature, that is from nature. We courteously asked him what it was that he feared which lay hidden within. He said it was that he might be called by the clergy a naturalist, and thus an atheist, and by the laity a man of unsound reason, since they both are either believers from a blind faith or see from the sight of those that confirm it. 6. But then, with some indignation of zeal for the truth, we admonished him, saying, Friend, you very greatly err. Your wisdom, which is ability in writing, has led you astray, and the glory of reputation has impelled you to confirm what you do not believe. Do you not know that the human mind is capable of being elevated above things sensual, which are such as are in the thoughts from the bodily senses, and that when it is elevated it sees the things which are of life above, and the things that are of nature beneath? What is life but love and wisdom? And what is nature but the receptacle of these, whereby they work out their effects or uses? Can these be one except as principal and instrumental? Can light be one with the eye? Can sound be one with the ear? Whence come their sensations but from life, and their forms but from nature? What is the human body but an organ of life? Are not all things and every single thing therein organically formed to do whatever the love wills and the understanding thinks? Are not the organs of the body from nature, and love and thought from life? Are they not quite distinct from each other? Lift the keenness of your genius a little higher, and you will see that it is of life to be affected and to think, and that to be affected is from love and to think is from wisdom, and both are from life, for, as was said, love and wisdom are life. If you elevate your faculty of understanding yet a little higher, you will see that there is no love and wisdom unless there is somewhere an origin of it, and that the origin of it is love itself and wisdom itself, and thence life itself, and these are God, from whom is nature. 7. After this we talked with him about the second problem, whether the centre is of the expanse, or the expanse is of the centre, and asked him why he was discussing this. He replied, to the end that he might come to a conclusion respecting the centre and the expanse of nature and of life, thus respecting the origin of the one and the other. And when we asked what his opinion was, he made similar answer as before, that he could confirm either, but that for fear of loss of reputation he should confirm that the expanse is of the centre, that is, from the centre, although I know, he said, that there was something before the sun, and this everywhere in the universe, and that these things flowed together into order, thus into centres of themselves. 8. But then again we addressed him from indignant zeal, and said, Friend, you are insane. When he heard this he drew back his seat from the table, and looked at us timidly. And then he turned his ear, but smiling, and we continued, saying, What is more insane than to say the center is from the expanse? By your center we understand the sun, and by your expanse we understand the universe, and thus that the universe came into existence without the sun. Does not the sun make nature and all things belonging to it, which are dependent solely on the heat and light proceeding from the sun by its atmospheres? Where were these before? But from whence they are we will tell in the following discussion. Are not the atmospheres and all things that are on the earth as surfaces, and the sun the center of them? What are all these without the sun? Could they subsist for one moment? What were they all then before the sun? Could they have subsisted? Is not subsistence a perpetual coming into existence? Since, therefore, the subsistence of all things of nature is from the sun, it follows that the coming into existence of them all is also from the sun. 9. This everyone sees and acknowledges of his own observation. As the posterior exists from the prior, does it not also subsist from the prior? If the surfaces were prior and the center posterior, would not the prior subsist from the posterior? But this is contrary to the laws of order. How can things posterior produce things prior? Or exteriors, interiors? Or things grosser, things purer? How then can superficies, which constitute the expanse, produce centers? Who does not see that this is against the laws of nature? We have brought forward these arguments from rational analysis to establish that the expanse exists from the center, and not the contrary, although everyone who thinks rightly sees it without these arguments. You said that the expanse flows together into the center of itself. Is it thus of chance that it flowed into so wonderful and stupendous an order, so that one thing is for another, and all things and every single thing for man and his eternal life? Can nature, from any love by any wisdom, provide such things? And of men make angels? And from angels, heaven? Suppose this, and meditate on these things, and your idea of the existence of nature from nature will fall. 10. After this we asked him what he had thought and what he now thought, about the third problem, concerning the center and the expanse of nature and of life, whether he believed the center and the expanse of life to be the same as the center and expanse of nature. He said he hesitated, and that he had thought before that the interior activity of nature was life, and that from this are the love and wisdom which essentially make the life of man, and that the fire of the sun by its heat and light produces them, the atmospheres being means. But now from what he had heard about the eternal life of man he was in doubt, and this doubt swayed his mind now up and now down. When up he acknowledged a center of which he knew nothing before, and when down he saw a center which he had believed the only one, and that life is from the center of which he had not known before, and nature from the center which he had before believed to be the only one, and that each center has an expanse about itself. 11. To this we said that would be all right if he would also view the center and the expanse of nature from the center and expanse of life, and not contrariwise. And we informed him that above the angelic heaven there is a sun which is pure love, to appearance fiery, like the sun of the world, and that from the heat which proceeds from that sun angels and men have will and love, and from the light from it they have understanding and wisdom. And that the things which are of life are called spiritual, and that those which proceed from the sun of the world are containants of life, and are called natural. Then, that the expanse of the center of life is called the spiritual world, which subsists from its own sun, and that the expanse of nature is called the natural world, which subsists from its sun. Now, as spaces and times cannot be predicated of love and wisdom, but states instead, the expanse about the sun of the angelic heaven is not an extense, but is yet within the extent of the natural sun, and is with the living subjects there according to reception, and reception is according to forms. 12. But then he asked, from whence is the fire of the sun of the world or of nature? We answered, it is from the sun of the angelic heaven, which is not fire but divine love, proximately proceeding from God who is love itself. This, because it is marvelous, we explained in this way, love in its essence is spiritual fire. Hence it is that in the word, in its spiritual sense, fire signifies love, for which reason it is that priests in temples pray that heavenly fire may fill the hearts, by which they mean love. The fire of the altar, and the fire of the candlestick in the tabernacle with the Israelites, represented nothing else than divine love. The heat of the blood, or vital heat of men and of animals, in general is from no other source than from the love which makes their life. Hence it is that man is enkindled, waxes warm, and is inflamed when his love is exalted into zeal, anger, and wrath. From this fact, therefore, that spiritual heat, which is love, produces natural heat with men, even so that it kindles and inflames their faces and their limbs. One may be assured that the fire of the natural sun existed from no other source than from the fire of the spiritual sun, which is divine love. 13. Now, as the expanse springs from the center and not the reverse, as we have said before, and as the center of life, which is the sun of the angelic heaven, is divine love proximately proceeding from God, who is in the midst of that sun, and as from this is the expanse of that center, which is called the spiritual world, and as from that sun came into existence the sun of the world, and from this its expanse, which is called the natural world, it is clear that the universe is created from the one God. After these words we departed, and he attended us beyond the area of his gymnasium, and talked with us about heaven and hell, and about the divine auspices, from a new sagacity of his genius. 381. The second relation. Once when I was looking around in the world of spirits, I saw in the distance a palace, surrounded, and as it were besieged by a multitude, and I also saw many running towards it. Astonished at this, I hastily left the house and asked one who was running what was the matter there. He replied that 3 newcomers from the world had been taken up into heaven, and had seen magnificent things there, and also maidens and wives of wondrous beauty, and having been let down from that heaven they went into this palace, and were relating what they had seen, especially that they had seen beauties such as their eyes had never seen, nor could see unless illumined with the light of the aura of heaven. As to themselves, they said that in the world they had been orators from the kingdom of France, and that they had given attention to the cultivation of eloquence, and now there had come upon them a desire to speak on the origin of beauty. This having become known in the vicinity was the cause of the multitude flocking together to hear. Hearing this, I also hastened thither and entered. And I saw those 3 men standing in the midst, clad in togas of the color of sapphire, which as they turned glistened as with gold, from threads of gold interwoven. They were standing behind a sort of rostrum ready to speak. And presently one arose upon a step behind the rostrum, to declaim respecting the origin of the beauty of the female sex, and advanced this. 382. What origin is there of beauty other than love, which as it flows into the eyes of young men and kindles them becomes beauty? Love and beauty are therefore the same thing, for love, from the inmost, suffuses the face of a marriageable virgin with a kind of flame, from the transparency of which is the dawn and bloom of her life. Who does not know that that flame emits rays into her eyes, and from them as centers overspreads the orb of her face, and thence descends also into the breast and kindles the heart, and thus affects, much as the heat and light of a fire affect one standing near. That heat is love, and that light is the beauty of love. The whole world, by common consent, affirms that everyone is lovely and beautiful according to his or her love. But yet the love of the male sex is one, and the love of the female sex is another. Masculine love is the love of becoming wise, and feminine love is the love of loving, the love of becoming wise in the male. Insofar then as a young man is the love of becoming wise, he is lovely and beautiful to a maiden, and insofar as a maiden is the love of the wisdom of a young man, she is lovely and beautiful to the young man. And therefore as the love of the one meets and kisses the love of the other, so do the beauties also. I conclude then that love forms beauty in the likeness of itself. 383. After him another rose to disclose the origin of beauty by elegance of speech. He said, I have heard that love is the origin of beauty, but I do not favor it with consent. Who among men knows what love is? Who with any idea of thought has contemplated it? Who has seen it with the eye? Tell where it is. But I assert that wisdom is the origin of beauty, in women, wisdom inmostly latent and concealed, in men, wisdom open and manifest. Whence is a man but from wisdom? If not from this, a man would be a statue or a picture. What does a maiden attend to in a young man but what his wisdom is? And what does a young man regard in a maiden but what her affection is for his wisdom? By wisdom I mean genuine morality, for this is the wisdom of life. Hence it is that, when latent wisdom comes to and embraces open wisdom, which is done inwardly in the spirit of each, they mutually kiss each other and are conjoined, and this is called love, and then they appear to each other as beauties. In a word, wisdom is as the light or splendor of fire, which lightly touches the eyes, and as it touches, forms beauty. 384. After him the third arose and delivered these words, It is not love alone, nor is it wisdom alone, which is the origin of beauty, but the union of love and wisdom in the young man, and the union of wisdom with its love in the maiden. For a maid does not love wisdom in herself, but in a young man, and hence sees him as beauty, and when the young man sees this in a maiden he sees her as beauty, and therefore love by wisdom forms beauty, and wisdom from love receives it. That this is so manifestly appears in heaven. I saw maidens and wives there and considered their beauty, and I observed that it was of one kind with virgins and altogether of another kind with wives. With virgins it was only the sheen of beauty, but with wives, its effulgence. The difference I saw was as a diamond sparkling with light, and a ruby glowing at the same time from fire. What is beauty but delight of seeing? Whence the origin of this delight but from the play of love and wisdom? From this play the sight glows, and this glowing vibrates from eye to eye and displays beauty. What makes the beauty of a face but red and bright white, and their lovely blending into each other? Is not the red from love and the bright white from wisdom? For love blushes from its own fire, and wisdom is bright white from its own light. These two I have plainly seen in the faces of two married partners in heaven, the rosiness of bright white in the wife, and the bright whiteness of red in the husband, and I observed that they beamed from looking at each other. When the third had said this, the assemblage applauded and exclaimed, He has won. And immediately a flamy light, which is also the light of conjugal love, filled the house with splendor and their hearts at the same time with pleasantness. 17. The conjunction of conjugal love with the love of infants. 385. There are indications which show clearly that conjugal love and the love of infants, which is called storge, are conjoined, and there are indications also which may induce the belief that they are not conjoined. For there is a love of infants with married partners who from the heart love each other, and with married partners who are discordant, and also with those that are separated, and sometimes it is more tender and stronger with them than with others. But nevertheless, that the love of infants is conjoined perpetually with conjugal love is evident from the origin from whence it flows in. Although varied in those that receive, the loves yet remain unseparated, just as the first end is in the final end, which is the effect. The first end of conjugal love is the procreation of offspring, and the last end, which is the effect, is the offspring procreated. That the first end carries itself into the effect, and is therein as in its beginning, and does not withdraw from it, may be seen from rational intuition of the progression of the ends and causes, in their order, to effects. But, as the reasonings of very many only begin from effects, and proceed to some conclusions from them, and not from causes and thence analytically to effects, and so on, therefore the rational things of light cannot but become the obscurities of a cloud, whence spring deviations from truths arising from appearances and fallacies. But that it may be seen that conjugal love and the love of infants are interiorly conjoined, even though outwardly disjoined, it shall be shown in this order. 1. That two universal spheres proceed from the Lord for the conservation of the universe in the state created, one of which is the sphere of procreating, and the other the sphere of protecting the things procreated. 2. That these two universal spheres make one with the sphere of conjugal love and with the sphere of the love of infants. 3. That these two spheres inflow into all things of heaven and into all things of the world, universally and singly, from first things to last. 4. That the sphere of the love of infants is a sphere of protection and support of those who cannot protect and sustain themselves. 5. That this sphere affects the evil as well as the good, and disposes everyone to love, protect, and sustain his offspring from his own love. 6. That this sphere principally affects the female sex, thus mothers, and the male sex, or fathers, from them. 7. That this sphere is also a sphere of innocence and peace from the Lord. 8. That the sphere of innocence inflows into infants, and through them into parents and affects them. 9. That it flows in also into the souls of parents, and conjoins itself with the same sphere with the infants, and that it is instilled especially by the touch. 10. That in the degree in which the innocence with infants recedes, affection also is remitted and conjunction, and this successively even to separation. 11. That the rational state of innocence and peace with parents towards infants is that they know and can do nothing of themselves, but from others, especially from the father and mother, and that this state successively passes away, as they know and are able to act of themselves and not from them. 12. That this sphere progresses in order, from the end through causes into effects, and forms periods, through which creation is preserved in the state foreseen and provided. 13. That the love of infants descends and does not ascend. 14. That wives have one state of love before conception, and another after it even to the bringing forth. 15. That conjugal love is conjoined with the love of infants with parents by causes spiritual and hence natural. 16. That the love of infants and children is of one kind with spiritual married partners, and of another with natural. 17. That with the spiritual this love is from the interior or prior, but with the natural is from the exterior or posterior. 18. That it is owing to this that the love is with married partners who mutually love each other, and also with married partners who do not love each other at all. 19. That the love of infants continues after death, especially with women. 20. That infants are educated by them under the auspices of the Lord, and increase in stature and in intelligence as in the world. 21. That it is there provided by the Lord that the innocence of infancy with them becomes the innocence of wisdom, and that thus infants become angels. Now follows the exposition of these. 386. 1. That two universal spheres proceed from the Lord for the conservation of the universe in the state created, one of which is the sphere of procreating, and the other the sphere of protecting what is procreated. The divine, proceeding from the Lord, is called a sphere because it proceeds from him, surrounds him, fills each world, the spiritual and the natural, and works out the effects of the ends which the Lord predestined in the creation, and since that provides. All that which flows out from a subject, surrounds and environs it, is called a sphere, for example, the sphere of light and heat from the sun surrounding it, the sphere of life from a man round about him, the sphere of the fragrance of a plant surrounding it, the sphere of the attraction of a magnet around it, and so on. But the universal spheres here treated of are from the Lord, around him, and they proceed from the Son of the spiritual world in the midst of which he is. From the Lord through that Son proceeds the sphere of heat and light, or what is the same, the sphere of love and wisdom, for the working out of ends, which are uses. But that sphere is designated by different names, according to the uses. The divine sphere looking to the preservation of the universe through successive generations, in the state created, is called the sphere of procreating, and the divine sphere looking to the preservation of the generations in their beginnings, and afterwards in their progressions, is called the sphere of protecting what is procreated. Besides these two there are many other divine spheres, which are named according to their uses, thus differently. See above at N 222. The operations of uses through these spheres are divine providence. 387. 2. That these two universal spheres make one with the sphere of conjugal love and with the sphere of the love of infants. That the sphere of conjugal love makes one with the sphere of procreating is plain, for procreation is the end, and conjugal love is the mediate cause, by which it is effected, and the end and cause in the processes of effecting and in the effects act as one, because together. That the sphere of the love of infants makes one with the sphere of protecting what is procreated is also plain, because it is an end proceeding from the prior end, which was procreation, and the love of infants is the mediate cause whereby it is effected. For ends go forth in series, one after another, and in going forth the last end becomes first, and so on, even to the limit where they subsist or cease. But of these things more may be seen in the exposition of Article 12, 388, 3, that these two spheres inflow into all things of heaven and into all things of the world, universally and singularly, from first things to last. It is said universally and singularly, because when a thing universal is spoken of, all the single things from which it is are at the same time meant, for it exists from them, and consists of them, and so from them it is named, as the general from its parts. If then you take away the single things, the universal is but a name, and is as a surface within which there is nothing. Therefore, to attribute to God universal government and take away the single things of his government makes it an empty word and like an ascription of inanity. Comparison with the universal government of kings on earth is of no application. Hence then it is said that these two spheres flow in universally and singularly. 389. That the spheres of procreating and of protecting what is procreated, or the spheres of conjugal love and the love of infants, inflow into all things of heaven and into all things of the world, from the first to the last, is because all things that proceed from the Lord, or from the Son which is from him and in which he is, pass together through the created universe even to the very ultimates of all things thereof. The reason is that things divine, which in their progression are called celestial and spiritual, are without space and time. It is known that no extent is predicated of things spiritual, because no space and time. Hence it is that what proceeds from the Lord is in an instant from first things in the last. That the sphere of conjugal love is thus universal may be seen above at N 222 to 225. 2. That in like manner the sphere of the love of infants is so is manifest from that love in heaven where there are infants from the earth, and from that love in the world with men, with beasts and birds, serpents and insects. There are also analogies of that love in the vegetable and mineral kingdoms. In the vegetable kingdom, in that seeds are protected by shells, like swaddlings, and besides in fruit as in a house, and are nourished with the sap as with milk. That there is something like this among minerals appears from the matrices and coverings, wherein the noble gems and noble metals are concealed and guarded. 390. The sphere of procreating, and the sphere of protecting what is procreated make one in a continuous series, because the love of procreating is continued into the love of the thing procreated. What is the nature of the love of procreating is known from its delight, that it is supereminent and transcendent. In this is the state of procreation with men, and notably the state of reception with women. This highest delight, with its love, follows into the bringing forth and there fills itself. 391. For that the sphere of the love of infants is a sphere of protection and support of those who cannot protect and sustain themselves. It was said above, N 386, that the operations of uses by the Lord, through the spheres going forth from him, are divine providence. This therefore is meant by the sphere of protection and support of those who cannot protect and sustain themselves, for it is of creation that the things created must be preserved, guarded, protected, and sustained. Otherwise the universe would go to destruction. But because with the living, to whom freedom of choice is left, this cannot be done immediately by the Lord, it is done mediately, through his love implanted in fathers, mothers, and nurses. That their love is love from the Lord with them they do not know, because they do not perceive the influx, still less do they perceive the omnipresence of the Lord. But who does not see that it is not of nature, but of divine providence operating within nature, by nature? And that there could be no such universal except from God, through some spiritual Son which is in the center of the universe, and whose operation, because without space and time, is instant and present from things first in the last. 2. But it shall be told in what follows how this divine operation, which is the Lord's divine providence, is received by animate beings. That they are not able to protect and sustain themselves is not the cause of the love which moves mothers and fathers to protect and sustain infants, but is a rational cause from that love falling into the understanding. For from this cause alone, without the love that inspired and inspires it, or without a law and a penalty enforcing it, man would no more provide for infants than a statue. 392. 5. That this sphere affects the evil as well as the good, and disposes everyone to love, protect, and sustain his offspring, from his own love. It is testified by experience that the love of infants, or storge, is equally with the evil as with the good, likewise with gentle and ungentle beasts, yea, that with evil men and with ungentle beasts it is sometimes stronger and more ardent. The reason is that every love proceeding and flowing in from the Lord is turned, in the subject, into the love of its life. For no animate subject feels otherwise than that he loves of himself, since he does not perceive the influx, and while in fact he is really loving himself, he makes the love of infants the love of his own, for he as it were sees himself in them and them in himself, and thus himself as united with them. 2. And hence it is that this love is fiercer among the ungentle beasts, as among lions and lionesses, male and female bears, male and female leopards, male and female wolves, and other such, than among horses, deer, goats, and sheep. The reason is that the ungentle beasts have dominion over the gentle, and hence a predominating love of self, and this love loves itself in its progeny, and thus, as was said, the inflowing love is turned into its own. Such inversion of the inflowing love into its own, and thence protection and support of their offspring and young by evil parents, is of the Lord's divine providence, for otherwise but few of the human race would be left and of ferocious beasts, which yet are of use, not any. From these considerations it is plain that everyone is disposed to love, protect, and sustain his offspring from his own love. 393. 6. That this fear principally affects the female sex, thus mothers, and the male sex, or fathers, from them. This comes from the same origin spoken of before, that the sphere of conjugal love is received by women, and through women is transferred into men, because women are born loves of the understanding of men and the understanding is the recipient. It is similar with the love of infants, because this by origin is from conjugal love. That mothers have a more tender and fathers a less tender love is known. That the love of infants is inscribed upon conjugal love into which women are born is manifest from the lovely and winning affection of little girls for infants, and for the images of them which they carry about, dress, kiss, and press to their bosoms. Boys have no such affection. 2. It appears as if mothers have the love of infants from the nourishing of them in the womb out of their own blood, and thence the appropriation to them of their own life, and thus from sympathetic union, but yet this is not the origin of that love, for if, unknown to the mother, another infant were substituted for the true one after birth, it would be loved with equal tenderness as if it were her own. Besides, infants are sometimes loved by nurses more than by their mothers. It flows from these considerations, that this love is from no other source than the conjugal love inherent in every woman, to which is adjoined the love of conceiving, from the delight of which the wife is prepared for reception. This is the first of that love, which after the birth with its delight passes over fully to the offspring. 394. 7. That this sphere is also a sphere of innocence and peace. Innocence and peace are the two inmost things of heaven. They are called inmost because they proceed immediately from the Lord, for the Lord is innocence itself, and peace itself. From innocence the Lord is called the Lamb, and from peace he said, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you," John 14 verse 27. And this is meant also by the peace with which they were to salute a city, or a house, when they entered it, which, if worthy, peace should come upon it, and if unworthy the peace should return. Matt 10:11-15. Hence also the Lord is called the Prince of Peace, Isaiah 9 verse 5. Innocence and peace are the inmost things of heaven, for the reason too that innocence is the essence of every good, and peace is the blessedness of every delight that is of good. See Heaven and Hell, concerning the state of innocence of the angels of heaven, N. 276-283, and concerning the state of peace in heaven, N. 284-290. 395. 8. That the sphere of innocence inflows into infants, and through them into parents and affects them. That infants are innocences is known, but that their innocence flows in from the Lord is not known. It flows in from the Lord because he is innocence itself, as has been said just above, and nothing can flow in because it cannot be except from its beginning, which is the thing itself. But it shall be briefly told of what kind the innocence of infancy is which affects parents. It shines forth from their face, from some of their gestures, and from their earliest speech, and affects. They have innocence because they do not think from the interior, for they do not yet know what is good and evil, and true and false, from which they may think, hence they have not prudence from their own, nor deliberate purpose, and thus have no intention of evil. They have no proprium acquired from the love of self and of the world. They do not attribute anything to themselves. Everything that they receive they ascribe to their parents. They are content with the little things given them as presents, they have no solicitude for food and raiment, and none for the future, nor have they any regard for the world, and do not therefore covet many things. They love their parents, their nurses, and their infant companions, with whom in innocence they play, they suffer themselves to be led, they hearken and obey. This is the innocence of infancy which is the cause of the love called storge. 396:9, that it flows in also into the souls of parents, and conjoins itself with the same sphere with the infants, and that it is instilled especially by the touch. The Lord's innocence inflows into the angels of the third heaven, where all are in the innocence of wisdom, and passes through the lower heavens, but only through the innocences of the angels there, and so into infants, immediately and mediately. They are scarcely otherwise than as sculptured forms, yet still they are receptive of life from the Lord through the heavens. But unless the parents also receive that influx in their souls, and in the inmosts of their minds, they would be affected in vain by the innocence of infants. There must be in another something adequate and homogeneous, through which communication may be effected, and which shall cause reception, affection, and thence conjunction. Otherwise it would be as tender seed falling upon flint, or as a lamb thrown to a wolf. Thence now it is that the innocence flowing into the souls of parents conjoins itself with the innocence of infants. 2. That this conjunction is effected by means of the bodily senses, but especially with parents, through the touch. Experience may teach, as for example, that the sight is inmostly charmed by observing them, the hearing by their speech, the smell by their odor. That the communication and thence the conjunction of innocences takes place especially through the touch is manifestly perceived from the pleasantness of carrying them in the arms, from embracing and kissing them, above all with mothers, who are delighted with their pressing the mouth and face against their bosoms, and then at the same time by the touch of their palms there, and in general from the sucking of the breasts and lactation, and also from stroking their naked body, and from the unwearied labor of swathing and cleansing them upon their knees. 3. That communications of love and its delights between married partners are made through the sense of touch has been shown several times above. Communications of the mind also are thereby effected, because the hands are the ultimates of man and his firsts are together in the ultimates. By this sense, moreover, all things of the body and all things of the mind that are intermediate are held together in unbroken connection. Hence it is that Jesus touched infants, Matt 19:13, 15, Mark 10 verses 13 and 16, and that he healed the sick by the touch, and that they were healed who touched him. Hence it is also that to this day inaugurations into the priesthood are performed by the laying on of hands. From this it is clear that the innocence of parents and the innocence of infants meet each other through the touch, especially of the hands, and so conjoin themselves as if by kisses. 397. It is known that by contact, innocence also operates among beasts and birds effects similar to those with men. The reason why it operates similar effects is because all that proceeds from the Lord instantly pervades the universe, see above, n. 388 to 390, and as it goes forth through degrees, and by continual mediations, it therefore passes on not only to animals but also beyond, to vegetables and minerals, n. 389. It even passes into the earth itself, which is the mother of all vegetables and minerals, for in the time of spring she is in a state prepared for the reception of seeds, as it were into her womb, and when she has received them she as it were conceives, cherishes them, bears them, brings them forth, gives them suck, nourishes, clothes, rears, guards them, and as it were loves the offspring from them, and so on. As the sphere of procreation goes forth so far, why not then to animals of every kind, even to worms? Just as the earth is the common mother of plants, so it is an established fact that there is also a common mother of the bees in every hive. 398. 10. that in the degree in which the innocence with infants recedes, affection also is remitted, and conjunction, and this successively even to separation. It is known that the love of infants, or storge, recedes from parents according to the recession of innocence from them, and that it recedes with men even to the separation of the children from the home, and among beasts and birds even to the rejection of them from their presence, and forgetfulness that they are of their stock. From this, as from an established proof, it is also evident that the innocence flowing in on both sides produces the love called storge. 399:11. That the rational state of innocence and peace with parents towards infants is that they know and can do nothing of themselves, but from others, especially from the father and mother, and that this state successively passes away, as they know and are able to act of themselves and not from them. It has been shown above in its own section, N 391, that the sphere of love of infants is a sphere of protection and support of those that cannot protect and sustain themselves. It was also stated there that this is only the rational cause with man, but not the very cause of the love with them. The very originating cause of that love is innocence from the Lord, which inflows into man while he is ignorant of it, and brings forth that rational cause. And therefore, as the first cause makes a recession from that love, so does this second cause at the same time, or what is the same, just as the communication of innocence recedes, so also the persuading reason accompanies it. But this occurs only with man, in order that he may do what he does from freedom according to reason, and may from this, as from a rational and at the same time a moral law, support his grown-up offspring according to necessity and use. This second cause animals destitute of reason have not. They have only the prior cause, which with them is instinct. 412. That the sphere of the love of procreating progresses in order, from the end through causes into effects, and forms periods, through which creation is preserved in the state foreseen and provided. All operations in the universe progress from ends through causes into effects. These three are in themselves inseparable, although in idea they appear as if separate, and yet the end there is nothing unless seen together with the effect that is intended. Nor does either become anything unless the cause sustains, foresees, and conjoins. 2. Such a progression is inscribed on every man, in general and in every particular, exactly as will, understanding, and action. Every end there is of the will, every cause is of the understanding, and every effect is of action. In like manner every end is of love, every efficient cause is of wisdom, and every effect thence is of use. The reason is that the will is the receptacle of love, the understanding is the receptacle of wisdom, and action is the receptacle of use. Therefore, since operations in man, in general and in particular, progress by the will through the understanding into act, so also do they progress from love through wisdom into use, but by wisdom here is meant all that is of judgment and thought. That these three are one in the effect is plain. They also make one in idea before the effect, which is perceived from the fact that only determination intervenes, for in the mind the end goes forth from the will and produces for itself a cause in the understanding, and there presents to itself an intention, and intention is as the act before determination. Hence it is that an intention is accepted by a wise man and also by the Lord, as an act. 3. What rational man is not able to see, or to acknowledge when he hears, that these three flow forth from some first cause, and that this cause is that from the Lord the Creator and Conservator of the universe go forth continually love, wisdom, and use, and these three as one. Say if you can from what other source they are. For 1. A similar progression from end, through cause into effect, is also the sphere of procreating, and of protecting what is procreated. Here the end is the will or love of procreating, the mediate cause, by which and into which the end carries itself forward, is conjugal love, the progressive series of efficient causes is the loving, the conception, and the gestation of the embryo or offspring to be procreated, and the effect is the procreated offspring itself. But although end, cause, and effect progress in succession as three, yet in the love of procreating, and inwardly within each of the causes and within the effect itself they make one. They are only the efficient causes which progress through times because in nature, the end, or will, and the love remaining continually the same, for in nature ends progress through times without time, but cannot come forth and manifest themselves until the effect or use exists and becomes a subject. Before this the love could love nothing but the progression, and could not fix and establish itself. 2. That there are periods to such progressions is known, and that by means of them is the preservation of creation in the state foreseen and provided. But the series of the love of infants from its greatest to its least, and so to its termination, that is, to the point at which it stays or ceases, is retrograde, since it is according to the decrease of innocence in the subject, and also on account of the periods. For 2:13, that the love of infants descends and does not ascend. That is, it descends from generation to generation, or from sons and daughters to grandsons and granddaughters, and it is known that it does not ascend from these to fathers and mothers of families. The cause of its increase in the descent is the love of fructifying or of producing uses, and as respects the human race it is the love of multiplying it. But this cause derives its origin solely from the Lord, in that He, in the multiplication of the human race, looks to the preservation of creation, and as the final end of this to an angelic heaven which is solely from the human race. And because an angelic heaven is the end of ends and hence is the love of loves with the Lord, therefore there is implanted in the souls of men not only the love of procreating, but also a love of what is procreated in their successions. It is for that reason also that this love exists only among men and not with any beast or bird. That with man this love descends with increase is also from the glory of honor, which likewise increases with him according to its extension. That the love of honor and of glory receives into itself the love of infants inflowing from the Lord and makes this as its own will be seen in section 16 following. For 3:14, that wives have one state of love before conception, and another state after it even to the bringing forth. This is adduced to the end that it may be known that the love of procreating and the consequent love of what is procreated are with women inherent in conjugal love, and that these two loves in her are divided when the end which is the love of procreating begins its progression. That then the love storge is transferred from the wife into the husband, and also that then the love of procreating, which with woman makes one with her conjugal love, as has been said, is not similar is manifest from many indications. For 4:15, that conjugal love is conjoined with the love of infants with parents, by causes spiritual and hence natural. The spiritual causes are, that the human race may be multiplied and from this the angelic heaven enlarged, and thus that there may be born those who will become angels, serving the Lord for performing uses in heaven and also by consociation with men on earth, for angels are associated with every man by the Lord, with whom there is such conjunction that if they were removed man would fall down in a moment. The natural causes of the conjunction of these two loves are that those may be born who will perform uses in human societies and be incorporated in them as members. That there are the latter natural and the former spiritual causes of the love of infants and of conjugal love even the married partners themselves think and sometimes declare, saying, that they have enriched heaven with as many angels as they have had descendants, and have furnished society with as many helpers as they have borne children. For 5:16, that the love of infants is of one kind with spiritual married partners, and of another with natural. To appearance the love of infants with spiritual married partners is similar to the love of infants with natural married partners, but it is more internal and thence more tender, because that love exists from innocence, and from a nearer reception and thus more present perception of it in themselves, for the spiritual are spiritual in the degree that they partake of innocence. Moreover, fathers and mothers, after they have tasted the sweetness of innocence with their infants, love their children altogether otherwise than natural fathers and mothers. The spiritual love their children according to their spiritual intelligence and moral life, thus they love them according to their fear of God and actual piety, or piety of life, and at the same time according to their affection for an application to uses serviceable to society, that is, according to the virtues and good morals with them. For their love of these things, principally, they provide for and minister to their necessities. Wherefore, if they do not see such virtues in them, they alienate the mind from them, and do nothing for them except from duty. 2. With natural fathers and mothers the love of infants is indeed also from innocence, but this, received by them, is wrapped about with their own love, and hence they love infants from this love and at the same time from that innocence, kissing, embracing, carrying, taking them to their bosom, and fondling them beyond all measure, and look upon them as of one heart and one soul with themselves. And then, after their state of infancy, up to adolescence and beyond, when innocence no longer operates, they love them, not on account of any fear of God and actual piety, or piety of life, nor for any rational and moral intelligence in them, and little, indeed scarcely at all, do they consider their internal affections and thence virtues and good morals, but only the things external for which they have regard. To these they adjoin, affix, and attach their love, and consequently close the eyes to their faults, excusing and favoring them. The reason is that the love of their progeny with them is also the love of themselves, and this love clings to the subject outwardly, but does not enter into it as it does not into themselves. For 6. Of what kind the love of infants and the love of children is with the spiritual, and of what kind with the natural, is manifestly perceived from them after death. For most fathers, when they come into the world of spirits, call to mind their children who have gone before them, and they also become present and mutually recognize each other. Spiritual fathers only look at them, ask in what state they are, rejoice if it is well with them and grieve if it is ill, and after some conversation, instruction, and admonition respecting heavenly moral life, they separate from them, but before separation, teach that they are no longer to be remembered as fathers, because the Lord is the one only Father to all in heaven, according to his words, Matt. 23-9, and that they never remember them as children, but natural fathers, as soon as they realize that they are living after death and recall to their memory the children who had deceased before them, and as they are made present also by strong desire, are instantly conjoined with them, and they cling together like a bundle of sticks tied together, and then the father is delighted continually with the sight of them and by conversation with them. If the father is told that some of these, his children, are Satan's, and that they have done injury to the good, yet he keeps them together in a sphere about him or in a company before him. If he himself sees that they inflict injury and do evil, he still pays no heed to it, and does not dissociate any one of them from him. Wherefore, that such a pernicious company may not continue, they are of necessity sent together into hell, and there the father in the presence of his children is shut up under guard, and his children are separated and sent away, each to his place of life. For 7. To this I will add the following notable experience, that I have seen fathers in the spiritual world who looked with hatred and as if in fury upon infants brought before their eyes, even in such ferocious temper that they would have killed them if they could, but as soon as it was told them by pretense that they were their own children, then instantly their fury and ferocity departed, and they loved them excessively. This love and that hatred exist together in those who in the world had been inwardly deceitful and set their mind in enmity against the Lord. For 17, that this love with the spiritual is from the interior or prior, but with the natural is from the exterior or posterior. To think and conclude from the interior and prior is to think from ends and causes to effects, but to think and conclude from the exterior or posterior is from effects to causes and ends. This progression is against order, but the other is according to order. For to think and conclude from ends and causes is from goods and truth seen in the higher region of the mind, but to think and conclude from effects is to conjecture causes and ends from the lower region of the mind, where the sensual things of the body are with their appearances and fallacies, which in itself is nothing but to confirm falsities and lusts, and after confirmation to see and believe them to be the verities of wisdom and goodnesses of its love. So is it with the love of infants and children with the spiritual and the natural. The spiritual love them from the prior, thus according to order, but the natural love them from the posterior, thus against order. These things are adduced simply to confirm the preceding section. For 18, that it is owing to this that the love exists with married partners who mutually love each other, and also with married partners who do not love each other at all. It is therefore with the natural as well as with the spiritual, yet the latter have conjugal love and the former have not, except apparent and simulated. That the love of infants and conjugal love nevertheless act as one is because conjugal love is implanted in every woman from creation, and together with it the love of procreating, which is determined and flows into the offspring procreated, and is carried from women to men, as was said above. Hence it is that in houses wherein there is not conjugal love between man and wife, there yet is with the wife, and through this some external conjunction with the man. It is from the same cause that even harlots love their progeny, for what is implanted by creation in the soul, and looks to propagation, is indelible and ineradicable. For 10:19, that the love of infants continues after death, especially with women. As soon as infants are resuscitated, which takes place immediately after death, they are taken up into heaven, and are handed over to the care of angels of the female sex who in the life of their body in the world loved infants, and at the same time feared God. These angels, because they loved all infants with maternal tenderness, receive them as their own, and the infants there, as if from inherent affection, love them as their own mothers. As many infants are with them as from spiritual, maternal love they desire. The heaven in which the infants are appears in front, in the region of the forehead, directly in the line or radius in which the angels look to the Lord. The situation of this heaven there is for the reason that all infants are educated under the immediate auspices of the Lord. The heaven of innocence also flows in with them, which is the third heaven. After this first age is past, they are transferred into another heaven where they are instructed. For 11:20, that infants are educated by them under the auspices of the Lord, and increase in stature and in intelligence as in the world. Infants in heaven are educated in this manner, from their instructress they learn to speak. Their first speech is but the sound of affection, in which, however, there is some beginning of thought, whereby the human in sound is distinguished from the sound of an animal. This speech by degrees becomes more distinct as ideas from affection enter the thought. All their affections, which also have growth, proceed from innocence. Into these are instilled first such things as appear before their eyes and are delightful, which, because they are of spiritual origin, flow into them at the same time as those things which are of heaven, whereby the interiors of their mind are opened. After this, just as the infants are perfected in intelligence, they increase also in stature, and in this respect also appear more adult. The reason is that intelligence and wisdom are spiritual nourishment itself, and therefore what nourishes their minds nourishes their bodies also. But in heaven infants do not grow up beyond the first age, and there they stay and at that age remain to eternity. And when they arrive at that age they are given in marriage, which is provided by the Lord and is celebrated in the heaven where the young man dwells, who soon afterwards follows his wife to her heaven, or into her house if they are in the same society. That I might certainly know that as infants advance in intelligence they also increase and grow up in stature, it has been given me to speak with some while they were infants, and afterwards with them when they were grown up, and the young men were seen to be of similar stature with young men in the world. For 12, the infants are instructed especially by representatives, suitable and adapted to their genius. And how full of beauty and at the same time of interior wisdom they are can scarcely be believed in the world. 2 representatives may here be adduced, from which a conclusion may be drawn as to the rest. At one time they represented the Lord rising from the sepulchre, and at the same time the unition of his human with the divine. They first presented the idea of a sepulchre, but not an idea of the Lord at the same time, unless so remotely that it would scarcely be perceived that it was the Lord except as a long way off, for the reason that in the idea of a sepulchre there is a something funereal which in this way they removed. Afterwards they cautiously admitted into the sepulchre something atmospheric, yet appearing as limpid water, by which they signified, also with suitable remoteness, the spiritual life in baptism. After that I saw represented by them the descent of the Lord to them that are bound, and his ascent with the bound into heaven, and what was infantile, they let down slender cords almost invisible, very soft and tender, with which they might aid the Lord in his ascent always in holy fear lest something in the representation should touch something that did not contain anything heavenly. Besides other representations, by which infants are brought at the same time into cognitions of truth and affections of good, as by place suited to the minds of infants. To these and like things infants are led of the Lord by the innocents passing through the third heaven, and thus spiritual things are instilled into their affections, and thence into their tender thoughts, in such wise that the infants do not know but that they themselves do and think such things of themselves, by which means their understanding is initiated. For 13:21, that it is there provided by the Lord that the innocence of infancy with them becomes the innocence of wisdom. Many may think that infants remain infants and become angels immediately after death. But intelligence and wisdom make an angel, and therefore so long as infants have not these, although they are with the angels yet they are not angels, and they first become angels when they have become intelligent and wise. Infants are accordingly led on from the innocence of infancy to the innocence of wisdom, that is from external innocence to internal innocence. This innocence is the end in all their instruction and progression, therefore when they come to the innocence of wisdom, the innocence of infancy which in the meantime has served them as a plane is adjoined to them. I saw the quality of the innocence of infancy represented by something woody, almost devoid of life, which becomes living according as it is imbued with knowledges of truth and affections of good, and afterwards the quality of the innocence of wisdom was represented by a living and naked infant. The angels of the third heaven, who beyond others are in a state of innocence from the Lord, appear as naked infants before the eyes of the spirits who are below the heavens, and because they are wise beyond the rest, they also are more living. The reason is that innocence corresponds to infancy, and also to nakedness, for which reason Adam and his wife, when they were in a state of innocence, are said to have been naked and were not ashamed, but that after they had lost the state of innocence they were ashamed of their nakedness, and hid themselves. Genesis 2 verse 25, 3:7, 10-11. In a word, the wiser the angels are the more innocent they are. The quality of the innocence of wisdom may in some measure be seen from the innocence of infancy, described above, N 395, if only, instead of parents there, the Lord be taken as the Father by whom they are led and to whom they ascribe all that they receive. For 14, I have had various conversations with the angels about innocence, and they said that innocence is the S of every good, and that good is good so far as innocence is within it, and as wisdom is of the life and thence of good, that wisdom is wisdom so far as it partakes of innocence. And so with love, charity, and faith. And that thence it is that no one can enter heaven unless he is in innocence, and that this is meant by these words of the Lord, "Suffer the little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of the heavens. Verily I say unto you, whosoever shall not receive the kingdom of the heavens as a little child he shall not enter therein." Mark 10 verses 14-15, Luke 18 verses 16-17. By little children here, as also in other places in the word, they are meant who are in innocence. The reason why good is good insofar as innocence is within it is that all good is from the Lord, and innocence is to be led by the Lord. For 15, to this I will add this relation. One morning when I awoke out of sleep, meditating in the early and serene light before I was fully awake, I saw through the window as it were a flash of lightning, and presently heard as it were rolling thunder. And as I was wondering whence it was I heard these words from heaven, there are some not far from you who are reasoning sharply about God and about nature. The vibration of light like lightning and the rumbling of the air like thunder are the correspondences and thence the appearances of the contest and collision of arguments on one side in favor of God and on the other in favor of nature. The cause of this spiritual contest was this. There were certain Satans in hell who said among themselves, "Would that we might be permitted to speak with the angels of heaven, and we would show conclusively and fully that nature is that which they call God, from whom all things are, and thus that God is only a word unless nature is meant." And as the Satans with their whole heart and soul believed this, and also longed to speak with the angels of heaven, it was given them to ascend out of the mire and darkness of hell, and to speak with two angels then come down from heaven. They were in the world of spirits, which is intermediate between heaven and hell. 2. The Satan, seeing the angels there, quickly ran up to them, and in a furious voice exclaimed, "Are you the angels of heaven with whom it is permitted us to engage in reasoning about God and about nature? You are called wise because you acknowledge God, but oh how simple you are! Who sees God? Who understands what God is? Who comprehends that God governs, and can govern, the universe and all and each thing of it? Who, but the common people and the rabble, acknowledges what he does not see and understand? What is more obvious than that nature is all in all? Who sees anything but nature with the eye? Who hears anything but nature with the ear? Who perceives anything but nature by the smell? Who tastes anything but nature with the tongue? Who feels anything but nature by the touch of the hand and of the body? Are not the senses of our body the only witnesses of truth? Who cannot from them swear that a thing is so? Are not your heads in nature? Whence the influx into the thoughts of the head but from her? Take her away, can you think anything? Besides much other like matter. 3. Hearing this, the angels responded, You speak in this way because you are merely sensual. All in the hells have the ideas of their thought immersed in the senses of the body, and cannot elevate the minds above them. We therefore excuse you. A life of evil, and thence the belief in what is false, have so closed the interiors of your minds that elevation above things sensual is with you impossible, except in a state removed from the evils of life and the falsities of faith. For a Satan equally with an angel can understand truth when he hears it, but he does not retain it, because evil obliterates the truth and brings in falsity. But we perceive that you are now in a state thus removed, and that thus it is possible for you to understand the truth which we speak. Give attention then to what we say. And they said, You were in the natural world, died there, and now you are in the spiritual world. Did you before now know anything about a life after death? Did you not before deny it, and make yourselves equal with beasts? Did you before now know anything about heaven and hell? Or anything about the light and heat of this world? Or about the fact that you are no longer within nature, but above it? For this world and all things pertaining to it are spiritual, and spiritual things are above natural, so that not even the least of nature can flow into this world. But you, because you have believed nature to be a god or a goddess, believe also the light and heat of this world to be the light and heat of the natural world, when in fact it is not so at all, for here natural light is thick darkness and natural heat here is cold. Did you know anything about the sun of this world from which our light and heat proceed? Did you know that this sun is pure love, and the sun of the natural world is pure fire? And that the sun of the world, which is pure fire, is that from which nature exists and subsists? And that the sun of heaven, which is pure love, is that whence life itself, which is love with wisdom, exists and subsists? And thus that nature, which you make a god or goddess, is manifestly dead, for you can, if a guard is granted you, ascend with us into heaven, and we, if a guard is granted us, can descend with you into hell. And in heaven you will see things magnificent and splendid, but in hell things squalid and unclean. The differences arise from the fact that all in heaven worship God, and all in hell worship nature, and those magnificent and splendid things in the heavens are the correspondences of the affections of good and of truth, and the squalid and unclean things in the hells are correspondences of the lusts of the evil and false. Judge now from these things and those whether God or nature is all in all. To this the Satans replied, In the state in which we now are we are able to conclude from what we have heard that it is God, but when the delight of evil takes possession of our minds we see nothing but nature. 5. The 2 angels and the 2 Satans were standing not far from me on the right, so that I saw and heard them. And lo, I saw many spirits around them, who in the natural world had been celebrated for learning, and I was surprised that these learned men stood now beside the angels, now beside the Satans, and that they favored those beside whom they stood. And I was told that their changes of place were changes of their state of mind, favoring now one side now the other, for they are Vatumni. And we will tell you a mystery. We have looked down upon earth, to those celebrated for learning who have thought according to their own judgment about God and about nature, and we find 600 out of 1,000 in favor of nature, and the rest in favor of God, but they were in favor of God because they had frequently said that nature is from God, not from any understanding, but only from what they had heard, and frequent speech from memory and recollection, though not at the same time from thought and intelligence. Induces a sort of faith. 6. After this a guard was given the Satans, and with the 2 angels they ascended into heaven, and saw magnificent and splendid things. And being then in illustration from the light of heaven there, they acknowledged that there is a God, and that nature is created to subserve the life which is in God and from God, and that nature in itself is dead, and so does nothing of itself, but is actuated by life. Having seen and perceived these things they descended, and as they descended the love of evil returned, and closed their understanding above and opened it beneath. And then there appeared as it were a veil above it, flashing from infernal fire, and the instant their feet touched the earth the ground opened beneath them, and they sank down to their own. Verse 16, After this the two angels, seeing me near, said of me to those standing by, We know that this man has written about God and about nature, let us hear him. And they came and asked that what had been written respecting God and nature might be read to them, and I read therefrom the following. They who believe in divine operation in the single things of nature can confirm themselves in favor of the divine by very many things that they see in nature, equally with, yea, better than those who confirm themselves in favor of nature. For those who confirm themselves in favor of the divine consider the wonders that are visible in the production both of vegetables and animals. In the production of vegetables, how that from a small seed cast into the earth there comes forth a root, by means of the root a stem, and successively branches, leaves, flowers, and fruit, even to new seeds, just as if the seed knew the order of succession or procession by which it is to renew itself. Can any rational man think that the sun which is pure fire knows this? Or that it can put it into its heat and light to effect such things? And that it can form the wonderful things within them and purpose use? A man whose rational is elevated when he sees and contemplates these things cannot but think that they are from him who has infinite wisdom, that is from God. They also who acknowledge the divine see and think this. But those that do not acknowledge do not see and think this, because they will not, and thus let their rational so far down into the sensual that it derives all its ideas from the light in which the senses of the body are and confirms their fallacies, saying, Do you not see the sun operating these things by its heat and light? What is that which you do not see? Is it anything? 2. They that confirm themselves in favor of the divine consider also the wonders that are observable in the production of animals. To mention here only with respect to eggs, that within them lies hidden a chicken in its seed or inception, with every requisite until it is hatched from the shell, and also for its progression after it leaves the shell until it becomes a bird or flying thing in the form of its parent. And if one takes notice of the form, it is such that it cannot but excite amazement if he thinks profoundly, for that in the least as well as in the greatest of them, yea, in the invisible as in the visible, that is, in the minutest insects as in the large birds and beasts, there are organs of the senses, of sight, smell, taste, and touch, and organs of motion which are muscles, for they fly and walk, and viscera also around the heart and lungs which are actuated by brains. That even poor insects rejoice in such organs is known from their anatomy described by some, especially by Swammerdam in his Biblia Naturae. 3. They who ascribe all things to nature indeed see such things but think only that they exist, and say that nature produces them, and they say this because they have turned their mind away from thinking of the divine, and those who have turned away from thought of the divine, when they behold the wonderful things in nature, cannot think rationally, much less spiritually, but think sensually and materially, and then think in nature from nature and not above it, in like manner as do those who are in hell, with only this difference from beasts, that they have the power of rationality, that is, that they can understand and so can think otherwise if they will, for they who have turned themselves away from the thought of the divine when they behold the wonderful things in nature, and thereby become sensual, do not reflect that the sight of the eye is so gross that it sees many minute insects as one obscure object, and yet that each one of these is organized to feel and to move itself, and so is provided with fibers, and vessels, and a little heart, and pulmonary tubes, and minute viscera, and brains, and that these are woven together out of the purest things in nature, and that these contextures correspond to some life by which the minutest of them are distinctly actuated. Since the sight of the eye is so gross that many such creatures, with the innumerable things in each, appear to it as one little obscure thing, and yet they who are sensual think and judge from that sight, it is manifest how their mind has become gross, and hence in what thick darkness they are as to spiritual things. For 17, everyone can confirm himself in favor of the divine from the visible things of nature if he will, and he in fact does confirm himself who thinks of God from life, as when he beholds the fowls of heaven, how every species of them knows its own food and where it is, knows its kind by sound and sight, and which among others are their friends and which their enemies, that they mate together, know how to copulate, skillfully build nests, lay eggs therein, sit upon them, know the period of incubation, which accomplished they hatch out the young, tenderly love them, cherish them under their wings, offer them their food and feed them, and this until they become mature and able to do the like and to procreate families to perpetuate their kind. Everyone who will think of the divine influx through the spiritual world into the natural can see it in these things, and can also, if he will, say from his heart, such knowledge cannot flow into these creatures from the sun through the rays of its light, for the sun from which nature takes its origin and its essence is pure fire, and the rays of its light are therefore altogether dead. And thus he can conclude that such things come from the influx of divine wisdom into the ultimates of nature. For 18, anyone can confirm himself in favor of the divine from the visible things of nature when he considers the caterpillars, which, from the delight of a certain longing, affect and aspire to a change of their terrestrial state for one having some analogy to the heavenly state, and to that end creep into hiding places and commit themselves as it were to a womb that they may be born again, and there become chrysalids, Aurelias, nymphs, and at length butterflies. And when this metamorphosis is past, and according to their species they are invested with beautiful wings, they fly away into the air as into their heaven, and there disport genially, pair together, lay eggs, and provide for themselves a posterity, and nourish themselves the while with pleasant and sweet food from the flowers. Who that confirms himself in favor of the divine from the visible things of nature does not see some image of the earthly state of man in these creatures as caterpillars, and an image of his heavenly state in them as butterflies? But those who confirm themselves in favor of nature see them indeed, but as they have rejected out of their mind the heavenly state of man, they call them mere instincts of nature. For 19, everyone can confirm himself in favor of the divine from the visible things of nature, if he considers what is known about bees, that they know how to gather wax and suck honey out of herbs and flowers, and to build cells like little houses, and dispose them in the form of a city, with streets through which they go in and by which they pass out, that from a long way off they scent the flowers and the herbs from which they gather wax for their house and honey for their food, and laden with these fly back, according to the quarter of the heavens, directly to their hive, and thus provide for themselves food and habitation for the coming winter just as if they knew and foresaw it. They also appoint over them a mistress like a queen, from whom a posterity is propagated, and build for her as it were a palace above them, with guards round about, and when the time of bringing forth is at hand she goes with her attendants from cell to cell and lays eggs, which the following crowd anoint that they may not be injured by the air. Thence comes to them a new progeny. Afterwards, when these are advanced to the age at which they can do the like, they are expelled from the hive, and the excluded host gather themselves together in a swarm, in order that the band may not be scattered. They then fly thence to seek for them a home. Also about autumn they bring out the useless drones and deprive them of their wings, so that they may not return and consume the food whereon they bestowed no labor. Besides many other things, from which it is evident, that for the sake of the use that they perform for the human race, they have, by virtue of the influx from the spiritual world, a form of government such as there is with men on earth, yea, with the angels in heaven. What man with reason unimpaired does not see that such things with them are not from the natural world? What has the sun from which nature is in common with a government emulating and analogous to heavenly government? From these and things like these among brute animals, the confessor and worshipper of nature confirms himself in favor of nature, while from the same evidence the confessor and worshipper of God confirms himself in favor of the divine, for the spiritual man sees spiritual things in them, and the natural man sees in them natural things. Thus everyone sees as he is. For myself, such things have been to me testimonies of the influx of the spiritual into the natural, or of the spiritual world into the natural world, thus from the divine wisdom of the Lord. Consider, also, whether you can think analytically of any form of government, or of any civil law, or of any moral virtue, or of any spiritual truth, unless the divine out of his wisdom flows in through the spiritual world. As for me, I could not and cannot. Indeed, I have perceptibly and sensibly observed the influx now continually for 25 years. I therefore affirm this from having witnessed it. For 20, Can nature have use as an end, and dispose uses into orders and forms? This none but one who is wise can do. And none but God, who has infinite wisdom, can thus ordinate and form a universe. Who else could foresee and provide all things that men require for food and for raiment, food from the fruits of the earth and from animals, and raiment from the same? It is among the marvels that the vile caterpillars called silkworms clothe with silk and magnificently adorn both women and men, from queens and kings down to maidservants and menservants, and that creatures so lowly as bees furnish wax for the lights from which temples and palaces have their brightness. These facts, and many more, are conspicuous proofs that the Lord for himself through the spiritual world operates all things that are in nature. For 21, to this should be added, that there have been seen in the spiritual world those who have so confirmed themselves in favor of nature, from the visible things of the world, that they have become atheists, and that in spiritual light their understanding appeared open beneath but closed above, because in thought they looked downwards to the earth, and not upwards towards heaven. Above their sensual, which is the lowest of the understanding, appeared a veil as it were, with some flashing from infernal fire, with some black as from soot, and with some livid as a corpse. Let everyone then be on his guard against confirmations in favor of nature, let him confirm himself in favor of the divine. There is no lack of material. For 22, some indeed are to be pardoned for having ascribed certain visible things to nature, for the reason that they have not known anything about the Son of the spiritual world where the Lord is and of influx therefrom, nor anything about that world and the state of it, no, nor of its presence with men, and that therefore they could not but think of the spiritual as a purer natural, and so that angels either were in the ether or in the stars, and of the devil, that either he is the evil of man, or, if he actually exists, that he is in the air or in the deep, and that the souls of men after death are either in the inmost of the earth, or in a somewhere or other, in aliquo ubi supu, until the day of judgment, and other like notions that fancy has induced from want of knowledge of the spiritual world and of its Son. This is the reason why they are to be pardoned who have believed that nature produces the things that they see from something inherent from creation. But still they cannot be pardoned who by confirmations in favor of nature have made themselves atheists, because they could have confirmed themselves in favor of the divine. Ignorance indeed excuses but does not take away the confirmed falsity, for this falsity coheres with evil and evil with hell. Part 2. The insane pleasures of promiscuous love. 18. The opposition of promiscuous love and conjugal love. For 23. At this threshold it is to be explained first what is meant by promiscuous love in this chapter. The fornicatory love that precedes marriage is not meant, nor that which follows it after the death of a married partner, nor the taking of a mistress which is entered upon for legitimate, just, and weighty reasons, nor are the mild kinds of adultery meant, nor the graver kinds of which a man actually repents. For these do not become opposite, and those are not opposite to conjugal love. That they are not opposite will be seen hereafter when each comes to be treated of. But by the promiscuous love opposite to conjugal love here is meant the love of adultery when it is such that it is not regarded as a sin, nor as evil, dishonorable, and against reason, but as permissible with reason. This promiscuous love not only makes conjugal love the same as itself, but also ruins, destroys, and at length nauseates it. 2. The opposition of this love to conjugal love is treated of in this chapter. That it treats of no other may be manifest from the chapters that follow concerning fornication, taking of a mistress, and the different kinds of adultery. But that the opposition may be evident to the rational sight, it shall be shown in the following sequence. 1. That the quality of promiscuous love is not known unless the quality of conjugal love is known. 2. That promiscuous love is opposite to conjugal love. 3. That promiscuous love is opposite to conjugal love, just as the natural man regarded in himself is opposite to the spiritual man. 4. That promiscuous love is opposite to conjugal love just as the intermarriage of the evil and the false is opposite to the marriage of good and truth. 5. That promiscuous love is therefore opposite to conjugal love just as hell is opposite to heaven. 6. That the uncleanness of hell is from promiscuous love, and that the cleanness of heaven is from conjugal love. 7. Likewise the uncleanness in the church, and the cleanness there. 8. that promiscuous love makes man more and more not human, and not a man, and that conjugal love makes man more and more human, and more a man. 9. That there is a sphere of promiscuous love and a sphere of conjugal love. 10. That the sphere of promiscuous love comes up out of hell, and that the sphere of conjugal love comes down from heaven. 11. That in each world these two spheres meet each other but do not conjoin themselves. 12. That between these two spheres there is an equilibrium, and that man is in this. 13. That man is able to turn himself to whichever he pleases, but that insofar as he turns himself to the one he turns himself away from the other. 14. That each sphere carries delights with it. 15. That the delights of promiscuous love begin from the flesh, and that they are of the flesh even in the spirit, but that the delights of conjugal love begin in the spirit, and that they are of the spirit even in the flesh. 16. That the delights of promiscuous love are pleasures of insanity, and that the delights of conjugal love are the delights of wisdom. The explanation of these now follows. For 24, 1. That the quality of promiscuous love is not known unless the quality of conjugal love is known. By promiscuous love is meant the love of adultery which destroys conjugal love, as above in N. For 23. That the quality of this promiscuous love is not known unless the quality of conjugal love is known, there is no need to demonstrate, but only to illustrate by similar examples. For instance, who can know what is evil and false, unless he knows what is good and true? Or who knows what is unchaste, dishonest, indecorous, and unbeautiful, unless he knows what is chaste, honest, decorous, and beautiful? Or who can discern insanity but one who is wise or knows what wisdom is? Or who can rightly perceive discordant, grating sounds but one who through learning and study has drunk in harmonious numbers? In like manner, who can perceive what the quality of adultery is unless he has perceived clearly what the quality of marriage is? Or who can present to the judgment the filthiness of the pleasures of promiscuous love, unless he has previously presented to his own judgment the cleanness of conjugal love? Now, because I have completed the work on delights of wisdom pertaining to conjugal love, from the intelligence thence acquired I am able to describe the pleasures of promiscuous love. For 25, 2. That promiscuous love is opposite to conjugal love. There is nothing in the universe which has not its opposite, and opposites are not things having relation to each other, but are contraries. Relatives are between what is the greatest and least of the same thing, but contraries are in opposition over against them, and these are relative among themselves just as those are among themselves, and therefore the relations themselves also are opposites. That to all things and to everything there is an opposite is manifest from light, heat, the times in the world, from affections, from perceptions, sensations, and from many other things. The opposite of light is thick darkness, the opposite of heat is cold, the opposites of times in the world are day and night, summer and winter, the opposites of affections are joys and sorrows, and gladness and sadness, the opposites of perceptions are goods and truths and evils and falses, and the opposites of sensations are delightful and undelightful. From all this evidence then it must be concluded that conjugal love has its opposite. That this opposite is adultery everyone can see if he will, from all the dictates of sound reason. Say if you can what else is its opposite. To this is added, that inasmuch as sound reason has been able to see this clearly of its own light, it has therefore established laws, which are called civil laws of justice, for the protection of marriages and against adulteries. 2. To make it still more obvious that they are opposites, I may refer to what I have frequently seen in the spiritual world. When those who in the natural world were adulterers from confirmation perceive the sphere of conjugal love flowing down out of heaven, they either instantly flee into caverns and hide themselves, or if they stand out against it they are excited to rage and become like furies. That it is so is because there all delightful and all undelightful things of the affections are perceived, sometimes as clearly as odor is perceived by the smell, for they have not a material body which absorbs such things. 3. But that the opposition of promiscuous love and conjugal love is unknown to many in the natural world is from the delights of the flesh, which in the extremes apparently emulate the delights of conjugal love, and they that are in delights alone know nothing of that opposition. And I can affirm that if you should tell them that everything has its opposite, and conclude that conjugal love has also, adulterers would reply that there is no such opposite to that love, for that promiscuous love in no sense distinguishes itself from it. From which it is evident also, that one who does not know what the quality of conjugal love is does not know the quality of promiscuous love. And besides that, the quality of conjugal love is not known from promiscuous love, but the latter from the former. No one from evil knows good, but from good one knows evil, for evil is in thick darkness but good is in light. For 26:3, that promiscuous love is opposite to conjugal love, just as the natural man, regarded in himself, is opposite to the spiritual man, that the natural man and the spiritual man are opposed to each other, even so that the one does not will what the other wills, yea, that they fight against each other, is known in the Church, but has not as yet been explained. It shall therefore be told what distinguishes the spiritual and the natural, and excites the one against the other. It is the natural man into which everyone is first introduced while he is growing up, which introduction is by knowledges and cognitions, and by the rational things of the understanding, but the spiritual man is that into which he is introduced by the love of performing uses, which love is also called charity. So far therefore as anyone is in this love he is spiritual, but so far as he is not in this love he is natural, even though he be of penetrating genius and of wise judgment. That this man which is called natural, apart from the spiritual, howsoever much it may elevate itself into rational light, yet dissolves itself in lusts, and is devoted to them, is made plain by its ruling spirit alone, in that it is destitute of charity, and he who is destitute of this is loose to all the wantonnesses of promiscuous love. For which reason when he is told that this libidinous love is the opposite of chaste conjugal love, and he is asked to consult the light of his reason, he yet does not consult that light except in conjunction with the delight of the evil that is inherent in the natural man from nativity, whence he concludes that his reason does not see anything contrary to the pleasant sensuous allurements of his body. After he has confirmed himself in these, his reason is benumbed to all the sweets that are predicated of conjugal love. Nay, more, as was said above, he fights against and overcomes them, and as a victor after the defeat he destroys the camp of conjugal love within himself from outmosts to inmosts. This the natural man does out of his promiscuous love. This is adduced in order that it may be known whence comes the opposition of these two loves. For, as has been shown many times before, conjugal love regarded in itself is spiritual love, and promiscuous love viewed in itself is natural love. For 27, for that promiscuous love is opposite to conjugal love just as the intermarriage of the evil and the false is opposite to the marriage of good and truth. It has been shown above in its own chapter, N 83-102, that the origin of conjugal love is from the marriage of good and truth. It follows from this that the origin of promiscuous love is the intermarriage of evil and the false, and that thence they are opposite as evil is opposite to good and the falsity of evil to the truth of good. The delights of each lover what are thus opposite, for love is nothing without its delights. It does not at all appear that they are thus opposite. The reason why it does not appear is because in externals the delight of the evil love counterfeits the delight of the good love. But in internals the delight of the evil love consists of mere lusts of evil. The evil itself is a conglomerate mass or ball of them. But the delight of the good love consists of innumerable affections of good. Good itself is as a bundle of these united together. This latter bundle and that former ball are not felt by man except as one delight, and as in externals the delight of evil counterfeits the delight of good, as was said, therefore the delight of adultery is like the delight of marriage. But after death, when everyone puts off externals, and the internals are laid bare, then it is manifest to the sense that the evil of adultery is a conglomeration of lusts of evil, and that the good of marriage is a bundle of affections of good, and thus that they are altogether opposite to each other. 428. As regards the intermarriage itself of the evil and the false, it is known that evil loves the false and wills that it shall be one with itself, and they also conjoin themselves, in like manner as good loves truth and wills that it may be one with it, and they also conjoin themselves. From which it appears that as the spiritual origin of marriage is the marriage of good and truth, so the spiritual origin of adultery is the intermarriage of evil and the false. Hence it is that this intermarriage is meant by adulteries, promiscuity, and whoredoms in the spiritual sense of the word, see Apocalypse Revealed, n. 134. It is from this principle that he who is in evil and weds the false, and he who is in the false and takes evil into the companionship of his bedchamber, from the joint covenant confirms adultery, and commits it so far as he dares and is able. He confirms it from evil by falsity and commits it from falsity by evil. And on the other hand, he too, who is in good and weds truth, or who is in truth and takes good with him into the companionship of his bedchamber, confirms himself against adultery and in favor of marriage, and embraces a blessed conjugal life. For 29:5, that promiscuous love is therefore opposite to conjugal love, just as hell is opposite to heaven. All who are in hell are in the intermarriage of evil and the false, and all who are in heaven are in the marriage of good and truth. And as the intermarriage of evil and the false is likewise adultery, as has been shown above, n. for 27, for 28, hell also is adultery. Hence it is that all there are in the lust, the lasciviousness, and the shamelessness of promiscuous love, and fly from and shudder at the chastities and modesties of conjugal love, see above, n. 428. From these considerations it may be seen that these two loves, promiscuous and conjugal love, are opposite to each other as hell is to heaven and heaven to hell. For 36, that the uncleanness of hell is from promiscuous love, and that the cleanness of heaven is from conjugal love. All hell reeks with uncleannesses, and the universal origin of them is shameless and obscene promiscuous love. Into such things its delights are turned. Who could believe that in the spiritual world every delight of love is presented to the sight under a variety of appearances, to sensual perception under various odors, and to view under various forms of beasts and birds? The forms under which the lascivious delights of promiscuous love are presented to view in hell are excrements and mire. The odors under which they are presented to the sensible perception there are stenches and noisome vapors, and the forms of beasts and birds under which they are there presented to view are swine, serpents, and birds called ochim and seim. But the very opposite are the chaste delights of conjugal love in heaven. The appearances under which these are there presented to the sight are gardens and flowery fields. The odors under which they are presented to sensible perception are the aromas from fruits and the fragrant perfumes from flowers, and the forms of animals under which they are there presented to view are lambs and kids, turtle doves, and birds of paradise. The reason why the delights of love are turned into such and similar forms is that all things that come into existence in the spiritual world are correspondences. The internals of their mind are turned into them as they go forth and become external before the senses. It should be known, however, that there are innumerable varieties of unclean things into which the lewdnesses of promiscuity are turned as they go forth into their correspondences, and the varieties are according to the kinds and species of them, which may be seen in what follows, where adulteries and the degrees of them are treated of. But such unclean things do not go forth from the delights of the love of those who have repented, because they have been washed from them in the world. For 31:7, likewise the uncleanness in the church, and the cleanness there. The reason is that the church is the Lord's kingdom on earth corresponding to his kingdom in the heavens, and the Lord also conjoins them that they may make one. And he likewise distinguishes those who are there, just as he distinguishes heaven and hell, and distinguishes them according to their loves. Those that are in the immodest and obscene delights of promiscuous love join to themselves their like from hell, but those who are in the pure and chaste delights of conjugal love are associated by the Lord with similar angels from heaven. These their angels, when in attendance on men they stand near confirmed and determined adulterers, perceive the stench spoken of above, n. for 30, and withdraw a little. On account of the correspondence of filthy loves with excrement and mire, it was commanded the sons of Israel, that they should carry with them a paddle with which they should cover their excrement, lest Jehovah walking in the midst of their camp should see the nakedness of the thing and turn back. Deuteronomy 23 verses 13 to 14. This was commanded because the camp of the sons of Israel represented the church, and those unclean things represented the lasciviousness of promiscuity, and by Jehovah God walking in the midst of their camp was signified his presence with the angels, that they should cover it, was because all those places in hell where crowds of such abide are covered and closed, and for that reason it is also said, lest he see the nakedness of the thing. that all the places in hell are closed it has been given me to see, and also that when they were opened, which was when a new demon entered, a stench exhaled therefrom so foul that it infested my belly with a heavy oppression, and what is surprising, those foul odours are as delightful to them as excrements are to swine. From which it is plain how it is to be understood that what is unclean in the church is from promiscuous love, and what is clean there is from conjugal love. For 32:8, that promiscuous love more and more makes man not human, and a man not a man, and that conjugal love makes man more and more human and more a man. Each and all things that have been shown to reason in light in the first part concerning love and the delights of its wisdom illustrate and confirm that conjugal love makes man. For example, A. That one who is in love truly conjugal becomes more and more spiritual, and the more spiritual one is the more human he is. B. That he becomes more and more wise, and the more wise one becomes the more he is a man. C. That within the interiors of the mind are opened more and more, even until he sees or intuitively acknowledges the Lord, and the more one is in that sight, or that acknowledgement, the more is he a man. D. That he becomes more and more moral and civil, because a spiritual soul is in his morality and citizenship, and the more one is morally civil the more he is a man. E. That after death he also becomes an angel of heaven, and an angel is a man in essence and in form, and true humanity shines forth also in his face, from his speech, and from his deportment. From these considerations it is evident that conjugal love makes man more and more a man. 2. That with adulterers the contrary is the case follows conclusively from the very opposition of adultery and marriage, which has been and is being treated of in this chapter. For example, A. That they are not spiritual but in the lowest degree natural, and the natural man apart from the spiritual is man only as to his understanding and not as to the will. This he immerses in the body, and in the lusts of the flesh, and at those times the understanding too accompanies it. That he is but half a man he himself can see, from the reason of his own understanding if he elevates it. B. That adulterers are not wise except in speech and gestures, and when in company with those eminent in dignity, renowned by their erudition, and men of good morals. But it will be shown in the chapter on adulteries that alone, with themselves, they are insane, making light of the divine and holy things of the church, and defiling the moralities of life with things immodest and unchaste. Does anyone not see that such gesticulators are only men as to outward form, and as to the inward form not men? C. That adulterers become more and more not men my own experience has served to confirm manifestly, from seeing them in hell, for there are demons there, whose faces when seen in the light of heaven are as it were pustules, their bodies humped, their voices rough, and their manner simulated. 3. It should be understood, however, that purposed and confirmed adulterers are such but not unpremeditated adulterers. For there are 4 kinds of adultery, of which in the chapter on adulteries and their degrees. Adulterers of purpose are such from the lust of the will, adulterers by confirmation are such by persuasion of the understanding, adulterers from premeditation are such from the allurements of the senses, and unpremeditated adulterers are such as have not the faculty or the freedom of consulting the understanding. The 2 former kinds of adulterers are those that become more and more not men, but the 2 latter kinds become men just in the degree that they recede from those errors and afterwards become wise. For 33, the things adduced in the preceding part, on conjugal love and its delights, also confirm the truth that conjugal love makes a human more a man. They are, A. That the faculty and virtue called virile accompany wisdom, just in proportion as this is animated by the spiritual things of the church, and that thence they inhere in conjugal love, and that wisdom opens the current of this love from its fountain in the soul, and thus invigorates the intellectual life, which is the masculine life itself, and blesses it also with perenity. B. That thence it is, according to the words of their own mouth in the relation, N 355 to 356, that the angels of heaven are in this virile virtue to eternity, and I have heard from their own lips, see Relations, N 75 to 76, that the most ancient people in their ages, the golden and the silver ages, were in enduring efficacy, because they loved the blandishments of their wives and shuddered at the blandishments of harlots. It has been told me from heaven that this spiritual sufficiency is even in the natural, and will not be wanting at this day to those who come to the Lord and abominate adulteries as infernal. But the contrary befalls purposed and confirmed adulterers, of whom just above, N for 32. It is known, though not much proclaimed, that with them the faculty and virtue which is called manly become enfeebled even to none, and after that also begins coldness towards the sex, and then follows disdain which leads to loathing. That those adulterers are such in hell I have heard from sirens who are worn-out figures of sexual lust, and also from brothels there at a distance. From these considerations it is clear that promiscuous love makes a man more and more not human, and not a man, and that conjugal love makes man more and more human, and more a man. For 34:9, that there is a sphere of promiscuous love and a sphere of conjugal love. What is meant by spheres, and that they are manifold, and that those which are of love and wisdom proceed from the Lord and descend through the angelic heavens into the world and pervade it, even to its very ultimates, has been shown above in N 222 to 225, and in N 386 to 397. That there is not a thing in the universe which has not its opposite, may be seen above at N 425, from which it follows that because there is a sphere of conjugal love there is also a sphere opposite to it which is called the sphere of promiscuous love. For those spheres are opposite to each other just as the love of adultery is opposite to the love of marriage, which opposition has been treated of in the preceding parts of this chapter. For 35:10, that the sphere of promiscuous love comes up out of hell, and that the sphere of conjugal love comes down from heaven. That the sphere of conjugal love comes down from heaven is shown in the places cited just above in N 434, but that the sphere of promiscuous love comes up out of hell is because this love is from there, N for 29. That sphere comes up thence from the unclean things into which the delights of adultery are turned of those there who are of each sex, concerning which see above, N for 30, 431. For 36:11, that in each world these two spheres meet each other but do not conjoin themselves. By each world is meant the spiritual world and the natural world. In the spiritual world these spheres meet each other in the world of spirits, because this is intermediate between heaven and hell, but in the natural world they meet each other on the rational plane with man, which also is intermediate between heaven and hell, for into this plane the marriage of good and truth inflows from above and the marriage of evil and the false inflows into it from beneath. This flows in through the world, but the former through heaven. Hence it is that the human rational can turn itself to either side it pleases, and receive the influx. If it turns to good it receives the influx from above, and then the rational of the man is formed more and more to the reception of heaven, but if it turns to evil it receives the influx from beneath, and his rational is then formed more and more to the reception of hell. That those two spheres do not conjoin themselves is because they are opposites, and an opposite acts upon an opposite no otherwise than as enemies, one of which, inflamed with internecine hatred, furiously attacks the other, although that other is in no hatred but only in zeal for self-protection. From this it is clear why the two spheres only meet each other, but do not conjoin themselves. The middle interval that they form between them is on the one side from evil not of falsity and from falsity not of evil, and on the other side from good not of truth and from truth not of good, which two may indeed come in contact with each other but cannot conjoin themselves. For 37:12, that between these two spheres there is an equilibrium, and that man is in this. The equilibrium between them is a spiritual equilibrium, for it is between good and evil. From this equilibrium man has free will. In this, and by means of this, man thinks and wills, and thence speaks and acts, as if from himself. His rational consists in the option and choice whether he will receive good, or will receive evil, and so whether he will rationally from freedom dispose himself towards conjugal love, or will rationally from freedom dispose himself towards promiscuous love. If to this, he turns the hinder part of his head and his back to the Lord, if to the other, he turns the forehead and breast to the Lord. If he turns to the Lord, his rationality and liberty are led by him, but if backwards from the Lord, his rationality and liberty are led by hell. For 38, 13. That man is able to turn himself to whichever sphere he pleases, but that insofar as he turns himself to the one, he turns himself away from the other. Man was created to do what he does from freedom according to reason, and just as if from himself. Without these two he would not be man but a beast, for he would not receive anything inflowing to him out of heaven and appropriate it to himself as his own, and therefore nothing of eternal life could be inscribed upon him. For in order to be his own it must be inscribed upon him as his. And because there is no freedom in one direction unless there is the like in the other also, just as there is no weighing, unless the scales by virtue of equilibrium can incline either way, so with man, unless he has freedom to turn also to evil, thus from right to left and from left to right, alike to the infernal sphere which is the sphere of adultery, as to the heavenly sphere which is that of marriage. For 39:14, that each sphere carries delights with it. That is to say that both the sphere of promiscuous love which ascends from hell and the sphere of conjugal love which comes down from heaven affect the man receiving it with delights. The reason is that the ultimate plane, in which the delights of each love terminate, and where they fill and complete themselves, and which presents them in their sense, is the same. Hence it is that promiscuous caresses and conjugal caresses are perceived alike in the extremes although utterly unlike in the internals. That they are thence unlike also in the extremes is not judged from a sense of the difference, for the unlikenesses from these differences are not felt in the extremes by others than those who are in love truly conjugal, because evil is recognized from good and not good from evil, just as a sweet odor is not perceived by the nostrils while a foul stench clings to them. I have heard from the angels that they distinguish the lascivious from the non-lascivious in the extremes, just as one distinguishes the flame of dung or of burning horn by their offensive smell from a fire of spice or of burning cinnamon wood by their fragrant odor, and that this is from the difference of the internal delights which enter into the externals and compose them. For 40:15, that the delights of promiscuous love begin from the flesh, and that they are of the flesh even in the spirit, but that the delights of conjugal love begin in the spirit, and that they are of the spirit even in the flesh. That the delights of promiscuous love begin from the flesh is because the burning heats of the flesh are their beginning, that they infect the spirit, and even in the spirit are of the flesh, is because the flesh does not feel, but the spirit feels in the flesh, the things that take place in it. It is the same with this sense as with the others, as that the eye does not see and distinguish the various things in objects but the spirit, nor does the ear hear and distinguish the harmonies of the modulations in song, and the concords of the articulations of sounds in speech, but the spirit. And the spirit feels everything according to its elevation into wisdom. A spirit that is not elevated above the sensuals of the body, and so clings to them, does not feel any other delights than those that flow in from the flesh and from the world through the bodily senses. These it seizes, with these it is delighted and makes them its own. Now, as the beginnings of promiscuous love are only the burning heat and prurient itchings of the flesh, it is plain that in the spirit they are filthy enticements, which as they ascend and descend, and go back and forth, thus excite and inflame. In general, the cupidities of the flesh regarded in themselves are nothing else than conglomerated lusts of the evil and the false. Hence this truth in the Church, that the flesh lusteth against the spirit, that is, against the spiritual man. It therefore follows that the delights of the flesh, as to the delights of promiscuous love, are nothing but effervescences of lust which in the spirit become the bubblings up of immodesties. For 41, but the delights of conjugal love have nothing in common with the foul delights of promiscuous love. These do indeed inhere in the flesh of every man, but in proportion as the spirit of a man is elevated above the sensuals of the body, and it looks down from a height upon their appearances and fallacies, these are separated and removed. He likewise then perceives the carnal delights, first as apparent and fallacious delights, afterwards as lustful and lascivious, which ought to be shunned, and gradually as pernicious and hurtful to the soul, and finally senses them as undelightful, filthy, and nauseating. And in the degree that he thus perceives and senses these delights, in the same degree he perceives the delights of conjugal love as harmless and chaste, and finally as delicious and blessed. The delights of conjugal love become also delights of the spirit in the flesh, because after the delights of promiscuous love are removed, as was said just above, the spirit being released from them enters chaste into the body and fills the breasts, and from the breasts also the ultimate of that love in the body with the delights of its own blessedness. Thence afterwards the spirit acts with these, and these with the spirit, in full communion. For 42:16, that the delights of promiscuous love are pleasures of insanity, and that the delights of conjugal love are the delights of wisdom. The delights of promiscuous love are pleasures of insanity, because none others than natural men are in that love, and the natural man is insane in spiritual things, for he is against them, and therefore embraces only natural, sensual, and corporeal delights. It is said the delights are natural, sensual, and corporeal, because the natural is distinguished into 3 degrees. The natural in the highest degree are those who from rational sight see the insanities, and yet are carried away by the delights of them, as boats by the current of a stream. In a lower degree are the natural who only see and judge by the senses of the body, and spurn and reject, as trifles, things rational that are contrary to appearances and fallacies. In the lowest degree are the natural who without judgment are carried away by the alluring heats of their body. It is these who are called corporeal natural, the former sensual natural, but the first, natural. Promiscuous love with them, its insanities and pleasures, are of like degree. For 43, the delights of conjugal love are the delights of wisdom, because none others than spiritual men are in that love, and the spiritual man is in wisdom, and therefore embraces no delights but such as accord with spiritual wisdom. Of what quality the delights of promiscuous love are, and of what quality are those of conjugal love, may be illustrated by comparison with houses. The delights of promiscuous love may be compared to a house whose walls have a reddish glow outwardly, like a sea-shell, or like the specular stones of spurious golden color called selenites, while in the apartments within the walls are filth and rubbish of every kind. But the delights of conjugal love may be likened to a house whose walls are radiant as from pure gold, and the rooms within resplendent, filled as with jewel boxes with many precious stones. For 44, to this shall be added the following relation. After I had brought to a close my meditations on conjugal love, and had begun the meditations on promiscuous love, 2 angels suddenly stood by me and said, "We perceived and understood what you meditated before, but the things on which you are now meditating pass away and we do not perceive them. Let these alone, for they are of no account." But I answered, "This love on which I am now meditating is not of no account, for it exists." And they said, "How can there be a love that is not from creation? Is not conjugal love from creation? Is not this love between 2 who can become one? How can there be a love which divides and separates? Can any young man love any other virgin than one who loves in return? Must not the love of one cognize and acknowledge the love of the other, and conjoin themselves of themselves when they meet? Who can love a non-love? Is not conjugal love alone mutual and reciprocal? If not reciprocal, does it not rebound and become nothing? 2. On hearing this I asked the 2 angels from what society in heaven they came. They said, "We are from the heaven of innocence. We came as infants into this heavenly world and were reared under the auspices of the Lord. And when I became a young man, and my wife who is with me here became a marriageable girl, we were affianced and betrothed, and joined at the first omens. And because we have not known of any other love than true wedded and conjugal love, when the ideas of your thought about a strange love entirely opposite to our love were communicated to us, we did not comprehend it at all. We have therefore come down to ask of you the reason why you are meditating upon things that cannot be perceived. Tell us then how there can be a love which is not only not from creation, but is actually against creation. We regard opposites to creation as objects that have no reality." 3. As he said this, I was gladdened in heart that it was granted me to speak with angels of such innocence that they did not know in the least what promiscuity is. I therefore opened my mouth and taught them, saying, "Do you not know that there is good and evil, and that good and not evil is from creation? And yet evil viewed in itself is not nothing, although it is nothing of good. Good is from creation, and also good in the greatest degree and in the least degree, and when this least becomes none on the other side, evil springs up. There is therefore no relation nor progression of good to evil, but a relation and progression of good to greater and less good, and of evil to greater and to less evil, for in every and in all things they are opposites. And good and evil being opposites, there is an intermediate, and in that is equilibrium, in which evil acts against good, but because it does not prevail it abides in the endeavor. Every man is brought up in this equilibrium, which, as it is between good and evil, or what is the same between heaven and hell, is a spiritual equilibrium, which produces freedom with those who are in it. From this equilibrium the Lord draws all to himself, and the man who from freedom follows is led out from evil into good and thus into heaven. So it is with love, especially with conjugal love and with promiscuous love. The latter love is evil and the former is good. Every man who hears the Lord's voice and from freedom follows is introduced by the Lord into conjugal love, and into all its delights and satisfactions, but he who does not hear and does not follow introduces himself into promiscuous love, and at first into its delights, but afterwards into what is undelightful and finally into its miseries. For when I had said this, the two angels asked, "How could evil come into existence when from creation nothing but good had existed?" That anything may come into existence, it must have its origin. Good could not be the origin of evil, because evil is nothing of good, for it is privative and destructive of good. And yet as it exists and is felt, it is not nothing but is something. Say, then, whence comes this something after nothing? To this I replied, this arcanum cannot be unfolded unless it be known that no one is good but God only, and that there is not anything good which in itself is good except from God. He therefore who looks to God, and wills to be led by God is in good, but he who turns himself away from God and wills to be led of himself is not in good, for the good that he does is either for himself or for the sake of the world, thus it is either meritorious, or is simulated, or hypocritical. Whence it is plain that man himself is the origin of evil. Not that this origin was inherent in man from creation, but that by turning away from God he imposed it upon himself. That origin of evil was not in Adam and his wife, but when the serpent said, "In the day that ye eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, ye shall be as God," Genesis 3 verse 5, and because they then turned away from God and turned to themselves as to a god, they made in themselves the origin of evil. To eat of that tree signified to believe that he knows good and evil and has wisdom of himself, and not from God. 5. But the two angels then asked, how could man turn himself away from God and turn to himself, when yet man can will, think, and therefore do nothing except from God? Why did God permit this? I replied, man was so created that all that he wills, thinks, and does appears to him just as if in himself and thus of himself. Without this appearance man would not be man, for he could not receive, retain, and as it were appropriate to himself anything of good and truth, or of love and wisdom. Whence it follows that without this, as it were, living appearance man would have no conjunction with God, and therefore no eternal life. But if from this appearance he induces on himself the belief that he does will, think, and therefore do good of himself, and not from the Lord, although it is in all appearance as if of himself, he then turns good into evil within him, and thus makes in himself the origin of evil. This was the sin of Adam. 6. But I will open this subject somewhat more clearly. The Lord looks at everyone in the frontal part of his head, and this look passes through into the hinder part of his head. Beneath the frontal part is the cerebrum, and beneath the hinder part is the cerebellum. The latter is dedicated to love and its goods, and the former to wisdom and its truths. He therefore who looks with the face to the Lord receives wisdom from him, and through wisdom love, but he who looks backwards from the Lord receives love and not wisdom, and love without wisdom is love from man and not from the Lord. And this love, because it conjoins itself with falsities, does not acknowledge God, but itself as a god, and this it tacitly confirms by the faculty of understanding and of becoming wise as if of himself, which is implanted in him from creation. This love therefore is the origin of evil. That this is so can be shown to the eye. I will call thither some evil spirit who turns himself away from God, and will speak to him from behind, or into the back part of his head, and you will see that the things said will be turned into their opposites. 7. And I called such a one. He presented himself, and I spoke to him from behind, saying, Do you know anything about hell, about damnation, and about the torment there? And presently when he had turned towards me I asked, What did you hear? He answered, I heard this, do you know anything about heaven, about salvation, and the happiness there? And afterwards when these words were spoken to him behind his back he said that he heard the former. Then it was said to him from behind his back, Do you know that they who are in hell are insane from falsities? And being asked by me concerning this, what he heard, he said, I heard, do you know that they who are in heaven are wise from truths? And when these words were spoken from behind his back he said that he heard, Do you know that they who are in hell are insane from falsities? And so on. From which it was very manifest that when the mind turns itself away from the Lord it turns to itself, and then perceives opposites. This is the reason why in this spiritual world, as you know, one may not stand behind another and speak to him, for thus a love is inspired into him which his own intelligence favors and obeys, on account of its delight, but which, because it is from man and not from God, is a love of evil or a love of falsity. 8. Besides this I will tell you of another similar thing, namely, that several times I have heard goods and truths let down from heaven into hell, and that in the descent they were gradually turned into their opposites, the good into evil, and the truth into falsity. The cause of this fact is undoubtedly the same, that all who are in hell turn themselves away from the Lord. Having heard these things the two angels thanked me, and said, As you are now meditating and writing upon a love which is opposite to our conjugal love, and the opposite to that love saddens our minds, we will take our leave. And when they said, Peace be to you, I begged them not to tell anything about this love to their brethren and sisters in heaven, because it would hurt their innocence. I can affirm for a certainty that those who die in infancy grow up in heaven, and when they attain the stature of young men in the world at 18, and girls at 15 years, they remain at that age, and that then marriages are provided for them by the Lord. Also that both before marriage and after it they are entirely ignorant of what promiscuity is, or that it is possible. 19. Fornication. For 44a by fornication is meant the lust of a youth or man with a woman, a harlot, before marriage. But lust with a woman not a harlot, that is with a virgin, or with the wife of another, is not fornication, but this with a virgin is debauchery, and with the wife of another it is adultery. How these two differ from fornication cannot be seen by any rational man unless he clearly sees the love of the sex in its degrees and diversities, its chaste things on the one hand and its unchaste on the other, and on either hand divides and thus distinguishes it into genera and into species. Otherwise the distinction between the more and less chaste, and between the more and the less unchaste, cannot stand forth clearly in the idea of anyone, and without these distinctions all relation and with it all perspicacity in matters of judgment perishes, and the understanding is involved in such obscurity that it does not know how to distinguish fornication from adultery, and still less the mild from the grievous kinds of fornication and likewise of adultery. It thus mixes the evils, and of diverse evils makes one pottage, and of different goods one paste. In order, therefore, that the love of the sex may be known distinctly, as to that part in which it inclines and progresses towards the promiscuous love which is entirely opposite to conjugal love, it is expedient to examine the beginning of it, which is fornication. This shall be done in the following order: 1. That fornication is of the love of the sex. 2. That this love has its beginning when a youth begins to think and act from his own understanding, and the voice of his speech begins to become masculine. 3. That fornication is of the natural man. For that fornication is lust, but not the lust of adultery. 5. That with some men the love of sex cannot without harm be totally withheld from going forth into fornication. 6. That for this reason in populous cities brothels are tolerated. 7. That the lust of fornication is light insofar as it looks to conjugal love, and prefers it. 8. That the lust for fornication is grievous in the degree that it looks to adultery. 9. That the lust of fornicating is grievous as it inclines towards a desire of varieties, and towards a desire of defloration. 10. That the sphere of the lust of fornicating, as it is in its beginning, is intermediate between the sphere of promiscuous love and the sphere of conjugal love and makes the equilibrium. 11. That care should be taken lest by immoderate and inordinate fornications conjugal love should be destroyed. 12. Inasmuch as the conjugal of one man with one wife is the precious treasure of human life, and the repository of the Christian religion. 13. That with those who for various causes cannot yet enter into marriage, and on account of salacity cannot control their lusts, it is possible that this conjugal may be preserved if the wandering love of the sex be confined to one mistress. 14. That taking of a mistress is to be preferred to wandering lust, if only it be not entered into with more than one, and not with a virgin or unravished woman, nor with a married woman, and if it be kept apart from conjugal love. The explication of these subjects now follows. For 45, 1. That fornication is of the love of the sex. It is said fornication is of the love of the sex because fornication is not the love of the sex, but is from it. The love of the sex is as a fountain from which both conjugal love and promiscuous love can be derived, and they can be derived through fornication and also without it. For the love of the sex is in every man, and it either puts itself forth or does not put itself forth. If it puts itself forth before marriage with a woman that is a harlot, it is called fornication. If not until with a wife, it is called marriage. If after marriage with another woman, it is called adultery. Therefore, as it is said, the love of the sex is a fountain from which may issue either love that is chaste or love that is unchaste. And with what caution and prudence chaste conjugal love can come forth through fornication, and from what imprudence unchaste or promiscuous love comes forth through it will be shown in what follows. Who can come to the conclusion that one who has indulged in fornication might not be more chaste in marriage? For 46, 2. That the love of the sex, from which is fornication, has its beginning when a youth begins to think and act from his own understanding, and the voice of his speech begins to become masculine. This is adduced to the end that the rise of the love of sex and thence of fornication may be known, that it is when the understanding begins of itself to become rational, or begins of its own reason to look and provide such things as are of emolument and of use, whereto what is in the memory, from parents and masters, then serves as a plane. At that time a change in the mind takes place. Before, he only thought from things carried in the memory, meditating upon and obeying them. Afterwards, from reasoning upon them, and then, love leading, he disposes the things seated in his memory into a new order, and conformably to this order begins his own life, and successively more and more thinks according to his own reason, and wills from his own freedom. That the love of the sex follows this beginning of his own understanding, and progresses according to the vigor of it is known, an indication that this love ascends as the understanding ascends and descends as that descends. By ascends is meant into wisdom, and by descends is meant into insanity. And it is wisdom to restrain the love of the sex, and insanity to let it loose. If it is let forth into fornication, which is a beginning of its activity, then, from principles of honor and of morality implanted in the memory and thence in the reason, and to be implanted afterwards in reason and thence in the memory, it ought to be moderated. The reason why, together with the beginning of his own understanding, the voice also begins to become masculine is that the understanding thinks and through the thought speaks, an indication that the understanding makes the man, and also makes him masculine, consequently, that insofar as his understanding is elevated he thus becomes a manly human and also a masculine man. See above, N 433 to 434. For 47, 3. That fornication is of the natural man, in like manner as is the love of the sex, which if it becomes active before marriage is called fornication. Every man is born corporeal, becomes sensual, then natural, and successively rational, and if he does not then stop he becomes spiritual. The reason why he progresses thus is in order that planes may be formed upon which the higher degrees may rest, as a palace upon its foundations. The ultimate plane with the things built upon it may also be likened to ground prepared, in which noble seed may be planted. 2. As regards the love of the sex in particular, it also is first corporeal, for it begins from the flesh, then it becomes sensual, for the five senses are delighted from its common principle, after that it becomes natural, quite like the same love with animals, for it is the wandering love of the sex. But as man is born so that he may become spiritual, the love afterwards becomes rational natural, and from rational natural, spiritual, and at last spiritual natural. And then the love, made spiritual, flows in and acts upon the rational love, and through that upon the sensual love, and through that finally upon the love in the body and the flesh. And as this is its ultimate plane, it acts in this plane spiritually, and at the same time rationally and sensually. And it does thus successively flow in and act while the man is in meditation upon it, but simultaneously when he is in the ultimate. 3. Fornication is of the natural man, because it comes forth proximately from the natural love of the sex, and it can be rational and natural but not spiritual, for the love of the sex cannot become spiritual until it becomes conjugal love, and from natural the love of the sex becomes spiritual when man recedes from wandering lust and devotes himself to one, to whose soul he unites his own soul. For 48, for that fornication is lust, but not the lust of adultery. That fornication is lust is from these causes, a. that it comes from the natural man, and in all that comes from that man there is lust and immoderate desire, for the natural man is nothing but an abode and receptacle of lusts and immoderate desires, since all the propensities to evil inherited from parents reside there. b. Because the fornicator looks vagrantly and promiscuously towards the sex, and not yet to one of the sex, and so long as he is in that state lust incites him to the doing of what he does, but in proportion as he looks to one, and loves to conjoin his life with her life, lust becomes chaste affection, and lust becomes human love. For 49, that the lust of fornication is not the lust of adultery anyone can see from common perception. What law, or what judge, imputes to a fornicator the same criminality as to an adulterer? The reason whence this is seen by common perception is that fornication is not opposite to conjugal love, as adultery is. In fornication conjugal love may lie concealed within, as the spiritual may be within the natural, yea, the spiritual is in fact actually evolved out of the natural, and when the spiritual has been evolved, then the natural compasses it about as bark does the wood, and as the sheath the sword, and also serves the spiritual for protection against violence. It is evident from these considerations that the natural love which is towards the sex precedes spiritual love, which is towards one of the sex, but if fornication goes forth from the natural love of the sex, it can also be wiped away, if only conjugal love be regarded, wished for, and sought as the chief good. It is entirely otherwise with the libidinous and obscene love of adultery, which is opposite to conjugal love and the destroyer of it, as has been shown in the preceding chapter on the opposition of promiscuous love and conjugal love. If therefore an adulterer of purpose or from confirmation for various reasons enters the conjugal bed, the case is inverted, concealed within lies the natural, with its obscenities, while without a spiritual appearance veils it over. From which reason may see that the lust of limited fornication, in comparison with the lust of adultery, is as the first warmth to the cold of midwinter in the northern regions. For 55, that with some men the love of the sex cannot without harm be totally restrained from going forth into fornication. There is no need to recount the injuries which excessive restraint of the love of the sex may cause and effect with those who from superabundance suffer from intense venereal excitement. Hence are the origins with them of certain diseases of the body and disorders of the mind, to say nothing of unknown evils not to be named. It is different with those whose love of the sex is so scanty that they are able to resist the urgings of its lust. Equally so with those who at the age of early manhood, thus at the first favorable opportunity, are free, without the loss of worldly fortune, to introduce themselves to a legitimate partnership of the bed. As it is so in heaven with infants when they are grown to conjugal age, it is unknown there what fornication is. But on earth the case is not the same in places where marriages cannot be contracted until after the time of early manhood is past, which is so with many in governments where offices are obtained, and the means for supporting a house and family are acquired by long service, and then first can a worthy wife be sought. For 51:6, that therefore in populous cities brothels are tolerated. This fact is adduced in confirmation of the preceding article. It is known that they are tolerated by kings, magistrates, and hence by judges, inspectors, and by the people, in London, Amsterdam, Paris, Vienna, Venice, Naples, and also in Rome, and many other places. Among the reasons for which they are tolerated are those that are mentioned above. For 52:7, that fornication is light insofar as it looks to conjugal love and prefers it. There are degrees of the quality of evil as there are degrees of the quality of good. And therefore every evil is lighter and more grievous, just as every good is better and best. It is similar with fornication, which, because it is lust and of the natural man not yet purified, is an evil. But as every man can be purified, therefore, in proportion as he advances towards a purified state, that evil becomes a lighter evil, for to that degree it is wiped away, and thus so far as fornication approaches towards conjugal love, which is the love of the sex purified. That the evil of fornication is more grievous in proportion as it approaches the love of adultery will be shown in the following article. 2. That fornication is light so far as it looks to conjugal love is because man is then looking from the unchaste state in which he is to a chaste state, and insofar as he prefers this he is really in it as to his understanding, and insofar as he not only prefers it but also loves it more, to that degree he is in it also as to his will, thus as to his internal man. And then fornication, if nevertheless he continues in it, is to him a necessity for reasons that he has explored. 3. There are 2 reasons which make fornication light with those who prefer the conjugal state and love it more. The first is that with them conjugal life is the purpose, intention, or end. The other is that they separate evil from good with themselves. As regards the first, that with them conjugal life is the purpose, intention, or end, it is because a man is such a man as he is in his purpose, intention, or end, and such also he is before the Lord and before the angels, yea, and so he is also regarded by wise men in the world. For the intention is the soul of all actions, and causes inculpation and exculpation in the world, and imputation after death. For, as to the second reason, that they who prefer conjugal love to the lust of fornication separate evil from good, and thus the unchaste from the chaste, those who separate these two in perception and in intention, before they are in the good or the chaste, are also separated and purified from the evil of this lust when they come into the conjugal state. It will be seen in the article now following that this does not come to pass with those who in fornication look towards adultery. For 53:8, that the lust of fornicating is grievous in the degree that it looks towards adultery. They all look to adultery in their lust of fornication who do not believe adulteries to be sins, and who think of marriages in a similar way as of adulteries, with the difference only of what is licit and what is illicit. These also make of all evils one evil and mix them together, as filth with edible food in one dish, or as refuse with wine in one cup, and thus eat and drink. The like do they with the love of the sex, with fornication, with taking of a mistress, with adultery, the milder, the more grievous, and the most grievous, yea, with debauchery or defloration. Add to this, that they not only mix all these together, but even mix them in with marriages, and defile them with the same notion. But to those who do not even distinguish between the latter and the former, after roving intercourse with the sex there comes cold, disdain, and loathing, first for the married partner, then for others, and finally for the sex. It is self-evident that with them there is no purpose, intention, or end of what is good or chaste, that they may be exculpated, nor any separation of evil from good, or of what is unchaste from what is chaste, that they may be purified, as there is with those who from fornication look to conjugal love and prefer it, of whom in the preceding article, N. for 52. These things it is permitted to confirm by this new information from heaven. I have met with several who in the world had lived like others in externals, clothing themselves splendidly, faring sumptuously, trafficking with advantage as others did, seeing theatrical entertainments, jesting about love affairs as if from lust, and other like things, and yet to some the angels imputed these things as evils of sin and to some not as evils. And these they pronounced guiltless, but the others guilty. To the question why they did so, when yet they had done like things, they answered that they view everyone according to his purpose, intention, or end, and according to this they distinguish them, and therefore those whom the end excuses or condemns they excuse or condemn, for all in heaven have an end of good, and all in hell have an end of evil, and that this and nothing else is meant by the Lord's words. Judge not that ye be not condemned, Matt 7:1. For 54:9, that the lust of fornicating is more grievous as it inclines towards a desire of varieties, and towards a desire of defloration. The reason is that these two are accessories of adultery, and thus aggravate it. For there are mild, grievous, and more grievous adulteries, and they are adjudged in each case according to their opposition to conjugal love and hence their destructiveness of it. That the desire of varieties and the desire of deflorations, confirmed by acts, lay waste conjugal love and sink it as in the depths of the sea will be seen in the chapters concerning them which are to follow. For 55:10, that the sphere of the lust of fornicating, as it is in its beginning, is intermediate between the sphere of promiscuous love and the sphere of conjugal love, and makes the equilibrium. The two spheres, of promiscuous love and of conjugal love, have been treated of in a preceding chapter. And it was shown that the sphere of promiscuous love comes up out of hell, and the sphere of conjugal love descends from heaven. For 35, that in each world the two spheres meet, but do not conjoin themselves. For 36, that between these two spheres there is an equilibrium, and man is in it. For 37, that a man can turn himself to which sphere he pleases, but insofar as he turns himself to the one, he turns from the other. For 38, what is meant by spheres. For 34, and the places there cited. That the sphere of the lust of fornicating is intermediate between those two spheres and makes the equilibrium is from the fact that while one is in that state he is able to turn himself to the sphere of conjugal love, that is to that love, and also to the sphere of the love of adultery, which is to that love. But if he turns to conjugal love he turns himself toward heaven, if to the love of adultery he turns himself towards hell. Each is at the free determination, pleasure, and will of the man, because he has the ability to act freely according to reason, and not from instinct, that is, that he may be a man, and appropriate influx to himself, and not a beast which appropriates nothing of it to himself. It is said, the lust of fornication as it is in its beginning, because then it is in an intermediate state. Who does not know that whatever man does at the beginning is from lust, because from the natural man? And who does not know that this lust is not imputed to him while from natural he is becoming spiritual? It is similar with the lust of fornication while the man's love is becoming conjugal love. For 56:11, that care ought to be taken lest by immoderate and inordinate fornications conjugal love should be destroyed. By immoderate and inordinate fornications by which conjugal love is destroyed are meant fornications whereby not only the powers are enervated, but all the dainties of conjugal love are taken away. For from an unbridled indulgence of them arise not only weaknesses and consequent want, but also foulness and immodesties, in consequence of which conjugal love in its cleanness and chastity cannot be perceived and felt, and thus neither in its sweetness nor in the delightfulness of its flower, to say nothing of the injuries to body and mind, and of the forbidden allurements which not only despoil conjugal love of its blessed enjoyments, but even take it away and turn it into cold and thus into disdain. Such fornications are wild excesses by which conjugal sports are turned into tragic scenes. For immoderate and inordinate fornications are as flaming fires that spring up from the ultimates and consume the body, parch its fibers, defile the blood, and vitiate the rationals of the mind, for they burst forth as a flame from the foundation into a house and burn up the whole. Care ought to be taken by parents that this may not be, because a youth growing up, greatly excited by lust, cannot yet from reason put the curb upon himself. For 57:12, inasmuch as the conjugal of one man with one wife is the precious treasure of human life, and the repository of the Christian religion. These are the two things which have been shown, universally and particularly, in the whole of the preceding part on conjugal love and the delights of its wisdom. It is the precious treasure of human life because the quality of a man's life is such as is the quality of this love in him, for this makes the inmost of his life, for it is the life of wisdom cohabiting with its love, and of love cohabiting with its wisdom, and is therefore the life of the delights of both. In a word, man is a living soul through this love. Hence it is that the conjugal love of one man with one wife is called the precious treasure of human life. This is confirmed by the following considerations presented above, that with one wife there is friendship truly conjugal, confidence, and potency, because there is a union of minds, N 333-334, that in and from this union are the celestial beatitudes, the spiritual satisfactions, and from these the natural delights, which have been provided from the beginning for those who are in love truly conjugal, n. 335, that it is the fundamental love of all celestial, spiritual, and thence of all natural loves, and that into this love are brought together all joys and all gladnesses, from the first to the last, n. 65 to 69, and in the delights of wisdom pertaining to conjugal love, which forms the first part of this work, it has been fully shown that regarding it in its origin, it is the sport of wisdom and love. For 58, conjugal love is the repository of the Christian religion because that religion makes one and dwells together with this love. For it has been shown that no others can come into this love and be in it, but those who approach the Lord and do the truth of his church and its goods, n. 70 to 71, that this love is from the Lord only, and for that reason is with those who are of the Christian religion, n. 131, 335 to 336, that this love is according to the state of the church, because it is according to the state of wisdom with man, n. 130. That these things are so is confirmed in the entire chapter on its correspondence with the marriage of the Lord and the Church, n. 116 to 131, and in the chapter on the origin of this love from the marriage of good and truth, n. 83 to 102. For 59:13, that with those who for various causes cannot yet enter into marriage, and on account of salacity cannot control their lusts, it is possible that this conjugal may be preserved if the love of the sex be confined to one mistress. That immoderate and inordinate lust cannot be restrained by those who are salacious, reason sees and experience teaches. In order then that the immoderation and inordinacy may be curbed, and be brought to something moderate and ordinate, with those who labor under a raging heat and cannot for many reasons hasten and anticipate marriage, there seems no other refuge and as it were asylum than to take a mistress, called in French a maîtresse. It is known that in kingdoms where there are government regulations, matrimonies cannot be contracted by many until after the period of early manhood is past, because employment must first be obtained by service, and means to support a house and family must be acquired, and then first may a worthy wife be sought. And yet with few during the preceding age can the fountain of manhood be kept closed and reserved for a wife. It is indeed preferable that it be reserved, but if on account of the unbridled power of lust it cannot be, then an intermediary course is to be sought whereby conjugal love can meanwhile be kept from perishing. That taking of a mistress is such a means. The following considerations advise: a. That thereby inordinate promiscuous fornications are curbed and limited, and a more restrained state induced which is more nearly akin to the life of conjugal love. 2. b. That the order of sexual activity, boiling and as it were burning in its beginning, is quieted and assuaged, and thus the licentiousness of salacity, which is foul, is tempered by something as it were analogous to marriage. 3. c. That by this the virile forces are not thrown away and imbecilities contracted, as by vagrant and unlimited indulgences. 4. d. That thereby also diseases of the body and insanities of mind are avoided. 5. e. Likewise adulteries are thereby guarded against, which are whoredoms with wives, and debaucheries, which are violations of virgins, not to speak of those disgraceful things which are not to be named. For a boy at the age of puberty has no thought that adulteries and debaucheries are other than fornications, but thinks that one is the same as the other, nor has he knowledge from reason to withstand the enticements of some of the sex who have carefully studied the arts of courtesans, but in taking of a mistress which is a more regulated and saner fornication he may learn and see the distinctions. 6. f. There is no approach through taking of a mistress to the 4 kinds of lust that are in the highest degree destructive of conjugal love, which are the lust of defloration, the lust of varieties, the lust of violation, the lust of seducing innocences, of which in what follows. But these things are not said for those who can control the surging heat of lust, nor for those who can enter into marriage as soon as they are grown to manhood, and can offer and devote the first fruits of their manly power to their wife. For 60:14, that taking of a mistress is to be preferred to wandering lust, if only it be not entered into with more than one, and not with a virgin or undeflowered woman, nor with a married woman, and if it be kept apart from conjugal love. When and with whom taking of a mistress is preferable to wandering lust has been pointed out just above. A. The reason why taking of a mistress should not be entered into with more than one is that with more there is something polygamous in it, which brings man into a state merely natural, and thrusts him down into the sensual so far that he cannot be elevated into the spiritual state in which conjugal love must be. CN 338-339. 2. B. That it must not be engaged in with a virgin or undeflowered woman is because with women conjugal love makes one with their virginity. Hence the chastity, the purity, and the sanctity of that love. Wherefore, to pledge and give up her virginity to any man is to give a token that she will love him to eternity. For that reason a virgin can by no rational consent bargain it away, unless with the promise of the conjugal covenant. It is also the crown of her honor. To snatch it therefore beforehand without the covenant of marriage and afterwards to discard her is to make a harlot of some virgin who might have become a bride, and a chaste wife, or to defraud some man, and either is damnable. He therefore who does take to himself a virgin as a mistress, may indeed cohabit with her, and thus initiate her into the friendship of love, but still with the constant intention, if she does not commit whoredom, that she shall be or shall become his wife. 3. C. It is plain that taking of a mistress must not be engaged in with a married woman, because that is adultery. For D. The reason why the love of taking of a mistress must be kept apart from conjugal love is that the loves are distinct, and must not therefore be mixed together. For the love of taking of a mistress is an unchaste, natural, and external love, while conjugal love is chaste, spiritual, and internal. The love of taking of a mistress keeps the souls of the two apart, and conjoins only the sensuals of the body, while conjugal love unites the souls, and from the union of souls unites the sensuals of the body also, even so that the two become as it were one, that is one flesh. 5. E. The love of taking of a mistress only enters the understanding, and into those things which depend upon the understanding, but the love of marriage enters also into the will, and into those things that depend on the will, and thus into all things and everything of the man. If then the love of taking of a mistress becomes the love of marriage, the man cannot by any right withdraw without a violation of conjugal union, and if he does withdraw and take another, conjugal love perishes in the breach of it. It must be known that the love of taking of a mistress is held apart from conjugal love, if the man does not promise marriage to the mistress, nor lead her into any hope of marriage. But it is better that the torch of the love of the sex be first lighted with a wife. For 61, to this shall be added the following relation. I was once speaking with a novitiate spirit who, while in the world, had meditated much about heaven and hell. By novitiate spirits are meant men recently deceased, who, because they are now spiritual men, are called spirits. As soon as he entered the spiritual world, he began in like manner to think about heaven and hell, and while thinking about heaven he seemed to himself in joy, and while thinking about hell in sadness. When he realized that he was in the spiritual world he asked immediately where heaven was, and where hell, and then, what and of what quality was the one and the other. He was told that, heaven is above your head, and hell is beneath your feet. For you are now in the world of spirits, which is intermediate between heaven and hell. But what and of what quality heaven and hell are we cannot describe in a few words. And then, as he was burning with the desire to know about them, he threw himself upon his knees and devoutly prayed to God that he might be instructed. And lo, an angel appeared at his right hand and raised him up, and said, You have besought that you might be instructed about heaven and hell. Inquire and learn what delight is, and you will know. And when he had said these words, the angel was lifted up. 2. The novitiate spirit then said to himself, What is this? Inquire and learn what delight is, and you will know what and of what quality heaven and hell are. But going away from that place he wandered about, asking those whom he met, Pray, tell me, if you please, what delight is. And some said, What sort of a question is this? Who does not know what delight is? Is it not joy and gladness? Delight then is delight. One delight is like another. We know no difference. Others said, Delight is laughter of the mind. For when the mind laughs the face is merry, the speech jovial, the gestures playful, and the whole man is in delight. Others again said, Delight is nothing but to feast, and to eat delicious food, and drink and be intoxicated with generous wine, and then chat together on various subjects, especially on the sports of Venus and Cupid. 3. Hearing these things, the novitiate spirit, indignant, said within himself, "These answers are rustic and not of the public forum. Such delights are not heaven and are not hell. Would that I might meet wise men." And he went away from them and inquired, "Where are the wise?" And then he was observed by a certain angelic spirit, who said, "I perceive that you are kindled with a desire to know what is the universal of heaven, and the universal of hell, and as this is delight, I will lead you upon a hill where every day there is an assemblage of those who are inquiring as to effects, those who search into causes, and those who investigate ends. There are 3 companies. Those that inquire about effects are called spirits of knowledges, and abstractly, knowledges. Those that search into causes are called spirits of intelligence, and abstractly, intelligences, and those who investigate ends are called spirits of wisdom, and abstractly, wisdoms. Directly over them in heaven are the angels who from ends see causes, and from causes, effects. From these angels the 3 companies receive enlightenment. For, then taking the novitiate spirit by the hand, he led him upon the hill, and to the company of those who investigate ends, and are called wisdoms. He said to them, "Pardon me for coming up to you. The reason is that from boyhood I have meditated about heaven and hell, and have lately come into this world, and some who have been associated with me have said that heaven here is above my head, and hell is beneath my feet. But they did not tell me the nature and quality of either of them. Having therefore from constant thought become anxious about them, I prayed to God, and then an angel stood by me and said, 'Inquire and learn what delight is, and you will know.' I have inquired, but as yet in vain. I beg you therefore to teach me, if you please, what delight is." 5. To this the wise responded, "Delight is the all of life with everyone in heaven, and the all of life with everyone in hell. With those who are in heaven, it is the delight of good and truth, but with those that are in hell, it is the delight of what is evil and false. For all delight is of love, and love is the very being of man's life. Therefore, as man is man according to the quality of his love, so is he man according to the quality of his delight. The activity of the love produces the sense of delight. In heaven its activity is with wisdom, in hell its activity is with insanity. Each presents itself in its subjects as delight. But the heavens and the hells are in opposite delights, because in opposite loves, the heavens are in the love and thence in the delight of doing good, but the hells in the love and thence in the delight of doing evil. If, then, you know what delight is, you know what and of what nature heaven is, and hell. But inquire and learn further about what delight is from those who search into causes, and are called intelligences. They are to the right from here. 6. He then left and went to them, and told them the cause of his coming, and asked that they would instruct him as to what delight is. And they, pleased with the question, said, "It is true that he who knows delight knows what heaven is and hell, and the nature of them. The will, by virtue of which man, is not moved a jot except by delight, for will, viewed in itself, is nothing but the effect and effect of some love, thus of delight, for it is a something pleasing, grateful, and pleasurable that makes it will. And as the will moves the understanding to think, there is not the least of an idea of thought but from an inflowing delight of the will. The reason why this is so is that the Lord, by influx from himself, actuates all things of the soul, and all things of the mind, with angels, spirits, and men, and he actuates them by the inflowing of love and wisdom, and this inflowing is the very activity from which all delight comes, which in its origin is called blessed, satisfactory, and happy, and in its derivation, delight, pleasantness, and pleasure, in a universal sense, good. But infernal spirits invert all things with themselves, and thus turn good into evil and truth into falsity, delight remaining continually, for without the continuance of delight they would have no will and no sensation, thus no life. It is manifest from these considerations what, of what kind, and whence the delight of hell is, and what, of what kind, and whence is the delight of heaven. 7. After hearing these things he was conducted to the third company where they were who inquire into effects and are called knowledges. These said to him, Go down into the lower earth, and ascend into the higher earth. In the latter you will perceive and feel the delights of the angels of heaven, in the former the delights of the spirits of hell. And lo, at a distance from them the ground then opened, and through the opening came up 3 devils appearing aflame with the delight of their love. And as those consociated with the novitiate spirit perceived that the 3 devils came up out of hell providentially, they said to them, Come no nearer, but tell something about your delights from the place where you are. And they said, No, that everyone, good or evil, is in his own delight, a good man in the delight of good and an evil man in the delight of evil. And they asked, What is your delight? They answered, that they were in the delight of whoring, stealing, defrauding, blaspheming. And they asked again, What is the quality of these delights? They said, They are perceived by others as fetid odors from excrements, and as the stench from dead bodies, and the rank smell from stagnant urine. And they were asked, Are these delightful to you? They answered, Most delightful. The others said, Then you are like the unclean beasts that live in such things. They replied, If we are, but such things are the delights of our nostrils. 8. And the others asked, What else? They answered, That everyone is allowed to be in his own delight, even the most unclean, as they call it, if only they do not infest good spirits and angels. But because from our delight we cannot but infest them, we are cast into workhouses where we suffer horrible things. The prohibition and withdrawal of our delights there is what is called the torment of hell. It is really interior pain. Then they asked, Why do you infest the good? They said they could not do otherwise. When they see any angel and feel the divine sphere about him, it is as if a fury seized them. Then they said, So you are like wild beasts. And presently, when they saw the novitiate spirit with the angels, a fury came over the devils which appeared as the fire of hatred. Therefore lest the devils should do harm they were cast back into hell. After this, angels appeared who from NC causes, and through causes effects, and who were in the heaven above the 3 companies. They were seen in a brilliant white light, which rolling itself like spiral turnings downwards brought with it a circular wreath of flowers, and placed it on the head of the novitiate spirit. And then there came a voice to him from heaven, saying, This laurel is given you because from childhood you have meditated on heaven and hell. 20. Taking a mistress. For 62. In the preceding chapter where fornication is treated of, it treats also of resorting to a courtesan, and by this was meant a stipulated conjunction of an unmarried man with a woman. But by taking a mistress is here meant the similarly arranged conjunction of a married man with a woman. Those that do not make this distinction use these 2 words indiscriminately as having one meaning and thence one signification. But since in kind they are 2, and the word taking a courtesan is appropriate to the former, because a courtesan is a promiscuous woman, and as the word mistress suits the latter, because a mistress is a substituted partner of the bed, therefore for the purpose of distinction, an antenuptial arrangement with a woman is signified by taking a courtesan and a postnuptial arrangement by taking a mistress. Taking a mistress is treated of here for the sake of order, for from order it is discovered of what quality marriage is on the one hand and of what quality adultery is on the other. That marriage and adultery are opposites was first set forth in a chapter concerning the opposition of them, and to what degree and in what respect they are opposites can only be gathered from the intermediates that intervene, of which taking a mistress also is one. But as there are 2 kinds of taking a mistress, and these are to be totally separated, therefore this chapter, like the former ones, is to be divided into its parts, which are as follows. 1. That there are 2 kinds of taking a mistress, which differ very greatly from each other, one conjointly with a wife, the other apart from a wife. 2. That taking a mistress conjointly with a wife is to Christians altogether unlawful and detestable. 3. That it is polygamy, which by the Christian world is condemned, and ought to be condemned. 4. That it is promiscuity by which the conjugial, which is the precious jewel of Christian life, is destroyed. 5. That taking a mistress apart from the wife, when engaged in for legitimate, just, and truly weighty causes, is not unlawful. 6. That the legitimate causes of this taking a mistress are the legitimate causes of divorce, while the wife is nevertheless retained at home. 7. That the just causes of this taking a mistress are just causes of separation from the bed. 8. that weighty causes of this taking a mistress are real, and not real. 9. That the weighty causes are real which are from what is just. 10. But that weighty causes not real are such as are not from what is just, although from an appearance of what is just. 11. That those who from legitimate, just, and really weighty causes are in this taking a mistress may at the same time be in conjugal love. 12. That while this taking a mistress lasts, actual conjunction with the wife is not lawful. The exposition of these now follows. For 63. 1. That there are two kinds of taking a mistress, which very greatly differ from each other, one conjointly with a wife, the other apart from a wife. There are two kinds of taking a mistress, which differ very greatly from each other. One kind is the taking of a rival to the bed and living with her at the same time and conjointly with the wife, the other kind the taking of a woman in her place, as companion of the bed, after legitimate and just separation from the wife. 2. They who look at things clearly and distinctly can see that these two kinds of taking a mistress are as alien from each other as dirty linen from that which is washed, but by those who view things confusedly and indistinctly it cannot be seen. Yea, it can be seen by those who are in conjugal love, but not by those who are in the love of adultery. These are in night respecting all the derivatives of the love of the sex, but those are in the day respecting them. And yet they who are in adultery can see these derivations and their distinctions, not indeed in themselves, of themselves, but when they hear them from others, for an adulterer has a like faculty of elevating the understanding as a chaste married partner. But the adulterer, after he has acknowledged the distinctions heard from others, yet obliterates them as soon as he plunges his understanding into his filthy pleasures. For, though the chaste and the unchaste, and the sane and the insane, cannot abide together, yet they can be distinguished by the understanding when separated. 3. Once, in the spiritual world, some that do not regard adulteries as sin were asked by me whether they knew any distinction between fornication, taking a mistress, the two kinds of taking a mistress, and the degrees of adultery. They said that one was as the other. And they were asked whether marriage was so too. They looked about to see whether any of the clergy were present, and as they were not, they said that in themselves they are alike. It was otherwise with those who in the ideas of their thoughts regarded adulteries as sins. They said that in their interior ideas, which are of perception, they saw distinctions, but had not yet studied to discern and distinguish them. This I can affirm, that by the angels of heaven the distinctions are perceived as to their least particulars. To make it clear then that there are the two kinds of taking a mistress, opposite to each other, one of which abolishes conjugal love, and the other does not abolish it, to that end the damnable kind shall first be described, and afterwards the other which is not damnable. For 64. 2. That taking a mistress conjointly with a wife is to Christians unlawful and detestable. It is unlawful because it is against the conjugal covenant, and it is detestable because it is contrary to religion, and what is at the same time contrary to the one and to the other is contrary to the Lord. As soon therefore as any man without weighty, real cause adds to his wife a mistress, heaven is closed to him, and he is no more numbered by the angels among Christians. And from that time he also actually spurns the things of the church and of religion, and afterwards does not lift up his face above nature, but turns to it as to a god that favors his lust, the inflowing of which then animates his spirit. The interior cause of this apostasy will be disclosed in what follows. The man himself does not see that this taking a mistress is detestable, because when heaven is closed to him he comes into spiritual insanity. But a chaste wife sees it, because she is conjugal love and this love nauseates it, therefore also many of them refuse actual conjunction with their husbands after it, as a thing that would contaminate their chastity by the contagion of lust adhering to the men from the courtesans. For 65. 3. That it is polygamy, which by the Christian world is condemned, and ought to be condemned. That taking a mistress at the same time or conjointly with a wife is polygamy, though not acknowledged as such, because not established by any law, and not so called, everyone sees even if not clear-sighted, for a woman kept for use and a sharer of the conjugal bed is as a wife. That polygamy is condemned, and ought to be condemned by the Christian world, has been shown in the chapter on polygamy, especially under these heads in that chapter, that it is not permitted to a Christian to marry more than one wife, n. 338, and that if a Christian marries more wives than one, he commits not only natural adultery, but also spiritual adultery, n. 339. That it was permitted to the Israelitish nation because there was no Christian church with them, n. 340. From which it is plain that to join to a wife a mistress and share the bed with both is filthy polygamy. For 66, for that it is promiscuity by which the conjugal, which is the precious jewel of Christian life, is destroyed. That it is promiscuity more antagonistic to conjugal love than ordinary promiscuity, which is called simple adultery, and that it is a deprivation of all the faculty and inclination for conjugal life which is inherent in Christians from nativity can be clearly shown to the reason of a wise man by valid arguments. As to the first, that taking a mistress at the same time and conjointly with a wife is promiscuity more antagonistic to conjugal love than ordinary promiscuity, which is called simple adultery, may be seen from these considerations, that in ordinary promiscuity or simple adultery there is no love analogous to conjugal love. For it is only a burning heat of the flesh which quickly ceases to rage and sometimes does not leave a vestige of love for the woman, and therefore this effervescing lasciviousness, if not indulged in from purpose or from confirmation, and if the adulterer repents of it, only takes away in some small degree from conjugal love. It is not so with polygamic promiscuity. In this therein is a love analogous to conjugal love, for it does not effervesce, dissipate, and pass away into nothing after effervescence like the former, but remains, renews, and establishes itself, and insofar takes away from the love to the wife and in its place induces cold towards the wife. For the man then looks upon the courtesan bedfellow as lovely, from a freedom of will, in that he can draw back if he pleases, a freedom that is innate in the natural man, and being therefore grateful, it supports that love, and the more, that with the mistress there is a closer unition by allurements than with the wife. And on the other hand he does not look upon the wife as lovely, on account of the duty of cohabitation with her enjoined by the covenant for life, which he then feels to be the more constrained because of his freedom with the other. That love for the married partner grows cold and she herself vile in proportion as love for the courtesan grows warm, and she is held in favor, is evident. 2. As regards the second point, that taking a mistress at the same time and conjointly with a wife deprives a man of every faculty and inclination to conjugal life, which is inherent in Christians from nativity, may be seen from these considerations, that insofar as love for the married partner is transcribed into love for the mistress, that for the married partner is torn off, exhausted, and emptied out, as has been shown just above. That this takes place through the closing of the interiors of his natural mind and the opening of its lower parts is very evident from the fact that with Christians the seat of the inclination to love one of the sex is in their inmosts, and that this seat may be closed up but cannot be extirpated. The reason why the inclination to love one of the sex, and also the faculty for receiving that love, is implanted in Christians from nativity, is that the love is from the Lord alone and is become a matter of religion, and in Christendom the divine of the Lord is acknowledged and is worshipped, and the religion is from his word. Hence comes the engrafting of it, and also the transplanting of it, from generation to generation. It was said that the Christian conjugal is destroyed by polygamic promiscuity, but by that is meant that in a Christian polygamist it is shut off and intercepted, but yet it may be resuscitated in his posterity, just as takes place with the likeness of a grandfather or a great-great-grandfather returning in his grandson or great-great-grandson. Hence it is that this conjugal is called the jewel of the Christian life, and above, n. 457-458, the precious treasure of human life and the repository of Christian religion. 3. That this conjugal is destroyed by polygamic promiscuity in the case of a Christian who is in it is manifest from the fact that he cannot love a mistress and a wife equally, as a Mohammedan polygamist can, but that insofar as he loves the mistress, or grows warm towards her, insofar he does not love his wife and grows cold to her. And what is more detestable, insofar he in heart regards the Lord as a natural man only and the Son of Mary, and not at the same time as the Son of God, and insofar he also makes the Christian religion of no account. But it should be well known that this is the case with those who add a mistress to the wife, and actually conjoin themselves to both, and not at all to those who for causes legitimate, just, and truly weighty, separate themselves, and as to actual love disunite themselves from the wife, and put a woman kept for use in her place. The consideration of this kind of taking a mistress now follows. For 67, 5, that taking a mistress apart from the wife, when it is engaged in for legitimate, just, and truly weighty causes, is not unlawful. What causes are meant by legitimate, what by just, and by truly weighty will be explained in their order. Only a mention of the causes is here premised, so that this taking a mistress which is to be treated of now in what follows may be distinguished from the former taking a mistress. For 68, 6, that the legitimate causes of this taking a mistress are the legitimate causes of divorce, while the wife is nevertheless retained at home. By divorce is meant the abolition of the conjugal covenant and thence complete separation, and entire liberty after that to take another wife. The only cause of this total separation or divorce is promiscuity, according to the Lord's precept in Matt. 19-9. To the same cause belong also manifest obscenities, which dissolve modesty, and fill and infest the house with infamous intrigues, from which arises a promiscuous shamelessness in which the whole mind is dissolved. Add to these malicious desertion which involves promiscuity and causes the wife to commit adultery and thus to be put away, Matt. 5:32. These three, because they are the legitimate causes of divorce, the first and the third before a public judge, and the second before the man as judge, are also legitimate causes of taking a mistress, but when the adulterous wife is retained at home. That promiscuity is the only cause of divorce, because it is diametrically opposite to the life of conjugal love, and destroys it even to the point of extermination, may be seen above, N. 255. For 69, the reasons why by many men the wanton wife is yet retained at home are, 1. That the man is afraid to bring legal suit against the wife accusing her of adultery, and thus to publish her crime abroad, for if she were not convicted by eyewitnesses, or the equivalent of eyewitnesses, he would be overwhelmed with reproaches, secret in companies of men, and open in companies of women. 2. He fears also the crafty vindications of his adulteress, and her being shielded by the judges, and so the dishonor of his name. 3. Besides these there are circumstances of domestic utility which dissuade him from a separation from the house, for example, if they have small children towards whom even the adulteress has maternal love, if mutual duties interpose and conjoin, which cannot be severed, if the wife has favor and protection from kindred and relations, and there is hope of fortune from them, if he had held loving intercourse with her in the beginning, and if since she became a harlot she knows how to artfully soothe the man with engaging pleasantries and pretended civilities, that she may not be blamed. Besides other reasons, which because the causes of divorce are in themselves legitimate are also legitimate causes of taking a mistress, for reasons of retention at home do not take away the cause of divorce when the wife has committed promiscuity. Who that is not vile can keep the laws of the conjugal bed and share the bed with the harlot? If this is done here and there it is not conclusive. For 77, that the just causes of this taking a mistress are just causes of separation from the bed. There are legitimate causes of separation, and there are just causes. The legitimate causes are determined by decisions of the judges, and the just by decisions are judged by the man alone. Both the legitimate and the just causes of separation from the bed, and also from the house, are briefly recounted above, N. 252-253, of which vitiated conditions of the body are diseases by which the whole body is infected to such a degree as may by contagion induce fatal results. Such are malignant and pestilential fevers, leprosy, venereal diseases, cancers, and diseases by which the entire body becomes so weighed down that there is no consociability, and from which hurtful effluvia and noxious vapors are exhaled, either from the surface of the body or from its interiors, especially from the stomach and the lungs. On the surface of the body are malignant pox, warts, pustules, scorbutic wasting away, virulent scab, especially if the face is defiled with them, from the stomach, constantly rising foul, rank, and fetid eructations, from the lungs, foul and putrid breath, exhaled from imposthumes, ulcers, or abscesses, or from vitiated blood or serum. Besides these are also other maladies of various names, as lipothemy, which is a total languidness of the body and failure of strength, paralysis, which is a loosening and laxation of the membranes and ligaments that serve for motion, epilepsy, permanent debility from apoplexy, certain chronic diseases, the iliac passion, hernia, and other diseases which pathology teaches. Vitiated conditions of the mind that are just causes of separation from bed and from the house, as mania, frenzy, insanity, actual foolishness and idiocy, loss of memory, and other like conditions. That, because these are just causes of separation, they are just causes of taking a mistress reason sees without a judge. For 71:8, that weighty causes of this taking a mistress are real, and not real. Since, besides the just causes which are just causes of separation and thence become just causes of taking a mistress, there are also weighty causes, which depend on the judgment and the justice of the man, these ought therefore to be mentioned. But as the judgment of justice may be perverted, and by confirmations be converted into an appearance of justice, for that reason these causes are distinguished into real weighty causes, and not real, and are described separately. For 72:9, that the weighty causes are real which are from what is just. In order to know these causes it is sufficient to enumerate some of those that are really weighty, for example, no love for infants, and hence the rejection of infants, intemperance, drunkenness, uncleanness, shamelessness, a passion for divulging the secrets of the house, for wrangling, for striking, for revenging, for mischief-making, stealing, cheating, internal dissimilitude which begets antipathy, a forward requirement of the conjugal debt whence the man becomes as a cold stone, addiction to magic and sorcery, extreme impiety, and other like depravities. For 73, there are also milder causes which are really weighty, and separate from the bed though not from the house, such as the cessation of fertility with the wife from advancing age, and consequent intolerance and refusal of actual love, or it is still continuing with the man, besides other like causes in which the rational judgment sees what is just, and which do not wound the conscience. For 74:10, that weighty causes not real are such as are not from what is just, although from an appearance of what is just. These are recognized from the real weighty causes recounted above. If not rightly scrutinized, they may appear just and yet be unjust. For example, the times of abstinence that are requisite after parturition, transitory illnesses of the wife, and thence and from other causes loss of fecundity, the permission of polygamy to the Israelites, and other like excuses of no validity from justice. These reasons are framed by men after they have contracted coldness, when unchaste lusts have deprived them of conjugal love and infatuated them with an idea of its likeness to promiscuous love. These men, when they enter into taking a mistress, pretend that such spurious and fallacious causes are true and genuine, lest they suffer in reputation, and commonly they also spread abroad falsehoods about the wife, and these are assented to and bruited abroad by their social friends, according to favor. For 75:11, that those who from legitimate, just, and really weighty causes are in this taking a mistress may at the same time be in conjugal love. It is said they may at the same time be in conjugal love, and the meaning is that this love may be kept concealed within them, for the love does not perish in the subject within whom it is, but is quiescent. The reasons why conjugal love is preserved with those who prefer marriage to taking a mistress and yet enter into this for the causes mentioned above are these: that this taking a mistress is not repugnant to conjugal love, that it is not a separation from it, that it is but an overveiling of it, and that this veil is removed in them after death. That this taking a mistress is not repugnant to conjugal love follows from what was shown above, that when this taking a mistress is entered into for causes that are legitimate, just, and really weighty, it is not unlawful. N 467 to 473. 2b. That this taking a mistress is not a separation from conjugal love, for when causes that are legitimate, or just, or really weighty interpose, persuade, and are urgent, conjugal love is not severed with the marriage, but only interrupted, and love interrupted and not severed remains in the subject. It is as one who is in an office which he loves, and is detained from it by company, by shows, or by travel, yet his love of the office is not destroyed, or as with one who likes generous wine, and yet when he drinks that which is not noble, it does not spoil his eager taste for the generous. 3. C. This taking a mistress is only an overveiling of conjugal love, because the love of taking a mistress is natural and the love of marriage is spiritual, and natural love covers over the spiritual when that is intercepted. The lover does not know that this is so, because spiritual love is not sensibly perceived of itself, but through the natural, and is felt as delight wherein is blessedness from heaven. But natural love by itself is felt only as delight. For D. After death this veil is removed, because then the man from natural becomes spiritual, and rejoices in a substantial instead of the material body, in which natural delight from the spiritual is felt in its preeminence. That this is so I have learned from communication with some in the spiritual world, also from kings there, who in the natural world were in taking a mistress from real weighty causes. For 76:12, that while this taking a mistress lasts, actual conjunction with the wife is not lawful. The reason is that then conjugal love, which in itself is spiritual, chaste, pure, and holy, becomes natural, is defiled, becomes obsolete, and thus perishes. Therefore, in order that this love may be preserved, it is expedient that for real weighty causes, N 472-473, taking a mistress may be resorted to, but only with one, and not with two at the same time. For 77, to this shall be added the following relation. I heard a certain spirit, a young man recently from the world, boasting of his promiscuity, and desiring to gain praise because he was a man more masculine than others. And among the insolencies of his boasting, he put forth this: what is more dismal than to imprison a man's love and live with only one? And what more delightful than to let the love go free? Who does not tire of one only? And who is not enlivened by many? What is sweeter than promiscuous liberty, variety, deflorations, deceiving husbands, and promiscuous hypocrisies? Do not these, which are got by cunning, deception, and stealthy arts, delight the inmosts of the mind? 2. Those standing by hearing these things said, do not speak in this way. You know not where you are, and with whom you are. You are a newcomer here. Under your feet is hell, and above your head is heaven. You are now in a world that is intermediate between these two, which is called the world of spirits. All who depart out of the world come into this, and are gathered together here and explored as to their quality, and the evil are prepared for hell and the good for heaven. Perhaps you still remember, from priests in the world, that whoremongers and harlots are cast down into hell, and that chaste married partners are taken up into heaven. The newcomer laughed at this, and said, what is heaven? And what is hell? Is it not heaven where one is free? And is he not free who can love as many as he pleases? And is it not hell where one is a slave? And is he not a slave who is obliged to cling to one? 3. But a certain angel looking down from heaven heard these things and interrupted his speech, that he might go no further in profaning marriages, and said to him, come up hither, and I will show you to the life what heaven is, and what hell is, and of what kind the latter is to confirmed whoremongers. And he showed the way, and the young man went up. And after reception he was led first into a paradisal garden where were fruit trees and flowers, which with their beauty, pleasantness, and fragrance filled the mind with the delights of life, which when he saw he admired with great admiration. But he was then in the external sight in which he had been when he saw analogous things in the world, and in this sight he was rational. But in his internal sight, wherein promiscuity took the lead and occupied every point of thought, he was not rational. Therefore his external sight was closed and his internal sight opened, which being opened he said, what do I see now? Is it not straw and dry wood? And what do I now perceive? Is there not a disgusting smell? Where now are the things of paradise? The angel said, they are near and are even present, but they do not appear to your internal sight, which is promiscuous, for this turns heavenly things into infernal, and sees only their opposites. Every man has an internal and an external mind, and so an internal and an external sight. With evil men the internal mind is insane, and the external is sane, but with the good the internal is sane, and from that the external also. And as the mind is, so man sees objects in the spiritual world. For, After this the angel, from power given him, closed the young man's internal sight and opened his external, and led him through the portals towards the very midst of the habitations, and he saw magnificent palaces of alabaster, of marble, and of various precious stones, and near them porticos, and columns round about, overlaid and embellished with decorations and ornaments, of marvelous beauty, which when he saw he was astonished, and said, What do I see? I see magnificent things, in their own magnificence, and works of architecture in their very art. But then the angel closed his external sight again and opened his internal sight, which was evil, because he was foully promiscuous, which done he exclaimed, saying, What do I see now? Where am I? Where now are the palaces, and the magnificent things? I see heaps, ruins, and cavernous places. 5. But presently he was brought back into his external, and was conducted into one of the palaces, and saw the decorations of the gates, of the windows, of the walls, and the ceilings, especially the things for use, upon which and about which were heavenly forms of gold and precious stones, such as no words can describe, nor any art portray, for they surpassed the ideas of words, and were beyond the conceptions of art. Seeing these he exclaimed again, saying, These things are very wonders, such as eye has never seen. Then his internal sight was opened and the external closed, as before, and he was asked what he saw now, and replied, Nothing but walls of rushes here, of straw there, and of firebrands yonder. 6. But he was brought yet again into his external state of mind, and virgins were brought before him, who were beauties, because images of heavenly affection, and with the sweet voice of their affection they spoke to him, and then from the very sight and hearing of them, his countenance changed, and of himself he returned into his internals, which were promiscuous, and because these could not bear anything of heavenly love, and on the other hand could not be endured by heavenly love, they both vanished, the virgins from the sight of the man, and the man from the sight of the virgins. After this the angel instructed him whence came these inversions of his state of vision, saying, I perceive that in the world from which you have come you were double, one man in internals and another in externals, that in externals you were a civil, moral, and rational man, while in internals you were neither civil, nor moral, nor rational, because you were a whoremonger and adulterer. And such men, when it is permitted them to ascend into heaven and they are kept there in their externals, are able to see the heavenly things there, but when their internals are opened instead of the heavenly they see infernal things. And you must know that with everyone here the externals are successively closed and the internals opened, and in that way they are prepared for heaven or for hell. And because the evil of promiscuity more than any other evil fouls the internals of the mind, you cannot but be brought down to the filthy things of your love, and these are in hells where the caverns stink with excrements. Who cannot know, from reason, that the unchaste and lascivious in the spiritual world is impure and unclean, and thus that nothing more pollutes and befouls a man and brings the infernal into him. Beware then that you glory no more in your promiscuities, that in them you are a man more masculine than others. I foretell you that you will become impotent to such a degree that you will scarcely know where your manhood is. Such a lot awaits those that glory in the potency of promiscuity. After hearing this the young man descended and returned to the world of spirits, and to his former associates there, and spoke modestly and chastely with them, but yet not for long. 21. Adulteries and their kinds and degrees. For 78. No one can know that there is any evil in adultery who judges of it from the externals only, for in them it is similar to marriage. These external judges, when internals are mentioned, and they are told that from them the externals derive their good or their evil, say, What are internals? Who sees them? Is not this soaring above the sphere of anyone's intelligence? They are like those that accept all simulated good as genuine, belonging to the will, and who estimate the wisdom of a man by the elegance of his speech, or the man himself from his splendid apparel and his driving in a grand carriage, and not from his internal character, which pertains to judgment from the affection of what is good. So, it is like the judgment of the fruit of a tree, or of anything edible, from the sight and touch alone, and not as to its goodness from taste and knowledge. Thus all do who will regard nothing relating to the internals of a man. Hence the madness of many at this day, in that they see nothing of evil in adulteries, nay, that they conjoin marriages with them in the same bedchamber, that is, make them alike, and this merely on account of the appearance of likeness in externals. 2. That it is so. This proof from experience convinced me, some hundreds out of the European world, of those renowned there for genius, for learning, and for wisdom, were once called together by the angels and questioned about the difference between marriage and adultery, and were asked to consider the reasons of their understanding. And after consultation all but 10 answered, that only public law makes the distinction, for the sake of some advantage, which advantage may indeed be known but yet provided for by civil prudence. Then they were asked whether they saw anything of good in marriage and anything of evil in adultery. They replied, not any rational evil and good. Asked whether any sin, they said, wherein is it? Is not the act the same? The angels were astounded at these answers and exclaimed, O of what nature and how great is the grossness of this age! Hearing which the hundreds of wise turned about and laughing among themselves said, Is this grossness? Can there be any wisdom which can convince us that to love the wife of another merits eternal damnation? But it has been shown in the first chapter of this part of the work on the opposition of promiscuous love and conjugal love that adultery is a spiritual evil, and thence is a moral evil and a civil evil, and diametrically opposite to rational wisdom, and that the love of adultery is from hell and returns to hell, while the love of marriage is from heaven and returns to heaven. Yet as all evils, like all goods, have breadth and height, and according to breadth they have their kinds, and according to height they have their degrees, therefore in order that adulteries may be known according to each dimension they shall be first divided into their kinds, and then into their degrees. This is to be done in the following order. 1. That there are 3 kinds of adulteries, simple, double, and triple. 2. That simple adultery is that of an unmarried man with the wife of another, or of an unmarried woman with the husband of another. 3. That double adultery is that of a husband with the wife of another, or the converse. 4. That triple adultery is with blood relations. 5. That there are 4 degrees of adulteries, according to which the predications, inculpations, and after death the imputations of them are made. 6. That adulteries of the first degree are adulteries of ignorance, committed by those who do not yet or who cannot take counsel of the understanding, and thereby restrain them. 7. That adulteries committed by such are mild. 8. That adulteries of the second degree are adulteries of lust, which are committed by those who indeed are able to consult the understanding, yet for contingent causes at those moments cannot. 9. That adulteries committed by these are imputable according as the understanding afterwards favors them, or does not favor them. 10. That adulteries of the third degree are adulteries of the reason, committed by those who by the understanding confirm that they are not evils of sin. 11. That adulteries committed by these are grievous, and are imputed according to their confirmations. 12. That adulteries of the fourth degree are adulteries of the will, committed by those who regard them as allowable and pleasing, and not of so much account as to make it worthwhile to consult the understanding about them. 13. That adulteries committed by these are most grievous, and are imputed to them as evils of purpose, and they are deeply seated as guilt. 14. That adulteries of the third and fourth degree are evils of sin according to the measure and the quality of the understanding and the will in them, whether they are committed in act or are not committed in act. 15. That adulteries from purpose of the will, and adulteries from confirmation of the understanding, render men natural, sensual, and corporeal. 16. And this to such a degree that at length they cast away from them all things of the church and of religion. 17. That nevertheless they are still possessed of human rationality like others. 18. But that they use this rationality when they are in externals, but when in their internals they abuse it. The explanation of these now follows. For 79. 1. That there are 3 kinds of adulteries, simple, double, and triple. The Creator of the universe has distinguished all things and everything that He created into kinds, and every kind into species, and has discriminated every species, and each variety likewise, and so on, to the end that an image of the infinite shall be presented in the perpetual variety of qualities. The Creator of the universe thus distinguished goods and their truths, and likewise evils and their falsities after they had arisen. That He has distinguished all things and everything in the spiritual world into kinds and species and varieties, and that He has brought together all things good and true in heaven, and all things evil and false in hell, and has disposed them exactly opposite to each other, is made evident by the disclosures in Heaven and Hell, published in London in the year 1758, that in the natural world also he has thus distinguished, and does distinguish, goods and truths, and evils and falsities with men, and thus distinguishes men, may be known from their lot after death, in that for the good there is heaven and for the evil there is hell. Now, as all good things which are of good and all that are of evil are distinguished into kinds, species, and so on, therefore marriages are so distinguished, and likewise their opposites, which are adulteries. For 82, that simple adultery is that of an unmarried man with the wife of another, or of an unmarried woman with the husband of another. By adultery here, and in what follows, is meant promiscuity which is opposite to marriage. It is opposite because it violates the covenant of life contracted between married partners, rends their love asunder, befouls it, and closes up the union begun at the time of betrothal and confirmed at the beginning of the marriage. For the conjugal love of a man with one wife, after the pact and covenant, unites the souls. This union adultery does not dissolve, for it cannot be dissolved, but closes it up as if one should stop up a fountain at its source and thus stop its flow, and should fill the cistern with feculent and fetid waters. So conjugal love, whose origin is a union of souls, is smeared with mud and covered up by adultery, which being befouled there rises up from below the love of adultery, and as this increases the former love becomes carnal, and this rises up against conjugal love and destroys it. Hence the opposition of adultery and marriage. For 81, again, that it may be known how gross is this age, that it cannot see any sin in adultery, as was brought to light by the angels, related just above at N. For 78, I will add the following relation. There were certain spirits who, from practice in the life of the body, infested me with peculiar skill, and this by an influx rather soft, as it were undulating, such as that of upright spirits is wont to be. But it was perceived that there was cunning and like qualities in them, that they might captivate and deceive. At length I spoke with one of them, who it was told me was general of an army when he lived in the world. And as I perceived there was licentiousness in the ideas of his thought, I conversed with him in spiritual language with representatives, which fully express the meaning, and many things in a moment. He said that in the life of the body, in the former world, he had accounted adulteries as nothing. But it was given me to tell him that adulteries are heinous, notwithstanding that they do not appear so before those who are adulterers, from the delight that they take in them and thence a persuasion that they are not so, yea, that they are allowable, which indeed he might know from the fact that marriages are the seminaries of the human race, and thence the seminaries also of the heavenly kingdom, and for that reason are not to be violated, but to be held sacred, and from this also, which he ought to know, because he was now in the spiritual world, and in a state of perception, that conjugal love comes down from the Lord through heaven, and that from this love as from a parent is derived mutual love, which is the foundation of heaven, and from the fact that adulterers when they only come near to the heavenly societies perceive their own offensive smell and precipitate themselves thence towards hell. At the least he might know that to violate marriages is contrary to the divine laws, contrary to the civil laws of all kingdoms, and against the genuine light of reason, and so against the law of nations, because contrary to order, both divine and human, besides other considerations. He answered that he had not thought of such things in the former life, and he wished to reason whether they were so. But it was told him, the truth did not admit of reasonings, for they defend the delights of the flesh against the delights of the spirit, of the nature of which he had no knowledge, and that he ought first to reflect upon the things that had been said to him, because they are true, or to think from the principle, well known in the world, that no one should do to another what he would not be willing that another should do to him, and thus if anyone had so beguiled his wife whom he loved, as is the case in the beginning of every marriage, if he then spoke his mind, while in a state of wrath about it, would he not himself also have denounced adulteries? And being a man of ability, would not he beyond others have confirmed himself against them? Would he not have condemned them even to hell? And being the general of an army, and with valiant men about him, would he not either have slain the adulterer, that he might not bring disgrace upon him, or cast the adulteress out of his house? For 82, 3. That double adultery is that of a husband with the wife of another, or the converse. This is called double adultery because it is committed by two, and by each of them the marriage covenant is violated, wherefore also it is twofold more grievous than the former. It was said just above at n 480 that the conjugal love of one man with one wife, after the pact and covenant, unites the souls, and that this union is the love itself in its origin, and that by adultery this is closed and stopped up, like the spring and flow of a fountain. That the souls of two unite themselves when the love of the sex on the part of each is restricted to one of the sex, which takes place when the virgin pledges herself wholly to the young man, and on the other hand the young man pledges himself wholly to the virgin, is very plain from the fact that the lives of both unite themselves, consequently the souls, because these are the beginnings of life. There cannot be this union of souls except in monogamic marriages, or marriages of one man with one wife, but not in polygamic marriages, or of a man with more wives than one, because in the latter the love is divided, in the former it is united. That in this, its highest seat, conjugal love is spiritual, holy, and pure, is from the cause that the soul of every man by virtue of its origin is celestial, and therefore receives influx immediately from the Lord, for it receives from him the marriage of love and wisdom, or of good and truth, and this influx makes him man, and distinguishes him from beasts. From this union of souls conjugal love, which there is in its spiritual holiness and purity, flows down into the life of the whole body, and fills it with blessed delight so long as its flow remains open, which it does with those who from the Lord become spiritual. That nothing else but adultery closes up and stops this seat and origin, or fountain of conjugal love and its flow, is plain from the Lord's words in Matthew 19 verses 4-9 that, it is not lawful for a man to put away his wife and marry another except for adultery, and from these words in the same place that, whoso shall marry her that is put away committeth adultery, Matt 19:9. When therefore this pure and holy fountain is stopped up as was said before, it is encompassed with foulness, as a gem with excrement, or as bread with vomit, the very opposite to the purity and holiness of that fountain, or of conjugal love, from which opposition comes conjugal cold, and according to this the lascivious pleasure of promiscuous love, which spontaneously consumes itself. This is an evil of sin, because what is holy is covered up and its flow into the body thus obstructed, and there succeeds in its place what is profane, and the flow of this into the body is opened. Thence from heavenly, man becomes infernal. For 83, to this I will add some things from the spiritual world which are worthy of being related. I heard there that some married men have a lust for promiscuity with unmarried women or virgins, some with deflowered women or harlots, some with married women or wives, some with such as are of noble family, and some with such as are of a race not noble. I have been convinced, by many from the various kingdoms of the world, that this is so. While meditating upon the variety of such lusts, I asked whether there are any who take all delight with the wives of others, and none with unmarried women. Therefore, in order that I might know that there are such, several out of a certain kingdom were brought to me, and were constrained to speak according to their libidinous desires. They said their sole pleasure and delight was and is to commit adultery with the wives of others, and that they look out for the beautiful, and hire them for themselves at great cost, according to their wealth, and for the most part they bargain about the price with her alone. I asked why they did not hire unmarried women? They said that this to them was common, that it was mean in itself, and there was no pleasure in it. I asked again whether the wives afterwards returned to their husbands and lived with them. They answered they either did or did not, or did so coldly, because they had become harlots. I afterwards asked them, seriously, whether they ever thought or even now think that this is double adultery, because committed while they have wives, and that such adultery lays a man waste of every spiritual good. But the most of those present laughed at this and said, what is spiritual good? But I insisted, saying, what is more detestable than to commingle your soul with the soul of a husband in his wife? Do you not know that the soul of a man is in his seed? At this they turned away, and muttered, what harm does it do there? At length I said, although you have no fear of the divine laws, have you no dread of the civil laws? They answered that they had none, only of certain of the ecclesiastical order, but in their presence we conceal it, and if we cannot, we act with them in a friendly manner. Afterwards I saw them separated into groups and some of them cast into hell. For 84, for that triple adultery is with blood relations. This adultery is called triple because it is threefold more grievous than the two former. What the consanguinities or remnants of the flesh are, who shall not be approached, may be seen recounted in Leviticus 18 verses 6 to 17. The reasons why such adulteries are threefold more grievous than the two mentioned above are internal and external. The internal are on account of their correspondence with the violation of spiritual marriage, which is of the Lord and the Church, and thence of good and truth, but the external reasons are for guards lest man become a beast. But there is no leisure to proceed to the exposition of those reasons here. For 85, 5, that there are 4 degrees of adultery, according to which the predications, inculpations, and after death the imputations of them are made. These degrees are not kinds, but they enter into each kind and make its differences of more and less evil or good here, where an adultery of either kind by reason of the circumstances and contingencies should be accounted milder or more grievous. That circumstances and contingencies do vary is known by everyone. And yet they are accounted in one way by man from the light of his rational light, in another by a judge from the law, and in another by the Lord from the man's state of mind, and therefore predications, inculpations, and after death, imputations are spoken of. For predications are made by man according to the light of his reason, inculpations are made by a judge according to the law, and imputations are made by the Lord according to the man's state of mind. That these 3 greatly differ from each other can be seen without exposition, for man, by rational conviction according to circumstances and contingencies, may absolve one whom a judge sitting in judgment according to the law cannot absolve, and also a judge may absolve one who after death is condemned. The reason is that the judge pronounces sentence according to the facts, but after death everyone is judged according to the intentions of his will and thence of his understanding, and according to the confirmations of the understanding and thence of the will. Neither of these does the judge see, and yet both judgments are just, one for the good of civil society, the other for the good of heavenly society. For 86, 6, that adulteries of the first degree are adulteries of ignorance, committed by those who do not yet or who cannot take counsel of the understanding, and thereby restrain them. All evils, and consequently also adulteries, regarded in themselves are at the same time of the internal and of the external man. The internal man intends them and the external man does them. Such then as the internal man is, in the deeds that are done by the external, such are the deeds regarded in themselves. But as the internal man with its intention does not appear before man, everyone must be judged in a court by his deeds and spoken words, according to the established law and its requirements. The inner sense of the law ought also to be considered by the judge. But let examples illustrate, if perchance adultery be committed by an adolescent boy, who does not yet know that adultery is more evil than fornication, if the same were committed by a man of extreme simplicity, if it be committed by one who by disease is bereft of clear judgment, or by one who, as is the case with some, is at times delirious, and who is then in the state of those that are actually delirious, or even if it be done in insane drunkenness, and so on. It is evident that then the internal man, or the mind, is not present in the external, scarcely otherwise than as in an irrational person. Their adulteries are characterized by a rational man according to those circumstances, and yet, by the same man as judge the doer is inculpated and punished from the law. But after death their deeds are imputed according to the presence, the quality, and the faculty of the understanding in their will. For 87, 7, that adulteries committed by such are mild. This is manifest from what has been said above in N 486 without further confirmation, for it is known that the quality of every deed and of everything in general depends upon the circumstances, and that these mitigate or aggravate. But adulteries of this degree are mild the first time they are committed, and they also remain mild insofar as he or she in the after course of life abstains from them for the reasons that they are evils against God, or that they are evils against the neighbor, or that they are evils against the good of the state, and because being either of these they are evils against reason. But on the other hand, if they do not abstain from them for one of the reasons mentioned, these also are numbered among grievous ones. It is so according to the divine law in Ezekiel 18 verses 21 to 22, 24, and elsewhere. And yet by man they cannot be exculpated and inculpated, or accounted and judged as light or grievous from those circumstances, because these do not appear before him, yea, are not within the province of his judgment. Therefore the meaning is that they are so accounted and imputed after death. For 88:8, that adulteries of the second degree are adulteries of lust, which are committed by those who, although able to consult the understanding, yet for contingent causes at those moments cannot. With the man who from natural is becoming spiritual, there are two things that in the beginning contend against each other, which are commonly called the spirit and the flesh. And as the love of marriage is of the spirit and the love of adultery is of the flesh, a contest then is also waged between these. If the love of marriage conquers, it subdues and subjugates the love of adultery, which is done by the expulsion of it. But if it comes to pass that the lust of the flesh is excited to surging heat beyond what the spirit by reason can control, it results that the state is reversed, and the surging heat of lust overwhelms the spirit with incitements, even so that it no longer is master of its reason, nor thence master of itself. This is meant by adulteries of the second degree being committed by those who, although able to consult the understanding, yet for contingent causes at those moments cannot. But let examples serve for illustration. If a wanton wife by cunning captivates a man's mind, enticing him into her bedchamber, and inflaming him until he loses the mastery of his judgment, and the more if she then threatens him with disgrace if he does not so, if some wanton wife is skilled in deceptive arts, or with stimulating potions so excites a man that frenzy of the flesh takes away the freedom of reason from his understanding, likewise if a man by pleasing allurements leads on the wife of another until her will, being inflamed, is no longer within her control, besides other such cases. That these and like contingencies lighten the gravity of adultery, and give a milder turn to the attribution of blame for it, against the man or the woman seduced, reason favors and admits. Now follows a consideration of the imputations of this degree of adultery. For 89:9, that adulteries committed by these are imputable according as the understanding afterwards favors them, or does not favor them. So far as his understanding favors evils, man appropriates them to himself and makes them his own. Favor is consent, and consent induces in the mind a state of love of them. It is similar with adulteries that in the beginning were committed without the consent of the understanding, and are favored. If they are not favored afterwards, the contrary results. The reason is that evils or adulteries that are committed in blindness of the understanding are done from the lust of the body, in likeness they approach to instincts such as are with beasts. With man, it is true, the understanding is present when they are committed, but with a passive or dead force, and not in active or living force. From these considerations it follows of itself, that such deeds are not imputed except as they are afterwards favored, or are not favored. By imputation here is meant accusation, and thence adjudication after death, which takes place according to the state of the spirit of the man. But inculpation by man before a judge is not meant. This is not pronounced according to the state of his spirit, but of the body, in the deed. If these did not differ, they would be absolved after death who are absolved in the world, and they would be condemned who are there condemned, and thus for these there would be no hope of salvation. For 90:10, that adulteries of the third degree are adulteries of the reason, committed by those who by the understanding confirm that they are not evils of sin. Every man knows that there is will and understanding, for in speech he says, "This I will, and this I understand." And yet he does not distinguish them, but makes one the same with the other. The reason is that he only reflects upon the things which are of thought from the understanding, and not upon those which are of the love from the will, for these do not, like those, appear in the light. And yet he who does not distinguish between will and understanding cannot distinguish between things evil and good, and hence can know nothing at all about the blame for sin. But who does not know that good and truth are two distinct things, as love and wisdom are? and who, when he is in rational light, cannot thence conclude that there are two faculties in man which distinctly receive and appropriate these to themselves, and that one is the will and the other the understanding, for the reason that what the will receives and reproduces is called good, and what the understanding receives is called truth. For what the will loves and does is called good, and what the understanding perceives and thinks is called true. 2. And now, as the marriage of good and truth has been treated of in the first part of this work, and as many things were there adduced respecting the will and the understanding, and respecting the various attributes and predicates of each, which as I think are perceived even by those who had not thought distinctly about the understanding and the will, for human reason is such that it understands truths from the light of them, even though it has not distinguished them before. Therefore, in order that the distinctions of the understanding and the will may be more clearly perceived, I will here present some truths, to the end that it may be known of what quality adulteries of the reason or the understanding are, and after that of what quality adulteries of the will are. 3. The following may serve for the cognizance of them. A. That the will does nothing of itself alone, but whatever it does by the understanding. B. And on the other hand, the understanding does nothing of itself alone, but that whatever it does from the will. C. That the will inflows into the understanding, but not the understanding into the will, but that the understanding teaches what is good and evil, and consults the will, in order that of the two it may choose and do what is pleasing to it. D. That after this a twofold conjunction results, one in which the will acts from within and the understanding from without, another in which the understanding acts from within and the will from without. Thus are the adulteries of the reason, here treated of, distinguished from the adulteries of the will, to be considered hereafter. They are distinguished because one is more grievous than the other, for adultery of the reason is less grievous than adultery of the will, because in adultery of the reason the understanding acts from within and the will from without, while in adultery of the will acts from within and the understanding from without, and the will is the very man, and the understanding is the man from the will, and that which acts from within dominates over that which acts from without. For 91:11, that adulteries committed by these are grievous according to their confirmation. The understanding alone confirms, and when it confirms it makes an ally of the will and stations it round about itself, and so brings it to compliance. Confirmations are effected by reasonings which the mind lays hold of, either from its higher or from its lower region. If from the higher region which communicates with heaven it confirms marriages and condemns adulteries, but if from its lower region which communicates with the world it confirms adulteries and makes light of marriages. Every man is able to confirm evil as well as good, likewise falsity and truth, and the confirmation of evil is perceived as more delightful than the confirmation of good, and the confirmation of falsity appears clearer than the confirmation of truth. The reason is that the confirmation of what is evil and false draws its reasonings from the delights, the pleasures, the appearances, and the fallacies of the bodily senses, while the confirmation of good and truth takes its reasons from a region above the sensuals of the body. Now, as things evil and false can be confirmed equally with things good and true, and as the confirming understanding draws the will to its side, and the will with the understanding forms the mind, it follows that the form of the human mind is according to confirmations, turned towards heaven if its confirmations are for marriages, but turned towards hell if they are for adulteries. And such as the form of a man's mind is, such is his spirit, that is to say, such is the man. It is manifest now from these considerations that adulteries of this degree are imputed after death according to their confirmations. For 92:12, that adulteries of the fourth degree are adulteries of the will, committed by those who regard them as allowable and pleasing, and not of so much account as to make it worthwhile to consult the understanding about them. These adulteries are distinguished from the former by their origins. Their origin is from a depraved will carnate with man, or from inherited evil which man, after he uses his own judgment, obeys blindly, passing no judgment upon it as to whether it be evil or not. For this reason it is said that he does not regard them of so much account as to make it worthwhile to consult the understanding about them. But the origin of the adulteries which are called adulteries of the reason is from a perverse understanding, and they are committed by those who confirm that they are not evils of sin. In these the understanding takes the lead, in those, the will. These two distinctions appear to no man in the natural world, but they plainly appear to the angels in the spiritual world. In the latter world, in general, all are distinguished according to evils that issue originally from the will, or from the understanding, and are accepted and appropriated. And according to these distinctions they are separated in hell. Those there who are evil from the understanding dwell towards the front and are called Satans, but those that are evil from the will dwell behind and are called devils. On account of this universal distinction they are called Satans and devils in the word. With those evil ones, and also with the adulterers who are called Satans, the understanding leads, but with those who are called devils the will takes the lead. But it is impossible to explain the difference so that the understanding shall see it, unless the distinction is first known between the will and the understanding, and unless the formation of the mind by the will through the understanding, and its formation by the understanding through the will is first described. An acquaintance with these must send its light before, in order that the above-mentioned distinctions may be seen by the reason. But that is the work of a volume. For 93:13, that adulteries committed by these are most grievous, and are imputed to them as evils of purpose, and they are deeply seated in them as guilt. That these are most grievous, and more grievous than the former, is because in them the will takes the leading part, and in the former the understanding, and the life of a man is of his will essentially, and of his understanding formally. The reason is that the will acts as one with the love, and love is the essence of a man's life, and this forms itself by such things as are accordant with it in the understanding. The understanding regarded in itself is therefore nothing else than the form of the will. And as love is of the will, and wisdom is of the understanding, therefore wisdom is no other than the form of love. In like manner truth is but the form of good. That which flows out from the very essence of a man's life, that is, what comes from his will or love, is chiefly called purpose, but what flows from the form of his life, that is, from the understanding and its thought, is called intention. Guilt also is predicated chiefly of the will. Hence it is said that everyone has the guilt of evil by inheritance, but evil is from the man. It is for these reasons that adulteries of the fourth degree are imputed as evils of purpose, and are deeply seated as guilt. For 94:14, that adulteries of the third and the fourth degree are evils of sin, according to the measure and the quality of the understanding and the will in them, whether they are committed in act, or not committed in act. That adulteries of the reason or understanding, which are of the third degree, and adulteries of the will, which are of the fourth degree, are grievous and consequently are evils of sin, according to the quality of the understanding and the will in them, may be seen from the comments upon them above in N 490 to 493. The reason is that man is man by virtue of the will and understanding, for from these two exist not only all things that take place in the mind, but also all that take place in the body. Who does not know that the body does not act of itself, but the will through the body? And that the mind does not speak of itself, but the thought through the mouth? If therefore the will were taken away, action would cease in a moment, and if thought were taken away, the speech of the mouth would cease in a moment. Hence it is very evident that adulteries which are committed in act are grievous according to the measure and quality of the understanding and the will in them. That they are alike grievous if the same are not committed in act is plain from these words of the Lord. It was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not commit adultery, but verily I say unto you that whosoever looketh on the woman of another to lust after her, hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. Matt. 5:27-28. To commit adultery in the heart is in the will. 2. There are many reasons which effect that one may not be an adulterer in act and yet be an adulterer in will and understanding. For there are those who abstain from adulteries as to the act for fear of the civil law and its penalties, for fear of the loss of reputation and thence of honor, for fear of diseases from them, for fear of quarrels with the wife at home, and hence in tranquility of life, for fear of vengeance by the husband, or by relations, and for fear also of chastisement by servants, from poverty or from avarice, for weakness, arising from sickness, or from abuse, or from age, or from impotency and thence shame. If for these and like causes anyone restrains himself from adulteries in act, and yet favours them in will and understanding, he is still an adulterer, for he nevertheless believes that they are not sins, and in his spirit does not hold them to be unlawful in the sight of God, and thus in spirit he commits them, although not in the body before the world. Therefore after death, when he becomes a spirit, he speaks openly in favor of them. For 95:15, that adulteries from purpose of the will and adulteries from confirmation of the understanding render men natural, sensual, and corporeal. Man is man, and is distinguished from the beast by the fact that his mind is divided into 3 regions, into as many as the heavens, and that he can be elevated from the lowest region into the higher, and also from this into the highest, and so become an angel of 1 heaven, and even of the 3rd heaven. To this end the faculty is given to man of elevating his understanding even thither. But if the love of his will is not elevated at the same time, he does not become spiritual but remains natural. Nevertheless, he retains the faculty of elevating the understanding. The reason why he retains it is that he may be reformed, for he is reformed by means of the understanding, which is effected by cognitions of good and of truth, and by rational intuition from them. If he views these cognitions rationally, and lives according to them, then the love of the will is at the same time elevated, and in that degree the human is perfected, and the man becomes more and more man. 2. It otherwise betides if he does not live according to the cognitions of good and truth. Then the love of his will remains natural, and his understanding becomes spiritual by turns, for it elevates itself alternately, like an eagle, and looks down upon what is of his love beneath, and when it sees it, it flies down and conjoins itself to it. If therefore the lusts of the flesh are of his love, to these it swoops down from its height, and in conjunction with them satisfies itself with their delights, and then, on the watch for reputation, that it may be deemed wise, it soars again on high, and so up and down by turns, as has just been said. 3. Adulterers of the 3rd and the 4th degree, who are those that have made themselves adulterers from purpose of the will, and by confirmation of the understanding evidently are natural, and that they gradually become sensual and corporeal, is because they immerse the love of their will, and at the same time the understanding with it, in the unclean things of promiscuous love, and take delight in them, like unclean birds and beasts in stinking and excrementitious matters, as in dainties and delicacies, for the reeking fumes surging up out of the flesh fill the dwelling place of their mind with their grossness, and make that the will sensates nothing more dainty and delicate. These are they who after death become corporeal spirits, and from whom stream forth the unclean things of hell, and of the church, of which above at N 430, 431. For 96, there are 3 degrees of the natural man. In the 1st degree are those who love the world alone, setting their heart upon riches. These properly are meant by the natural. In the 2nd degree are those who love only the delights of the senses, placing their heart in every kind of luxury and pleasure. These properly are meant by the sensual. In the 3rd degree are those that love only themselves, setting their heart upon the attainment of honor. These properly are meant by the corporeal, for the reason that they immerse all things of the will and thence of the understanding in the body, and looking back from others at themselves, they regard but themselves and love only their own. But the sensual immerse all the things of the will, and thence of the understanding, in the allurements and fallacies of the senses, indulging in them alone. But the natural pour all the activities of the will, and thence of the understanding, into the world, greedily and fraudulently seeking wealth, and looking to no other use in it and from it but that of possession. The adulteries named above turn human beings into these degenerate degrees, one into one kind, another into another, each as suits his pleasure, which constitutes his genius. For 97:16, and this to such a degree that at length they cast away from them all things of the church and of religion. That adulterers from purpose and from confirmation cast away from them all things of the church and of religion results from the fact that the love of marriage and the love of adultery are opposites, N for 25, and the love of marriage makes one with the church and with religion, CN 130, and everywhere else in the first part. Hence the love of adultery, being opposite, makes one with the things that are against the church. That these adulterers cast away from them all things of the church and of its religion is because the love of marriage and the love of adultery are opposites, just as the marriage of good and truth is opposite to the connubial bond of evil and falsity. N. 427-428. And the marriage of good and truth is the church, and the connubial bond of the evil and false is opposed to the church. That these adulterers reject from them all things of the church and of religion is because the love of marriage and the love of adultery are opposite as heaven and hell are. N. 29. And in heaven is the love of all things of the church, and in hell is the hatred against all things of the church. That these adulterers reject from them all things of the church and of religion, is also because their delights begin from the flesh and are of the flesh even in the spirit. N. 440-441. And the flesh is against the spirit, that is, contrary to the spiritual things of the church, and for that reason also the delights of promiscuous love are called pleasures of insanity. If you desire proofs, pray go to those whom you know to be such adulterers, and ask in secret what they think about God, about the church, and about eternal life, and you will hear. The real reason is that as conjugal love opens the interiors of the mind, and thus elevates them above the sensuals of the body even into the light and warmth of heaven, so on the other hand the love of adultery closes up the interiors of the mind, and thrusts the mind itself as to its will down into the body, even into all the lusts of its flesh, and the deeper the depth, the more it is drawn away and removed from heaven. For 98:17, that nevertheless they are still possessed of human rationality, like others. That the natural, sensual, and corporeal man is equally rational with the spiritual man as to the understanding has been shown me from Satan's and devils rising up by permission out of hell, and conversing with angelic spirits in the world of spirits, respecting which see here and there in the relations. But as the love of the will makes the man, and draws the understanding into consent, therefore such are not rational except when in a state removed from the love of the will, but when they return again into that love they rave worse than wild beasts. And yet without the faculty of elevating the understanding above the love of the will man would not be man, but a beast, for a beast does not enjoy that faculty, consequently he would not have the power of choosing anything, and of doing from choice what is good and to advantage, and thus could not be reformed, and be led to heaven, and to live to eternity. It is for this that adulterers, from purpose and from conformation, although merely natural, sensual, and corporeal, have yet like others the gift of understanding and rationality. But when they are in the lust of adultery, and think and speak from that and of that, they do not enjoy that rationality. The reason is that then the flesh acts upon the spirit and not the spirit upon the flesh. But it should be known that after death these at length become stupid. Not that the faculty of becoming wise is taken away from them, but that they will not be wise because wisdom is undelightful to them. For 99:18, but that they use this rationality when they are in externals, but when in their internals they abuse it. They are in externals when they speak in public places and in company, but in their internals when at home and by themselves. Put it to the test if you will. Take any such person, one of the order called Jesuits for example, cause him to speak in company or teach in a temple about God, about the holy things of the church, and about heaven and hell, and you will find him a more rational zealot than any other. Perhaps he will even move you to groans and tears for your salvation. But take him to your house, extol him above the other orders, call him a father of wisdom, and make yourself a friend until he opens his heart, and you will hear what he will then declare about God, about the holy things of the church, and about heaven and hell, namely, that they are fantasies and delusions, and thus are bonds invented for souls, wherewith to catch and bind the great and the small, the rich and the poor, and keep them under the yoke of their dominion. This will suffice to illustrate what is meant by saying that natural men, even down to the corporeal, are, like others, possessed of human rationality, but that they use it when they are in externals but abuse it when in their internals. The deduction from it is that one is not to be judged from the wisdom of his mouth, but from the wisdom of his life joined with that. 500. To this I will add the following relation. Once in the world of spirits I heard a great tumult. Thousands were congregated, and were crying out, "Punish them! Punish them!" I went nearer, and asked, "What is the matter?" One who had separated from the great assemblage told me they were in angry wrath against 3 priests who were wandering about and preaching everywhere against adulterers, saying that with adulterers there is no acknowledgement of God, and that heaven is closed and hell open to them, and that in hell they are unclean devils, because a long way off they appear like swine wallowing in excrements, and that the angels of heaven abhor them. I asked, "Where are those priests? And why is there such an outcry on account of it?" He replied, "The 3 priests are in the midst of them guarded by attendants, and the assemblage is of those who believe adulteries are not sins, and who declare that there is an acknowledgement of God among adulterers, equally as with those who keep to their wives. They are all from the Christian world." And a visitation was made by angels to see how many there were who believed adulteries to be sins, and there were not found 100 out of 1,000. 2. And he told me that these 900 speak in this way about adulteries. Who does not know that the delight of adultery is preeminent above the delight of marriage? That adulterers are in perpetual heat, and thence in alertness, in industry, and an active life more than those who live with only one woman. On the other hand, that love with a married partner grows cold, and sometimes to such a degree that at length scarcely a word of converse and companionship with her is alive. Not so with harlots. That the deadening of life with a wife arising from lack of potency is restored and revived by promiscuities. Is not that which restores and revives more excellent than that which deadens? What is marriage but licensed promiscuity? Who knows the distinction? Can love be forced? And yet love with a wife is forced, by the covenant and by the laws. Is not love with a wife the love of the sex? And so universal is this love that it exists even among birds and beasts. What is conjugal love but the love of the sex? And the love of the sex is free with every woman. The reason why the civil laws are against adultery is that the proposers of the laws have believed it would be for the public good, and yet the proposers themselves and sometimes the judges commit adultery, and say among themselves, "He that is without sin, let him cast the first stone." Only the simple and the religious believe adulteries to be sins, not so the intelligent who, like us, view them from the light of nature. 3. Are not offspring born from adulteries as well as from marriages? Are not those of illegitimate birth just as fit and useful for employments and ministries as the legitimate? And besides, families are provided for the otherwise unfruitful. Is not this a benefit and not an injury? What harm to a wife if she admits several rivals, and what harm to a man? That it is additioner to a man is a frivolous notion from fancy. That adultery is contrary to the laws and statutes of the Church is from the ecclesiastical order, for the sake of power. But what has the theological and spiritual to do with a merely corporeal and carnal delight? Are there not such presbyters and monks? And can they not for all that acknowledge and worship God? Why then do these 3 preach that with adulterers there is no acknowledgement of God? We do not tolerate such blasphemies. Let them therefore be judged and punished, for then I saw that they called judges, whom they asked to sentence them to punishment. But the judges said, "That is not within our province, for it concerns the acknowledgement of God and sin, and thus salvation and damnation. Judgment concerning these must be from heaven. But we will give you counsel how you may know whether those 3 priests have been preaching things that are true. There are 3 places which we judges know of, where such matters are investigated and revealed in a singular manner. One is where a way stands open for all to heaven, but when they enter heaven they themselves perceive what is their quality with respect to the acknowledgement of God. The second place is where also a way stands plainly open into heaven, but none can enter the way but those who have heaven within them. The third place is where there is a way to hell, and that way they that love infernal things enter spontaneously, because from delight. We judges send to those places all who demand judgment of us respecting heaven and hell. 5. Hearing this the assemblage said, "Let us go to those places." And as they were going to the first place, where a way is open to all into heaven, there suddenly arose thick darkness, wherefore some lighted torches and carried these before them. The judges with them said, "This befalls all who go to the first place, but as they draw near, the fire of the torches grows more dim and is extinguished in that place by the light of heaven flowing in, which is a sign that they are there. This is because heaven is first closed and afterwards is opened to them. And they came to that place, and the torches having gone out of themselves, they saw a way tending obliquely upwards into heaven. Those who were in angry wrath against the priests entered it. Among the first were those who were adulterers from purpose, after them those who were adulterers from confirmation. And as they were ascending, the first cried out, "Come on," and they that followed cried, "Make haste," and they pressed forward. 6. After a short time, when all were within the heavenly society, there appeared a cleft between them and the angels, and the light of heaven flowing in into their eyes over the cleft opened the interiors of their minds, from which they were constrained to speak as they inwardly thought. And then they were questioned by the angels whether they acknowledged that there is a God. The first, who were adulterers from purpose of the will, answered, "What is God?" And they looked at each other and said, "Who among you has seen him?" The second, who were adulterers from confirmation of the understanding, said, "Are not all things of nature? What is there above her but the sun?" And then the angel said to them, "Depart from us. Now you yourselves perceive that you have no acknowledgement of God. When you descend, the interiors of your mind will be closed and its exteriors opened, and then you can speak contrary to the interiors, and say that there is a God. Believe that as soon as a man actually becomes an adulterer, heaven is closed to him, and if this is closed, God is not acknowledged. Listen to the reason: from adultery comes all the uncleanness of hell, and it stinks in heaven like the rotting mire of streets." Hearing this, they turned and descended by 3 ways. And when they were below, the first and second, conversing among themselves, said, "The priests have conquered there. But we know that we as well as they can speak of God, and when we say that he is, do we not acknowledge him? The interiors and exteriors of the mind which the angels told of our inventions. But let us go to the second place designated by the judges, where a way to heaven is open to those that have heaven within them, that is, to those who are about to go to heaven. 7. And when they drew near, there went forth a voice out of that heaven, "Shut the gates. There are adulterers in the neighborhood." And instantly the gates were closed, and guards with staffs in their hands drove them away. And the guards released from custody the 3 priests against whom they had raised the outcry, and led them into heaven. And the moment the gate was opened for the priests, the delight of marriage breathed forth out of heaven upon the rebels, which because it was chaste and pure almost took their breath away. And therefore, for fear of fainting from suffocation, they hurried away to the third place which the judges told them of, from whence there was a way to hell. And then there breathed forth from thence the delight of adultery, by which those who were adulterers from purpose and those who were adulterers from confirmation were so revived that they went down, dancing as it were, and plunged like swine into the unclean things there. 22. Lust for defloration. 501. The lusts that are treated of in the 4 chapters following are not only lusts of adultery, but more grievous than they, seeing that they do not exist except from adulteries, for they are seized upon after adulteries are loathed. As the lust of defloration, the first treated of, which cannot begin with anyone before, equally so the lust of varieties, the lust of violation, and the lust of seducing innocence is the consideration of which lusts is to follow. They are called lusts, because according to the measure and the quality of the lust for them, so great and of such quality is the appropriation of them. As regards the lust of defloration, in particular, to make evident the conviction that it is infamous, the subject shall be exhibited under these heads. 1. From the state of a virgin or undefiled woman before marriage and after marriage. 2. That virginity is the crown of chastity and the token of conjugal love. 3. That defloration without the purpose of marriage is the infamous act of a robber. 4. That the lot after death of those who have confirmed within them that the lust of defloration is not an evil of sin is grievous. The elucidation of this now follows. 502. 1. On the state of a virgin or undefiled woman before marriage and after marriage. What the state is of a virgin before she is informed respecting the various particulars of the conjugal torch has been made clear to me by wives in the spiritual world, by those there who departed from the natural world in their infancy and were educated in heaven. They said that when they came to a marriageable state they began to love conjugal life from seeing married partners, but only to the end that they might be called wives, and might have friendly and trustful companionship with one man, and also that, being released from the house of obedience, they might act of their own right. 2. And respecting marriage, they said that they only thought from the blessedness of mutual friendship and confidence in a consort man, and not at all from the delight of any flame. But that after the wedding their virgin state was changed into a new state, of which they knew nothing at all before. And they said that this was a state of expansion of all things of the life of the body, from the first to the last, for the reception of the gifts of the husband and for the uniting of these to her own life, so that she might become the love of him and a wife, and that this state began from the moment of defloration, and that after this the flame of love burned for the husband alone, and that the delights of that expansion they felt to be heavenly, and that because she was introduced into that state by her husband, and because it was from him and so was his in her, she clearly could not but love him alone. 3. By these revelations it was made plain what is the nature of the state of virgins in heaven before marriage and after marriage. That on earth the state is similar of virgins and wives who are joined at the first omens is not unknown. What virgin can know that new state before she is in it? Ask, and you will hear. It is different with those who catch allurement from information before marriage. 503. 2. That virginity is the crown of chastity and the token of conjugal love. Virginity is called the crown of chastity because it crowns the chastity of marriage, and is also the sign of chastity. For that reason the bride at the wedding bears upon her head a crown. It is also a sign of the holiness of marriage, for the bride after the virgin flower gives and consecrates her whole self to the bridegroom, then her husband, and on the other hand the husband gives and consecrates his whole self to the bride, now his wife. Virginity is also called the token of conjugal love because it is of the covenant, and the covenant is that love shall unite them into one man, or into one flesh. The men themselves also before the wedding regard the virginity of the bride as the crown of her chastity, and as the token of conjugal love, as the very dainty from which the delights of that love are to begin and to be perennial. From these considerations, and those presented before, it is evident that after the zone is taken away and the virginity tasted, the virgin becomes a wife, and if not a wife she becomes a harlot. For the new state into which she is then inducted is a state of love for her man, and if not for the man it is a state of wantonness. 504. 3. That defloration without the purpose of marriage is the infamous act of a robber. Some adulterers have a passion for deflowering virgins, and thence girls also in their guileless age. They are allured to such abasement either by the persuasions of bawds, and by gifts from the men, or by the promise of marriage, and after defloration those men abandon them and search for others and others. Add to this that they take no pleasure in past victims, but continually from new ones, and that the lust increases until it becomes the head of their carnal delights. And to these they join also this villainy, that by various wiles they decoy virgins about to be married, or immediately after the wedding, to offer them the first fruits of marriage, which they actually thus basely defile. I have also heard that when that burning heat with its potency has failed, they glory in the number of virginities as in so many golden fleeces of Jason. 2. This atrocity, which is violation, because it has its beginning in the age of vigor and is confirmed by boastings afterwards, remains enrooted and thus infixed after death. How great the atrocity is, appears from what has been shown above, that virginity is the crown of chastity, the pledge of future conjugal love, and that the virgin gives up her soul and life to him on whom she bestows it. Conjugal friendship and its confidence are also founded upon it. And a woman deflowered by such, after this door of conjugal love has been broken through, loses her modesty and becomes a harlot, and of this also the robber is the cause. 3. These robbers themselves, if after going through these licentious excesses and profanations of chastity they apply the mind to marriage, have in mind only the virginity of their future married partner, after they have tasted which they loathe both bed and bedchamber, yea, they also loathe the whole female sex, except young girls. And because such men are violators of marriage and despisers of the female sex and thus are spiritual robbers, it is plain that the divine nemesis pursues them. 505. For that the lot after death of those who have confirmed with themselves that the lust of defloration is not an evil of sin is grievous. Their lot is this, that when they have passed through the first period in the world of spirits, which is of modesty and morality, because in association with angelic spirits, after they from their externals are let into their internals, and at the same time into the lusts by which they had been allured in the world, and they are let into these in order that it may appear in what degree they were, and if in a minor degree, that after they have been let into them they may be released and be suffused with shame. 2. But those who had been in this malignant lust to such a degree that they perceived eminent delight in it, and gloried in these thefts as over the most honorable spoils, do not suffer themselves to be led away from it. They are therefore allowed to go forth in their freedom, and then immediately they wander about and inquire for brothels, and when they are pointed out to them they also go in. These places are at the sides of hell. But when they there meet only with prostitutes they go away and inquire where there are virgins. And then they are taken to harlots who by fantasy are able to assume surpassing beauty, and blooming girlish grace, and to boast that they are virgins, towards whom they burn in like manner as in the world. And therefore they bargain with them, but when about to enjoy their bargain the fantasy induced is dispelled from heaven, and those virgins then appear in their own deformity, monstrous and swarthy, to whom nevertheless they are compelled to cleave for a brief hour. These harlots are called sirens. 3. But if they do not suffer themselves to be led out of their insane lust by such fascinations, they are cast down into a hell which is on the border of the south and west, beneath the hell of the more cunning courtesans, and are associated there with their companions. It was given me to see them in that hell, and I was told that there were many there of noble stock and of the more opulent. But because they had been of such character in the world, all memory of those things of their lineage, and of their dignity by virtue of wealth is taken away, and the persuasion is induced that they are vile slaves and hence unworthy of any honor. For among themselves indeed they appear as men, but as seen by others who are permitted to look in there, they appear like apes, with a savage instead of a kindly face, and horrid features instead of those of pleasantry. They walk drawn together at the loins and thus crooked, the upper part inclined forwards as if about to fall. And they have an offensive smell. They loathe the opposite sex, and turn away from those of them whom they see, for they have no desire. Such do they appear when near, but at a distance like lap dogs or whelps of delights, and something like barking is heard in the sound of their speech. 23. Lust for variety. 506. By the lust of varieties here treated of is not meant the lust of fornication, which was treated of in its own chapter. This, although wont to be promiscuous and vagrant, yet does not occasion the lust of varieties, except when it exceeds moderation and the fornicator looks to the number and boasts of that from yearning. This idea initiates this lust, but what it becomes in its progress cannot be perceived distinctly, unless in some order, which shall be this: 1. That by the lust of varieties is meant the lust of promiscuity altogether unrestrained. 2. That this lust is love of the sex and at the same time a loathing of it. 3. That this lust altogether annihilates conjugal love with them. 4. That their lot after death is miserable, since the inmost of life is wanting to them. The exposition of these heads follows. 507. 1. That by the lust of varieties is meant the lust of promiscuity altogether unrestrained. This lust instills itself with those who in youth have loosed the restraints of modesty, and with whom there have not been wanting plenty of courtesans, especially if there was no lack of means to meet their demands. They implanted and enrooted the lust within themselves by inordinate and unlimited promiscuity, by shameless thoughts about the love of the female sex, and by confirmations that adulteries are not at all sins. As it goes on, the lust so increases in them that they desire the women of all the world, and would have a troop, and a new one every day. Since this lust casts itself out from the common love of the sex implanted in every man, and altogether from the love of one of the sex, which is conjugal love, and casts itself into the exteriors of the heart as the delight of a love apart from them and yet of them, therefore it is so enrooted inwardly in the cuticles that it remains in the touch after the bodily powers have become languid. They make nothing of adulteries, and therefore think of the whole female sex as of a common strumpet, and of marriage as common prostitution, and so they mix immodesty with modesty, and from the mixture are made insane. From this it is manifest what is meant by saying that the lust of varieties is the lust of promiscuity altogether dissolute. 508. 2. That this lust is love and at the same time a loathing of the sex. They have a love for the sex because there is variety from the sex, and they have a loathing for the sex because after the first enjoyment they cast the woman off and lust for others. This obscene lust rages with heat towards a new woman, and after the heat, becomes cold to her, and cold is loathing. That this lust is love and at the same time loathing for the sex may be illustrated thus: place on the left hand a company of those that they have enjoyed, and on the right a company of those whom they have not enjoyed. Would they not look upon the latter with love and upon the former with loathing? And yet each company is of the sex. 509. 3. That this lust altogether annihilates conjugal love with them. This is because that lust is utterly opposed to conjugal love, so opposed in fact that it not merely rends but as it were grinds it to dust and thus annihilates it. For conjugal love is towards one of the sex, but this lust does not stop with one, but after an hour or a day turns as cold towards her as it was hot before, and as cold is aversion, by the cohabitation and brief tarrying together it is increased to loathing, and conjugal love is so completely destroyed that no remnant of it is left. It may be seen from these considerations that this lust is deadly to conjugal love, and that as conjugal love constitutes the inmost of life with man it is deadly to his life. And that this lust, by successive interceptions and closing of the interiors of the mind, becomes at length cutaneous, and thus merely alluring, the understanding or reasoning faculty nevertheless remaining. 510. For, that their lot after death is miserable, since the inmost of life is wanting to them. The excellence of the life of everyone is according to his conjugal love, for it conjoins itself with the life of the wife and by the conjunction exalts itself. But as with these not the least of conjugal love remains, nor therefore anything of the inmost of life, for that reason their lot after death is wretched. After passing a period of time in their externals, during which they speak rationally and act civilly, they are let into their internals, and then into a similar lust and its delights, in the same degree of it in which they had been in the world. For after death everyone is let into the same state of life that he had appropriated to himself, to the end that he may be led out of it, for one cannot be led away from his evil unless he has first been led into it. Otherwise the evil would hide itself and pollute the interiors of the mind, and diffuse itself like a pestilence, and finally burst the barriers, and ruin the externals which are of the body. To this end brothels are open to them, which are at the side of hell where there are harlots, with whom there is opportunity of varying their lusts, but indulgence is permitted with only one a day, and with more on the same day is prohibited under penalty. 2. Afterwards, when it has been found out by exploring them, that the lust is so implanted that they cannot be led away from it, they are taken to a certain place which is directly over the hell assigned to them, and then they appear to themselves as if falling into a swoon, and to others as if they were sinking down with upturned face, and the ground is actually opened under their backs and they are swallowed up, and sink down into the hell where their like are. They are thus gathered to their own. It was given me to see them there and also to speak with them. Among themselves they appear like men, which is granted them that they may not be a terror to their associates. But at some distance they appear with a face constantly white, as if of cuticle only, and this because there is no spiritual life in them, which everyone has according to the conjugal inherent in him. Their speech is dry, parched, and sad. 3. When hungry they wail, and their wailings are heard as a grumbling of peculiar sound. They have tattered garments, and the nether garments are drawn up over the belly around the breast, for they have no loins, but the ankles of their feet start from the lowest part of the belly. The reason is that the loins with men correspond to conjugal love, and this they have not. They said that they loathe the sex for the reason that they have no potency. And yet among themselves they can argue about various matters, as if from rationality, but because they are cutaneous, they reason from the fallacies of the senses. Their hell is in the western quarter towards the north. But these same from a long way off do not appear as men, nor as monsters, but as formed of ice. But it should be known that such do they become who are imbued with that lust to such a degree that they have rent in pieces and annihilated the human conjugal with themselves. 24. Lust to rape. 5:11. By the lust to rape is not meant the lust of defloration. This lust is for the violation of virginities, but not of virgins when it is done by consent. But the lust of violation here treated of draws back from consent, and is intensified by refusal. In fact, it is a passion for violating whatsoever women entirely refuse and violently resist, whether virgins or widows or wives. They are like robbers and pirates who delight in rapine and spoils, and not in gifts or things justly acquired, and like malefactors who are eager for unlawful and forbidden things, and spurn those that are lawful and permitted. These violators are utterly averse to consent, and are impassioned by repugnance, which if they observe not to be internal, the order of their lust is instantly quenched, as a fire by water thrown upon it. It is known that wives do not submit themselves spontaneously to the will of their husbands in respect to the ultimate acts of love, and that from prudence they offer resistance, as if to violations, to the end that they may ward off from their husbands the cold springing from what is common because continually allowable, and springing also from an idea of the licentious with respect to them. Yet these repugnancies, although they inflame, are not the cause but only the beginnings of this lust. The reason of it is that after conjugal love and also promiscuous love have become spent by practice, they like to be kindled by absolute refusals, that they may recover. The lust thus begun increases afterwards, and as it increases it spurns and breaks all bounds of the love of the sex and exterminates itself, and from a licentious, corporeal, and fleshly love it becomes cartilaginous and bony, and then, from the periostea which have acute sensibility, it becomes acute. But yet this lust is rare, because it exists only with those who have entered into marriage and then indulged in promiscuities until they became spent. Besides this natural cause of that lust there is yet a spiritual cause, of which something is to be said in what follows. 5:12. Their lot after death is of this kind. These violators then, of their own accord, separate themselves from those who are in the limited love of the sex, and altogether from those who are in conjugal love, and thus from heaven. Afterwards they are given up to most crafty strumpets, who, not only by persuasion, but also by perfectly dramatic imitation, are able to feign and represent as if they were chastities themselves. These perceive well who are in that lust, they talk before them about chastity and its preciousness, and when the violator approaches and touches them, they burn with indignation and fly as with terror to their chamber, where there is a couch and a bed, and when they have lightly closed the door after them they lie down. And then by their art they inspire the violator with an unbridled desire to force the door, burst in, and rush to the assault. When he does this, the strumpet rising up begins to fight the violator, tearing his face with her hands and nails, rending his garments, and with frantic voice calling upon her strumpet companions, as upon female attendants, for help, and opening the window calling, "Thief! Robber! Murderer!" And when the violator is ready she wails and weeps, and after the violation casts herself down and cries, "Infamous!" And then, in a low tone, she threatens that unless he atones for the violation with a large payment she will compass his ruin. While they are in this theatrical sexual activity, they appear at a distance like cats, which in a manner almost similar fight, run away, and squall, before connection. 2. After some such brothel contests they are taken away, and removed to a cavern where they are compelled to some work. But because they have a bad odor, from the fact that they have dispersed the conjugal, which is the precious jewel of human life, they are sent away to the utmost limits of the western quarter, where they appear at some distance, emaciated as if consisting of bones covered only with skin, and from afar off like panthers. When it was given me to see them nearer, I was astonished to see that some of them held books in their hands and were reading, and I was told that this is because in the world they spoke various things about the spiritual things of the church and yet defiled them by adulteries, even to these, their extremities, and that such is the correspondence of this lust with the violation of the spiritual marriage. But it should be known that they are few who are in this lust. It is certain that women, because it does not become them to put forth their love, do from time to time resist, and that the resistance invigorates, but yet this is not from any lust of violation. 25. Lust to seduce innocent women. 5:13. The lust to seduce innocent women is not the lust of defloration, and not the lust of violation, but is peculiar and singular by itself. It exists especially with the crafty. The women who appear to them as innocences are those who regard the evil of promiscuity as an enormous sin, and who therefore strive for chastity and at the same time for piety. Towards these they burn. In countries of the Catholic religion there are monastic virgins. As they believe these to be pious innocences before all others, they regard them as the dainties and delicacies of their lust. That they may seduce the ones or the others, being crafty they first devise artifices, and then, after they have imbued their genius with them, without being withdrawn by shame, they practice them as if from nature. Their artifices are chiefly simulations of innocence, of love, of chastity, and of piety. By these and other crafty wiles they enter into their interior friendship and thence into their love, and this, by various persuasions and at the same time instillings, they turn from spiritual into natural, and after that, by excitations on the corporeal plane into carnal love, and then they take possession of them at pleasure. Having accomplished this, they rejoice in heart, and laugh to scorn those whom they have violated. 5:14. The lot of these seducers after death is sad, for this seduction is not only impiety but also malignity. After they have passed through the first period, which is in externals, during which they excel many others in elegant manners and pleasant speech, they are brought into another period of their life, which is in internals, in which the lust is set free and begins its play. And then they are first brought to women who had taken the vow of chastity. With these they are explored, as to the quality of the malignity of their lust, to the end that they may not be judged until convicted. When they perceive their chastity, their deceit begins to act and to practice its wiles, but as it is in vain they leave them. 2. Afterwards they are introduced to women of genuine innocence. When they attempt in like manner to beguile these, by a power given these women, they are grievously punished. They occasion a heavy numbness upon their hands and feet, and likewise upon their necks, and finally make them feel as it were a swoon, and while they are suffering these distresses they escape from them. After this a way is opened for them to a certain company of harlots who have learned skillfully to counterfeit innocence. These at first expose them to laughter among themselves, and finally, after various promises, they suffer themselves to be violated. 3. After some such scenes the third period comes upon them, which is that of judgment, and then, having been convicted, they sink down and are gathered to their like in a hell which is in the northern quarter, and they appear there from afar off like weasels. But if they had been filled with deceit they are taken down from this to the hell of the deceitful, which is at a depth below, at the back, in the western quarter. In this hell they appear from afar like serpents of various kinds, and the most deceitful like vipers. But in the hell itself, into which it was given me to look, they appeared lurid, with a chalky face. And as they are mere lusts they do not like to speak, and if they speak they only mutter and mumble various things, which are understood by none but the companions at their side. But presently, as they sit or stand, they make themselves inconspicuous, and they flit about in the cavern like spectres, for they are then in fantasy and a phantom appears to fly. After the flight they rest, and then, which is surprising, they do not know one another. This is due to the fact that they are in deceit, and deceit does not believe another, and so withdraws itself. When they perceive anything of conjugal love they flee into crypts and hide themselves. They also are without love of the sex and are completely impotent. They are called infernal genii. 26. The correspondence of promiscuities with the violation of spiritual marriage. 5:15. I might here premise something respecting correspondence, what it is. But it does not belong to this book. A brief summary as to what correspondence is may be seen above at N76 and N342, and fully in Apocalypse revealed, from beginning to end, that it is the relation between the natural sense and the spiritual sense of the word. That in the word there is a natural and a spiritual sense, and a correspondence between them, has been shown in Doctrine of the Sacred Scripture, in particular, N5-26 of that work. 5:16. by the spiritual marriage is meant the marriage of the Lord and the Church, of which above at n. 116 to 131, and thence also the marriage of good and truth, of which likewise above at n. 83 to 102. And as this marriage is of the Lord and the Church, and the marriage of good and truth thence is in all and the single things of the word, it is the violation of this that is meant here by the violation of the spiritual marriage, for the Church is from the word and the word is the Lord. The Lord is the word because he is the divine good and the divine truth therein. That the word is that marriage may be seen fully confirmed in doctrine of the sacred scripture, n. 80 to 90, 517, since, therefore, the violation of the spiritual marriage is the violation of the word, it is plain that this violation is the adulteration of good and the falsification of truth, for the spiritual marriage is the marriage of good and truth, as has been said. It follows from this that when the good of the word is adulterated and the truth of the word is falsified, that marriage is violated. How that violation is committed, and by whom, will to some degree be evident from what follows. 518. Where the marriage of the Lord and the Church was treated of before, n. 116 and the following numbers, and where the marriage of good and truth was treated of, n. 83 and the following, it was shown that that marriage corresponds to marriages on earth. It follows thence that violations of that marriage correspond to promiscuity and adulteries. That it is so is very plain from the word itself, in that by promiscuity and by adulteries there, the falsifications of truth and the adulterations of good are signified, as may be seen in evidence from passages out of the word cited in abundance in Apocalypse revealed, n. 134. 519. Violation of the word is committed by those in the Christian Church who adulterate its goods and truths, and they do this who separate truth from good and good from truth, as also by those who take and confirm appearances of truth and fallacies for genuine truth, and they also who know truths of doctrine from the word and live an evil life, and other such. These violations of the word and of the Church correspond to the prohibited degrees enumerated in Leviticus 18. 520, since the natural and the spiritual with every man are closely connected like the soul and the body, for man without the spiritual, which flows in and vivifies the natural, would not be man, it follows thence, that whoever is in spiritual marriage is also in a happy natural marriage, and on the other hand that whoever is in spiritual adultery is also in natural adultery, and vice versa. Now, as all who are in hell are in the intermarriage of the evil and false, and this is spiritual adultery itself, and as all who are in heaven are in the marriage of good and truth, and this is marriage itself, therefore the whole hell is called adultery and the whole heaven is called a marriage. 521. To this shall be added the following relation. My eye was opened and I saw a shady wood and a crowd of satyrs there. As to their chests the satyrs were hairy, and as to the feet some like calves, some like panthers, and some like wolves, and they had the claws of wild beasts on their feet in place of toes. They were running about like wild beasts and calling out, "Where are the women?" And then whores appeared, who were waiting for them. They also were monstrous in divers ways. The satyrs ran up to and seized them and bore them into a cavern, which was deep down beneath the earth in the middle of the wood. And on the earth round about the cavern there lay a great serpent, in spiral coil, which breathed its venom into the cave. And upon the branches of the trees above the serpent, dismal birds of night were croaking and screeching among the branches. But the satyrs and whores did not see these things, because they were correspondences of their lewdness and thus were the usual appearances at a distance. 2. They afterwards came out of the cavern and went into a sort of low cabin, which was a brothel, and then apart from the whores they had a conversation together, to which I bent my ear, for in the spiritual world conversation can be heard at a distance as if present, because extension of space is only an appearance. They were talking about marriages, about nature, and about religion. Those who as to the feet appeared like calves, were speaking of marriages, and said, "What are marriages but licensed adulteries? And what is sweeter than promiscuous hypocrisies, and making sport of husbands?" At this the others in loud laughter clapped their hands. The satyrs who as to the feet appeared like panthers, spoke of nature and said, "What else is there but nature? What difference is there between man and beast, except that a man has articulate speech and a beast only that of sound? Have they not both life from heat and understanding from light, by the operation of nature. At this the rest exclaimed, "Ha! You speak from judgment." Those who as to the feet appeared like wolves, spoke of religion, and said, "What is God or the divine but the inmost of nature operating? What is religion but an invention to captivate and bind the common people?" To this the others cried out, "Bravo!" 3. Some moments afterwards they rushed out, and in the rush descried me at a distance, with eyes intent, observing them. Exasperated at this they ran out of the wood and with menacing looks hastened their course towards me, and said, "Why do you stand here and listen to our whisperings?" I answered, "Why not? What hinders?" It was talk. And I repeated what I had heard from them. Their minds were quieted by this, that is, quieted from fear that their sayings should be divulged. And then they began to speak modestly and to act becomingly, from which I recognized that they were not of the common crowd, but of more honorable birth. I then told them that I had seen them in the wood as satyrs, 20 as calf satyrs, 6 as panther satyrs, and 4 as wolf satyrs, for they were 30 in number. 4. They were astonished at this, for to themselves they had appeared no otherwise than as men, just as they saw themselves here with me. And I informed them that they appeared so from a distance because of their promiscuous lust, and this satyr-like form is the form of dissolute adultery, and not of the person. The cause, I said, is that every evil lust presents its own likeness in a certain form, which is not visible to themselves but to those standing at a distance. And I said, that you may believe, send out some of you into the wood, while you remain here and look at them. And they did so, and sent 2, and saw them near the brothel cabin exactly like satyrs. And when they returned they saluted them as satyrs and said, "Oh, what laughing-stocks!" As they were laughing I said various things to them in jest, and told them I had seen adulterers as swine, and then recalled the fable of Ulysses and Circe, how that she sprinkled the companions and servants of Ulysses with enchanters' herbs and touched them with her magic wand and turned them into swine, perhaps into adulterers, for by no art could she turn any man into a hog. When they were through with their loud laughter at this and other like things, I asked them if they knew from what kingdoms of the world they came. They said they were from different kingdoms, and mentioned Italy, Poland, Germany, England, and Sweden. And I asked whether they had seen anyone from Holland among them. And they said, "Not one." 5. After this I turned the conversation to serious things, and asked whether they had ever thought that adultery was a sin. They answered, "What is sin? We do not know what it is." I asked whether they ever remembered that adultery was against the 6th commandment of the Decalogue. They replied, "What is the Decalogue? Is it the Catechism? What have we men to do with that childish little book?" I asked them whether they ever thought anything about hell. They answered, "Who has ever come up from there and told about it?" I asked whether in the world they had ever thought about a life after death. They said, as about that of beasts, and sometimes as of ghosts, which if they exhale from dead bodies are dissipated. I asked again whether they had heard about one or the other of these things from the priests. They answered that they gave attention only to the sound of their voices, and not to the subject. "And what is this?" 6. Astounded at these answers, I said to them, "Turn your faces and your eyes toward the middle of the wood, where the cavern is in which you were." And they turned and saw that great serpent in spiral coil around it, breathing its venom into it, and also the dismal birds in the branches above it. And I asked, "What do you see?" But they were terrified, and made no answer. And I said, "Did you not see the horrible thing? No, that this is a representative of adultery and the atrociousness of its lust." Then suddenly a certain angel stood by. He was a priest, and he opened the hell in the western region where such are finally gathered together, and said, "Look there." And they saw a lake as it were of fire, and recognized some friends there whom they had known in the world who invited them to come to them. On seeing and hearing these things they turned away, rushed from my sight and left the wood, but I observed their steps, that they seemed to withdraw, but by a roundabout way returned into the wood. 5:22. After this I went home. And the next day, from a recollection of these sad scenes I looked towards the same wood, and saw that it had disappeared, and in its place was a sandy plain, and in the midst of this a pool, in which were some red serpents. But some weeks afterwards I looked again at the place, and saw on the right side of it a fallow field and several husbandmen upon it. And again, after some weeks, I saw that the fallow land had become a cultivated field, surrounded by small trees. And then I heard a voice from heaven, Enter into your chamber and shut the door, and go on with the work begun upon Revelation, and pursue it to the end within 2 years. 27. The imputation of each love, promiscuous and conjugial. 5:23. The Lord says, Judge not, that ye be not condemned. Matt 7:1, by which can by no means be meant the judgment of the moral and civil life of anyone in the world, but the judgment as to his spiritual and celestial life. Who does not see, that if one may not judge as to the moral life of those that dwell with him in the world, society would perish? What would society be if there were no public judgments? Or if everyone might not form his judgment of another? But to judge what his interior mind or soul is, thus what is his spiritual state and therefore his lot after death, of this one may not judge, for it is known to the Lord only, and the Lord does not reveal it until after death, in order that everyone may do what he does in freedom, and that by this fact the good or the evil shall be from him, and thus in him, and thence that he may live to himself and be his own to eternity. That the interiors of the mind, hidden in the world, are revealed after death is because it is of interest and of advantage to the societies into which man then comes, for there all are spiritual. That they are then revealed is plain from these words of the Lord, There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hidden that shall not be made known. Therefore whatsoever ye have spoken in darkness shall be heard in the light, and that which ye have spoken in the ear closet shall be proclaimed from the housetops. Luke 12 verses 2-3. A general judgment like this is allowable, if in internals you are such as you appear, in externals you will be saved, or will be condemned. But a particular judgment such as you are such in internals and therefore will be saved, or will be condemned, is not allowable. Judgment of man's spiritual life, or of the internal life of his soul, is meant by the imputation here treated of. Who among men knows which one is a whoremonger at heart? Or which a consort at heart? And yet the thoughts of the heart, which are the purposes of the will, judge every man. But these subjects shall be laid open in the following order. 1. That to everyone after death is imputed the evil in which he is, likewise the good. 2. That a transcription of the good of one into another is impossible. 3. That imputation, if such a transcription is meant by it, is an idle word. 4. That the evil of everyone is imputed according to the quality of his will and according to the quality of his understanding, likewise the good. 5. It is in this wise that promiscuous love is imputed to anyone. 6. That conjugal love is imputed in like manner. The explanation of these follows. 5:24. 1. That to everyone after death is imputed the evil in which he is, likewise the good. That this may appear in some clearness, it shall be illustrated under distinct heads, thus: A. That everyone has his peculiar life. B. That his own life remains with everyone after death. C. That to an evil man is then imputed the evil of his life, and to the good man is imputed the good of his life. 1. That everyone has his peculiar life, thus a life distinct from that of another, is known, for there is a perpetual variety and no one thing is the same as another. Each one therefore has what is his own. This is very manifest from the faces of men, in that there is no one face just like another, and cannot be to eternity. The reason is that there are no minds alike, and the faces are from the mind, for the face, as has been said, is the type of the mind, and the mind derives its origin and form from the life. 2. If a man had not his own life, just as he has his own mind and his own face, he would have no life after death distinct from that of another. Yea, neither would there be any heaven, for heaven consists of perpetually distinct individuals. Its form is solely from the varieties of souls and minds disposed in such order as to make one, and they make one from the one whose life is in all and in the single ones therein, as the soul is in man. If it were not so, heaven would be dispersed because its form would be dissolved. The one, from whom all and each single individual have life, and from whom the form coheres, is the Lord. Every form in general is from various things, and is such as is their harmonious coordination and disposition into one. Such is the human form. Hence it is that man, consisting of so many members, viscera, and organs, has no feeling within himself or from himself but that he is one. 3. 2. That his own life awaits everyone after death is known in the Church from the Word, as from these things there, the Son of Man shall come, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. Matt 16:27. I saw the books opened, and they were judged every man according to his works. Revelation 20 verses 12 to 13. In the day of judgment God shall render to every man according to his deeds. Romans 2 verses 5 to 6, 2 Corinthians 5 verse 10. The deeds, according to which it will be rendered to everyone, are the life, because the life does them and they are according to the life. As it has been given to me for many years to be with the angels, and to talk with those that were coming from the world, I can testify for a certainty that everyone is explored there as to what his life has been, and that the life which he has contracted in the world remains with him to eternity. I have conversed with those who lived ages ago whose life was known to me from history, and have recognized that it was like the description. I have also heard from the angels that the life of no one can be changed after death, because it is organized in accordance with his love and thence his works, and if they were changed the organization would be torn to pieces, which can never be done. And that a change in organization only takes place while in the material body, and is entirely impossible in the spiritual body, after the former is cast off. 3. That then is imputed to an evil man the evil of his life, and to the good man is imputed the good of his life. The imputation of evil is not accusation, crimination, inculpation, and judgment, as in the world, but the evil itself works this, for the evil, of their own free will, separate themselves from the good, because they cannot be together. The delights of the love of evil have an aversion to the delights of the love of good, and from everyone his delights exhale, as do the odors from every plant on earth, for they are not absorbed and concealed by a material body as before, but flow freely forth from their loves into the spiritual aura. And as evil is there sensibly perceived as in its odor, it is this that accuses, criminates, inculpates, and judges, not before any judge, but before everyone who is in good. And this is what is meant by imputation. Moreover, an evil man chooses his companions, with whom he may live in his delight, and as he has an aversion to the delight of good, he of his own accord betakes himself to his own in hell. 5. The imputation of good is effected in like manner. This takes place with those who in the world acknowledge that all the good in them is from the Lord and none from themselves. These are let into the interior delights of good, after they are prepared, and then the way is opened for them into heaven, to the society where its delights are homogeneous. This is done by the Lord. 525. 2. That transcription of the good of one into another is impossible. The evidence of this also can be seen from these considerations in order: a. That every man is born in evil. b. That he is led into good by the Lord, through regeneration. c. That this is done by a life according to his commandments. d. Therefore the good which is thus implanted cannot be transcribed. 1. That every man is born in evil is known in the Church. It is said that this evil is by inheritance from Adam, but it is from the parents. Everyone derives his disposition, which is inclination, from them. Reason and experience prove that this is so, for the likeness to the parents, in face, in genius, and in manners, is manifest, in the immediate children, and in the posterities from them. Hence families are known by many, and judgment as to their minds is formed. The evils therefore in which men are born are those that the parents themselves have contracted, and have passed on by derivation to their offspring. The reason why it is believed that the guilt of Adam is inscribed upon the whole human race is that few reflect upon any evil in themselves, and thence know it. They therefore suppose it to be so deeply hidden as not to appear except before God. 2. That man is led into good by the Lord, through regeneration. That there is regeneration, and that no one can enter heaven unless he is regenerated, is very plain from the Lord's words in John 3 verses 3 and 5. That regeneration is purification from evils, and thus renovation of the life, cannot be unknown in the Christian world, for reason also sees this, when it acknowledges that everyone is born in evil, and that evil cannot be washed and purged away like filth with soap and water, but by repentance. 3. That man is led into good by the Lord, through a life according to his commandments. The commandments of regeneration are 5, which may be seen above, n. 82. Among them are these, that evils are to be shunned because they are of the devil, and from the devil, and that goods are to be done because they are of God, and from God, and that the Lord is to be approached in order that he may lead men to the doing of these commandments. Let everyone consult himself, and consider whether a man has good from any other source, and if not good he has not salvation, for that good when thus implanted cannot be transcribed. By transcription is meant the transcription of the good of one into another. It follows from what has been said above, that by regeneration a man as to his spirit is made altogether new, and that this is effected by a life according to the Lord's commandments. Who does not see that this renovation cannot be accomplished except from time to time, scarcely otherwise than as a tree successively takes root and grows from the seed, and is perfected? Those who conceive otherwise of regeneration know nothing of man's state, nor anything about evil and good, that these two are altogether opposite, and that good cannot be implanted except as evil is removed. Nor do they know that so long as anyone is in evil he is averse to good which in itself is good. If therefore the good of one could be transferred into anyone who is in evil, it would be as if a lamb were cast to a wolf, or as a pearl tied to the snout of a hog, from which it is manifest that inscription is impossible. 526. 3. That imputation, if such a transcription is meant by it, is an idle word. It has been shown above in n. 524, that after death to everyone is imputed the evil in which he is, likewise the good. What is meant by imputation is thence evident. But if transcription of good into anyone who is in evil be meant by imputation, it is an idle word, because the thing is impossible, as also was shown just above at n. 525. By men in the world merits can in a manner be transcribed. That is, good can be done to children on account of their parents, or to the friends of an adherent out of favor, but the good of merit cannot be inscribed upon their souls, it can only be adjoined from without. The like cannot be done with men as their spiritual life. This, as has been shown above, must be implanted, and if it be not implanted by the life according to the Lord's commandments, mentioned above, the man remains in the evil in which he was born. Until this is done no good can reach him, or if it touches him it is instantly repelled and recoils, like an elastic ball falling upon a rock, or is swallowed up as a diamond cast into a bog. Man not reformed is as to his spirit like a panther, or like an owl, and may be compared to a briar and a nettle. But man regenerated is as a sheep, or as a dove, and may be compared to an olive tree and a vine. Think, I pray you if you please, how can a male panther be converted into a male sheep, or an owl into a dove, or a briar into an olive tree, or a nettle into a vine by any imputation, if by that be meant a transcription? That the conversion may be effected, must not the wild nature of the panther and the owl, and the noxiousness of the briar and the nettle be first removed, so that the truly human and innocuous can be implanted? And how this is done the Lord teaches in John 15 verses 1 to 7. 527. For that the evil of everyone is imputed according to the quality of his will, and according to the quality of his understanding. It is known that there are two things which make man's life, will and understanding, that all things done by a man are done by his will and by his understanding, and that without these acting, man would have no action nor speech other than as a machine. From which it is plain that such as is the quality of his will and understanding such is the man, and that the action of man in itself is such as the affection of his will is which produces it, and that a man's speech in itself is such as is the thought of his understanding which produces it. Therefore a number of men may act and speak alike, and yet act and speak unlike, one of them from a depraved will and thought, another from an upright will and thought. 2. From this it is evident what is meant by the deeds or works, according to which everyone will be judged, namely, the will and the understanding, Consequently, that by evil deeds are meant the deeds of an evil will, of what quality soever they may outwardly appear, and that by good deeds are meant the deeds of a good will, although outwardly they appear similar to the works of an evil man. All things that are done from a man's interior will are done for a purpose, for that will does the thing which it purposes to itself in its intention. And all things that are done from the understanding are done from confirmation, since the understanding confirms. It is evident from this that the evil or the good imputed to anyone is according to the quality of his will in the things done, and according to the quality of his understanding concerning them. This may be confirmed by the following. 3. I have met with many in the spiritual world who in the natural world had lived like others, clothing themselves splendidly, faring sumptuously, trafficking for gain like others, attending dramatic performances, jesting about love affairs as if from lust, and other like things, and yet with some the angels accounted these as evils of sin, and with others accounted them not as evils, and these they declared innocent, but those guilty. To the question why it was so, when yet they had done like things, they answered that they regard all from their purpose, intention, or end, and according to this distinguish them, and that therefore those whom the end excuses or condemns they excuse or condemn, for all in heaven have an end of good, and all in hell have an end of evil. 528. To this is added the following. It is said in the church that no one can fulfill the law, and the less so for the reason that if a man offends against one commandment of the Decalogue, he offends against all. But this form of speech is not as it sounds. For it must be thus understood, that he who of purpose or from confirmation acts against one commandment acts against the rest, because to act thus from purpose or from confirmation is to deny altogether that it is a sin, and he who denies it to be a sin makes nothing of acting against the other commandments. Who does not know that one who is an adulterer is not therefore a murderer, a thief, and a false witness, and does not wish to be? But a man who from purpose and from confirmation is an adulterer makes nothing of anything pertaining to religion, and so makes nothing of murder, of theft, and of false witness, and abstains from them, not because they are sins, but because he has fear of the law and of his reputation. That adulterers from purpose and from confirmation regard the sacred things of the church and of religion of no account may be seen above, n. 490 to 493, and in the two relations, n. 500, 521 to 522. It is similar if one from purpose or from confirmation acts against any other commandment of the Decalogue, he acts also against the rest, because he does not regard anything as a sin. 529. It is quite similar with those who are in good from the Lord. If they from will and understanding, or from purpose and confirmation, abstain from one evil because it is a sin, they abstain from all, and more yet if they abstain from several, for as soon as one from purpose, or from confirmation, abstains from any evil because it is a sin, he is kept by the Lord in the purpose of abstaining from the rest. If then he does evil from ignorance, or from some prevailing lust of the body, it is yet not imputed to him, because he did not propose it to himself, and does not confirm it with himself. A man comes into this purpose if once or twice in a year he examines himself, and repents of the evil that he discovers with himself. It is otherwise with him who never examines himself. From these considerations it is manifest who it is to whom evil is imputed and to whom it is not imputed. 530. 5. It is in this wise that promiscuous love is imputed to anyone. That is to say, not according to the deeds as they appear outwardly to men, yea, nor as they appear before a judge, but as they appear inwardly before the Lord, and from him before the angels, which is according to the quality of the man's will, and the quality of his understanding in them. There are various circumstances in the world which mitigate and excuse crimes, and which aggravate and incriminate. But still after death imputations are not made according to circumstances that are the externals of the deed, but according to internal circumstances of the mind, and these are regarded according to the church in everyone. For example, a man impious of will and understanding, one who has no fear of God nor love of the neighbor, and therefore no reverence for any holiness of the church, after death he is accounted guilty of all the crimes that he committed in the body, and his good deeds do not come into remembrance, because his heart, from which they issued as from a fountain, was turned away from heaven and turned towards hell. and the deeds of everyone flow from the place of his heart's abode. That this may be understood, I will mention a secret. 2. Heaven is distinguished into innumerable societies. Likewise, by opposition, hell. And the mind of every man, according to his will and thence his understanding, is actually dwelling in some one society, and intends and thinks in like manner with those who are there. If his mind is in some society of heaven, then he intends and thinks in like manner with those who are there. If it is in some society of hell, in like manner with those who are there. But as long as he lives in the world, he migrates from one society to another, according to the changes of the affections of his will and thence of the thoughts of his mind. But after death his wanderings are brought together, and from the wanderings collected in one, the place for him is designated, if evil, in hell, if good, in heaven. 3. Now as all in hell have a will of evil, from that all there are regarded, and as all in heaven have a will of good, from that all there are regarded. And therefore imputations after death are made according to the quality of the will and the understanding of everyone. Thus it is with promiscuity, whether it is fornication or taking a mistress, or adultery, because they are imputed to everyone not according to the deeds, but according to the state of mind in the deeds, for deeds follow the body in the tomb, but the mind rises again. 531. 6. That in like manner conjugal love is imputed to everyone. There are marriages in which conjugal love does not appear and yet is there, and there are marriages in which conjugal love appears and yet is not there. The reasons for each are many, knowable in part from what has been written respecting love truly conjugal, n. 57-73, respecting the causes of colds and separations, n. 234-260, and respecting the causes of apparent love and friendship in marriages, n. 271-292. But the appearances in externals determine nothing as to imputation. The one thing that determines is the conjugal, which is seated in the will of everyone, and is guarded, in whatsoever state of marriage the man is, for that conjugal is as the balance wherein that love is weighed. For the conjugal of one man with one wife is the precious treasure of human life and the repository of the Christian religion, as was shown above in N. for 57, 458. And because this is so, the love can be with one married partner and not with the other, and the love can lie so deeply concealed that the man himself takes no notice of it, and it may be inscribed too in the course of the life. The reason is, that this love in its steps goes hand in hand with religion, and religion, because it is the marriage of the Lord and the Church, is the starting point at which this love is infused. Therefore conjugal love is imputed to everyone after death according to his spiritual rational life. And for him to whom this love is imputed after death, marriage is provided in heaven, of whatsoever kind his marriage may have been on earth. From all these considerations comes now this final conclusion, that not from the appearances of marriages, nor from the appearances of promiscuity, is it to be determined respecting anyone, whether he is in conjugal love or not. Wherefore, judge not, that ye be not condemned. Matt 7:1. 532. Hereto I will add this relation. I was once, as to my spirit, taken up into the angelic heaven, and into one of its societies, and then some of the wise there came to me and said, What is there new from earth? I said to them, This is new, that the Lord has revealed secrets that surpass in excellence the secrets revealed hitherto from the beginning of the Church. They asked, What are they? I replied, They are these: 1. That in the Word, in all and in the single things of it, there is a spiritual sense corresponding to the natural sense, and that through that sense there is conjunction of the men of the Church with the Lord, and consociation with the angels, and that therein resides the holiness of the Word. 2. That the correspondences of which the spiritual sense of the Word consists have been disclosed. The angels asked, Have not the inhabitants of the globe known about correspondences before? I replied, Nothing at all. And they have lain hidden now for some thousands of years, ever since the time of Job, yet with those who lived at that time, and before, the knowledge of correspondences was the knowledge of knowledges, from which they had wisdom, because cognition concerning things spiritual, which are those of heaven and thence of the Church. But because that knowledge was converted to idolatrous purposes, it was of the Lord's divine providence, so blotted out of remembrance and lost that no one saw any sign of it. But now, at last, it has been laid open by the Lord, in order that there may be brought to pass conjunction of the men of the church with him, and consociation with the angels, and this is effected through the word, wherein all and the single things are correspondencies. The angels were greatly rejoiced that it had pleased the Lord to reveal this great secret, which for several thousands of years had lain so deeply concealed, and said, it is to the end that the Christian church, which is founded upon the word, and is now at its end, may revive again and draw breath through heaven from the Lord. And they asked whether through this knowledge it has at this day been made known what is signified by baptism and the Holy Supper, about which hitherto men have thought so variously. I answered that it has been made known. 3. I said further that a revelation has at this day been made by the Lord respecting the life of men after death. The angels said, what about life after death? Who does not know that man lives after death? I replied, they know and they do not know. They say it is not the man but his soul that lives, and that this lives as a spirit, and of the spirit they cherish the idea that it is as wind or ether, and that the man does not live until after the day of the last judgment, and that then the bodies that men had left behind in the world, though eaten by worms, mice, and fishes, will be gathered up and brought together again into a body, and that thus men will rise again. The angels said, what is this? Who does not know that man lives as a man after death, with the difference only that then he lives as a spiritual man, and that the spiritual man sees the spiritual man as the material man sees the material, and that they know not a single difference except that they are in a more perfect state. For the angels asked, what do they know about our world, and about heaven and hell? I said, they know nothing. But at this day the Lord has disclosed the nature of the spiritual world in which angels and spirits live, and thus what the nature of heaven is, and of what quality hell is, as also that angels and spirits are in conjunction with men, and many wonderful things about them. The angels were glad that the Lord had been pleased to make such things known, so that men may no longer grope in uncertainty from ignorance respecting their immortality. 5. I told them further, at this day the Lord has revealed that in your world there is another sun from that in ours, and that the sun of your world is pure love, and the sun of our world is pure fire. And that therefore all that proceeds from your sun, because it is pure love, partakes of life, and that all that proceeds from our sun, because it is pure fire, partakes nothing of life, and that thence is the difference between the spiritual and the natural, which difference, hitherto unknown, has also been disclosed. From which it has become known whence the light is that enlightens the human understanding with wisdom, and whence is the heat which enkindles the human will with love. 6. It has besides been made known that there are 3 degrees of life, and that thence there are 3 heavens, and that the human mind is distinguished into 3 degrees, and thence man corresponds to the 3 heavens. The angels said, did they not know this before? I answered that, they knew of degrees between greater and less, but nothing of the degrees between prior and posterior. 7. The angels asked whether any more things than these have been revealed. I said, many more. Namely, respecting the last judgment, respecting the Lord, that he is the God of heaven and earth, that God is one, both in person and in essence, in whom is a divine Trinity, and that he is the Lord, and respecting the new church to be established by him, and concerning the doctrine of that church, respecting the holiness of the sacred scripture, also that the book of Revelation has been revealed, which could not have been revealed, even as to one little verse, except by the Lord. Moreover, respecting the inhabitants of the planets, and of the earths in the universe, besides many notable and wonderful things out of the spiritual world, whereby many things that pertain to wisdom have been revealed from heaven. 533. The angels were greatly rejoiced on hearing these things, but they perceived a sadness in me, and inquired, whence is your sadness? I said, because the secrets at this day revealed by the Lord, although in excellence and worth they surpass the knowledges hitherto made known, are yet on earth esteemed as of no value. The angels were astounded at this, and besought the Lord that they might be permitted to look down into the world. And they looked down, and lo, mere darkness there. And they were told to write these secrets upon paper, and to let the paper down upon the earth, and they would see a marvel. And it was done. And behold, the paper on which the secrets were written was let down from heaven, and in its descent while still in the spiritual world it shone like a star, but as it passed down into the natural world the light disappeared, and by degrees as it descended it was veiled in darkness. And when it was let down by the angels into companies where there were doctors and learned men from some of the clergy and of the laity, a murmur was heard from many, in which were these words, "What is this? Is it anything? What matters it whether we know these things or do not know them? Are they not offspring of the brain?" And there was an appearance as if some took the paper and folded and rolled and unrolled it with their fingers, in order to obliterate the writing. And it appeared as if some tore it in pieces, and as if some wished to trample it under their feet. But they were withheld by the Lord from such an outrage, and the angels were commanded to withdraw it and guard it. And as the angels were made sad, and were thinking, "How long will this be?" it was declared, "For a time, and times, and half a time." Revelation 12 verse 14. 534. After this I spoke with the angels, and said that yet another thing is revealed in the world by the Lord. They asked, "What is it?" I said, "Respecting love truly conjugal, and its heavenly delights." The angels said, "Who does not know that the delights of conjugal love excel the delights of all other loves? And who cannot see that into some love are brought together all the states of blessedness, satisfaction, and delight that can ever be conferred by the Lord? And that the receptacle of these is love truly conjugal, which can receive and perceive them even to full sensation." I answered, "Men do not know this, because they have not come to the Lord, and lived according to his commandments, by shunning evils as sins, and doing good, and love truly conjugal with its delights is from the Lord only, and is given to those that live according to his commandments. That thus it is given to those who are received into the new church of the Lord, which is meant by the New Jerusalem in Revelation." To this I added, I am in doubt whether at this day in the world they are willing to believe that this is in itself a spiritual love, and is therefore from religion, for the reason that they cherish only a corporeal idea of it. They then said to me, "Write about it, and follow the revelation. And afterwards the book written about it shall be let down by us out of heaven, and we shall see whether the things therein are received, and at the same time whether they are willing to acknowledge that this love is according to religion with man, spiritual with the spiritual, natural with the natural, and merely carnal with adulterers." 535. After this I heard a hostile murmur from those below, and at the same time these words, "Work miracles and we will believe." I asked, "Are not these miracles?" And they answered, "No." I asked, "What miracles then?" And it was said, "Discover and reveal things to come, and we shall have faith." But, I replied, such things are not given from heaven, because insofar as man knows the future his reason and understanding, with his prudence and wisdom, fall into inaction, and become torpid and decay. And I asked again, "What other miracles shall I do?" And then the cry was made, "Perform miracles like those which Moses did in Egypt." To this I answered, "Perhaps you would harden your hearts at them, as Pharaoh and the Egyptians did." It was answered that they would not. And again I said, "Assure me that you will not dance around a golden calf and adore it, as the posterity of Jacob did within the space of a month after they had seen the whole of Mount Sinai on fire, and heard Jehovah himself speaking out of the fire, thus after a miracle which was the greatest of all." A golden calf in the spiritual sense is the pleasure of the flesh. And it was answered from below, "We shall not be like the posterity of Jacob." But I then heard it said to them from heaven, "If you believe not Moses and the prophets, that is, the word of the Lord, you would no more believe from miracles than did the sons of Jacob in the wilderness, no more indeed than they believed when they saw with their own eyes the miracles which the Lord himself wrought when he was in the world." For more information on Emanuel Swedenborg, see also www.swedenborg.com.